Well, hello.
Hello.
So this is snack stream a little early. My delivery didn't get here until like literally 10 minutes ago. So I'm
Can we
trying to eat.
turn down the music a little
Sure.
so I can actually hear?
There we go.
Thank you.
How is everyone doing tonight? We got Rick Rolls America with us, painting happy little minis, but not on our stream.
Yeah,
Ow.
I don't paint happy little minis anymore.
Well, you could. We'll have that discussion later. And I'm eating my fried curry egg roll.
I have my own primed time miniature painting coming up.
Good.
Yeah.
Rick should tell us more about what he does.
You should tell us more about Rick Rolls
Yes.
America.
So Rick Rolls America is a project I am launching January 1st of 2020. There will be a Kickstarter leading into that, but where I'll be traveling around the United States, checking out all those beautiful, friendly local game stores in different cities and going to different conventions and playing games. But
It's pretty cool.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the biggest part of it is it's going to be to raise money for Extra Life,
Yay.
the Children's Miracle Network,
Woohoo!
with a goal of $100,000.
That's awesome, dude.
Nice.
And tell them a little bit about the RV.
So next week I go up to Jayco's headquarters in Indiana to talk to the president of Jayco, and hopefully after that meeting I'll be leaving with a 2020 Greyhawk, a Class C.
And I love
RV.
the fact that they named the RV the Greyhawk.
Yeah.
That's
so good.
ridiculous. So
So it'll be, World of Greyhawk in it, which will be so awesome.
that is pretty
And
cool.
for anybody that doesn't know, Greyhawk is the original D&D setting as set forth in AD&D, basic.
Yes.
The city of Greyhawk.
Well, second, right? Wasn't the
it's
first
Oworth.
one?
Oworth is it, but the city of Greyhawk is in there.
Awesome. Very cool stuff, man. And I'm almost done with my egg roll. And then we'll get started.
Just a note, I've got awesome friends. Jay Brewery. You have to see the bird.
Oh, here. And Jayberry is slogging down her food in the kitchen.
And before we get started, I'm going to run and go get my charger so that I can keep the restream I've got going on.
Okay.
This should be like someone's catchphrase, probably mine, since I say all these words. And then this is Borb.
Borb!
He's so cute.
Orb.
Oh, wait.
Aw.
3D print.
3D printed.
Orb has a little comic to it.
Yes.
Aw.
It's very cute.
That is very cute.
Okay, I better put this away. before
Yes,
I
and
lose
I'm
it.
taking my last bite of my
Oh,
egg
wait. I'm not going to put it away yet, because that'll leave you lonely at the table. Eating food. That's only slightly awkward. I didn't know it was that kind of stream.
roll. It's not. Okay, there.
Oh, wait.
What?
Okay.
A bunch of nerds being awkward around a table?
All right.
Oh,
Who does
me.
that?
I mean, more leaving someone lonely at the table eating food.
Actually,
Yeah.
I guarantee there are streams like that.
Jayberry, do
but-
you want to show this or shall I?
Yeah, why don't you show it?
All right. Why don't you tell them what it is first?
Alright, so, once upon a time, I messaged the artist, Jesper Edgsing, because I was like, were you gonna auction off this sketch that you said you were gonna do, and it just kind of somehow didn't happen, so I was like, can I make you an offer for it? And the answer was yes, I could make an offer
It's
to
a
him
pattern
for it.
matcher.
It's Pattern Matcher,
Yeah, cool shit,
from,
yeah.
is it M20?
Yup.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's still wrapped because I just picked it up from the framer.
But it is awesome.
Yeah. And so, yeah. And so I got that framed, and he was really cool. And I think we have someone coming in. But also, what was great about it is that I can make him an offer because he was like, yeah, I'll take whatever you get me. I need to buy more Magic cards. So we
God
should
bless
play
his heart.
Magic with him sometime because,
That's awesome.
that would be awesome.
Do you need a pluggy plug? You're good. All right.
You have a thing on the camera you use to show the picture. Oh yeah, if you want to show the card.
I have a thing, and that for my information, DM,
That
I have a thing.
sketch is slick. Yes.
Oh, a thing on the camera that let's take a look. A thing on the camera?
I don't know.
It was probably the package, the wrapping for the thing. But the funny thing is, we realized tonight, look at the color of my hands, and look how they change based on what's underneath them.
Ah, that's funny.
So we're an all iPhone setup now, right? So
Yes.
all the cameras are iPhone 6 Pluses or biggers, and they're great. I mean, they're the most expensive part of your mobile device, but you can't change the way they color correct.
Right.
So, but the images are lovely.
Hi.
All right.
And look at my NPC shirt.
Okay, so we're gonna start out playing Commander. Let's see.
Oh, Banshee.
Look like
Welcome.
a thread. Hey, Banshee.
Banshee
Oh,
is
these
one of
are
our
nerds
supporters
being
on
awkward.
Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Patreon, we have one. We have some very
We
cool
do, and there are people we
rewards.
need to thank. Who are the people we
Yes.
need to thank on our Patreon?
Oh no, there's a pop-up window.
There's a pop-up window.
Turn it off. Make it go away. Make it go away.
Banshee, of course. Clover, thank you, Clover.
Yep.
Jordan Johnson. Jordan, you're probably watching on Facebook. Thank you very much. And Rochelle Herrick and Secret Weapon. Thank you
Yep.
both. So huzzah.
Yay.
Thank
Huzzah. So we have 3 tier levels. For those of you who don't know, we'll just go over real quick because you probably heard this already a bunch.
And while I
$2, you get a shout out. $5, you get a shout out, and you get raffled into. You'll be entered into a raffle once a month to get a signed card or artist proof from a real MTG artist. We have some lying in wait for you, including Alan Williams and Todd Lockwood right now. But we will have more soon. And then at the $20 level, we're going to pick out something special just for you. So think about supporting us on Patreon, and thank you.
Spell it for me.
Freeyal
F-R-E-Y-A-L.
really?
ISE.
I should not mix my commander in with the rest of my deck.
Nope.
That might be good.
And Jay Barry, what are you playing?
Nicol Bolas.
Oh, God.
The new and improved Nicol Bolas has new cards. We'll see what it does.
There's
I
no
don't
H
know.
in there, right?
Surprise.
Yes. The Ravager.
Yep. The Ravager. All right, so let's go around the table. Jay Barry, I can point that way,
Yes.
is playing Nicol Bolas, the Ravager, which transforms into this idiocy.
This awesomeness, idiocy, whatever. Whatever.
Rick is playing Freylaise, Landmar's Fury, all elves all the time.
Yep. Hot elf on elf action. Here comes the elf ball.
Nice. I have never played this deck, so it won't be as
Yeah.
awesome as it could be.
NPC is playing Morphon. I have not seen what this deck does yet, so I have no
I think
idea.
I played it once on stream.
Where's your shenanigans card?
I have not.
That's what it does.
I have not seen what this thing does yet, so off we go.
I've played it once on stream, I think. Maybe?
I don't know.
And
Whatever
our
it is.
mateys, in honor of Talk Like a Pirate Day, I will be playing Admiral Beckett Brass.
I think it's required that you only talk like a pirate from now on.
Oh, jeez.
Surrender the bouteille.
You're not the one sitting next to it. That's all I'm saying.
How much bourbon have you had already?
None.
Oh wait, we need to get you some rum. Screw bourbon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I brought that rum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the good rum.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? It's
Well,
Talk Like a Pirate.
yeah.
I will
It's
bring
Talk
out
Like a
glasses of
Pirate
rum
Day.
for everyone.
We will have to partake of the
Yep.
good rum.
Out of like little stone cups.
Ooh,
Like
that's
we're
fancy.
drinking grog.
So if you think like you're small next to NPC small next to you, look at me compared next to
Yes.
Rick.
Yeah, I cannot.
I am so tiny.
If I adjust the camera so
Yeah.
that Rick is all on camera, you will see the camera hovering over them for the playmat.
Yeah. You can't see this great, giant, colorful mohawk right on top of Rick's head. Like, it just cuts off just before.
Those were the days.
He leaned down. He ruined the surprise.
Did you mention your shirt?
Oh, yeah. I said NPC.
We got a branded NPC shirt almost.
Yeah, DragonCon.
Yeah.
Hooking it up.
Hooking it up at DragonCon.
All right. Anybody have a preference for color?
Blue or purple?
You should probably give him.
I have. Yeah. Sorry. Here's purple.
No, take it. That's
Okay.
good.
All right, I'll take these.
I mean, he's elves.
And
I'll take black.
Green.
I'll probably need a bunch of dye for planeswalkers.
Yeah.
What? There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing. It's gonna be fine.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Nothing's wrong.
Nothing to see here.
You're all gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Everything's fine here now.
How are you?
Wait, what is that? The bolus that you have on top of your deck?
Oh yeah, I have multiple boluses in this.
Yeah, she's got all the Bulls
Oh,
Planeswalkers
no, I
in there.
know. Like, I've got
maybe
that one.
all but one.
Oh, I thought you had them all in there.
This is the new one, the Dragon
Yeah.
God.
I've got that one.
The one that
I'm
lets
gonna
you
put
play
it in
other
a
players'
deck.
Planeswalker abilities.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Including my own.
You play it, and you can play the loyalty abilities of other Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Let's bring that up, shall we?
Yes, bring that up.
Maybe you'll see it. Maybe you
Oh,
won't.
hello, Jordan.
Hey.
Hey, Jordan, we just thanked you.
Yeah, we
profusely.
thanked you for supporting us on Patreon, so thank you. Yes, we have a new person.
It's
Um,
Rick Rolls America. So it's our
Yeah.
friend Rick, who is
Previously of Game Trade Media.
previously of Game Trade Media,
Oh, wow.
who is going to be
Wow.
touring the United States in his RV called the Greyhawk. And
Going to friendly local game stores across the United States
and filming it.
filming it, doing kind of like a living documentary.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
very excited.
Raising money for Extra Life.
Cool.
nice.
In honor of Goth. 9. 9. Yeah.
4.
6.
Yeah.
4.
Woo!
Well-
Holy shit, I get to go first.
Yay, I get to go second.
I go
Alrighty.
last.
Yes. You were at PAX Unplugged, weren't you?
Oh yes, I was. Yes.
He does some things in the media world.
Yeah. So previously, I was on Game Trade Media as the host of Painting Happy Little Minis, Board Games and Beyond, and Building Character. And also, I was the production manager for
All of that.
for all of that and all of Diamond Comic Distributors' video content as well for Previews World.
Turn that down a little bit.
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gonna play Land and Go. I'm gonna play a Watery Grave tapped.
Alright. I'm gonna.
Wait till your turn. That's what you're gonna do.
Well, I need more land. God.
just give it your
The hate train already starting on me for
Because
playing
it's fucking
this deck.
boss.
I just need a land, okay? Just need one land.
Is that a blue?
blue?
I played an Arcane Sanctum.
I played a Forest.
Oh Jesus! I would not have
Yes,
driven.
you played.
I would not have drawn another land for another like.
Right? It
turns.
was just bad traffic.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, there is an accident on the first road that I get onto.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Do you have the lands you need?
Yeah. Well, I have a lands that'll help me get by anyway.
Gotcha. Jordan, your buddy Bob.
Oh,
Good
wow.
chair.
What?
Boots and necklace. Sorry.
I'm just. I didn't say.
This early, really?
I'm sorry. They were at eye level. I turned to the side and they were there.
And there they were, miraculously.
Like magic.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
wait,
like
wait, wait.
magic.
Wait for it. Come and say hi to us, Blue. And there they were, right at eye level.
Yeah,
A Shivan Reef, go.
like, what do you want from me?
Tits
And magic. All right.
I was holding that in for like 30 seconds.
Steam vent, pass turn.
NPC, huh?
Yeah.
We got it for a dragon.
Yeah, we got that at Dragon Con.
Very cool.
Okay.
Jordan says hello.
Hello, Jordan. And hello to a non-female person that
right.
I know.
Upkeep draw.
It's Red
I'm going to
Rolls.
play the whatever that is. How do you pronounce that? It gives me
Kazandu
life.
Refuge.
Someone?
Thank you.
Someone's
Dang it.
ringing.
It's probably yours.
Is that
Oh,
mine?
it's me.
DM.
Holy crap.
You forgot it on your
5 minutes and already banned from Twitch. What?
what? Wait.
I have no idea.
So So you're done?
Oh yes, sorry.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Hey, I'm actually on a live stream right now.
And Pats.
Do you want to talk tomorrow? I'll be working all day.
Daybury, that's you.
All right, it's me.
Just give me a call anytime during the day. Well, yeah, but nobody has
Scott?
any idea who I'm talking to.
My room.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Bye. He's like, is this phone call streaming? I'm like, no, dude.
Totally is.
Yeah, it totally is.
A talisman. I have a talisman of indulgence.
What
That's
does
one
that
of the
do?
new ones, right?
No,
it's one of
it's
the old
from
ones.
Lorwyn. I can't
And
remember.
it's
I
probably
don't know what
from
that symbol
Mirrodin.
is. It's a little stabby knife.
It's Mirrodin.
Mirrodin.
Okay,
Yeah.
stabby knife.
Stabby
The
knife.
stabby knife set. Yeah.
Yeah, pull
so
that up. What does it do?
Adds 1 or tap it to add a black or a red, and it deals 1 damage to
Oh,
me.
sorry.
Nice.
Not dominance. Indulgence.
Yeah.
Indulgence.
It's the, they were the original ones. They just reprinted, not reprinted.
They printed new talismans, I
Right.
think.
The other ones. They printed the ones that they didn't do back in Mirrodin.
What is all this?
For you to dig through?
Yeah, you can dig through. Anything you want in there, by all means.
Yeah.
Rick brought it. It's just
yeah.
bulk rare.
Kill
or
me
bulk
first.
commons
Kill me
and
first. I
stuff.
want to go through the cards. Kill me first.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, Planeswalkers done.
Yeah, I think.
I know.
I think
once
we-
I start putting up planeswalkers, I'm the target.
I think we can oblige.
I
I
don't-
matey, we can oblige.
think.
I don't know. Elves are pretty for serious.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on-
elves would help you against me. You'd want to keep them alive.
Yeah, until I don't. Like, until there's 30
Accurate.
elves
I'm
on the
gonna
table
play,
and I'm dead. Like,
Let's see.
Where's my book?
and then,
I'm gonna
or
play
he
Bloodstained
gets,
Mire and lose a life and go search for another land. Last turn.
or until he gets, what is
I'm
it?
gonna
The
put Blood
captivating
Cryptid play
crew.
tapped. What are the odds? Well, apparently the odds are like 1 in 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I want to play? May as well just get
Oh, that's
this
awesome.
bad
I didn't know
boy
that.
out of the way.
Let's go back and look. Is it the Sword of Caldra?
I mean, that's a different symbol.
Oh, the symbol for Mirrodin is the Sword of
Yeah.
Caldra.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
awesome. I didn't
Okay.
even think about that. Here,
I don't know who that is. Who's Caldra?
there's a whole mythology around it.
I know,
I
I
am
figured.
tapping 2 to play
There's the original.
Renowned
With the stabbing
Weaponsmith.
sword. Ah, let me bring that up because people don't.
I also played Savage Lands as my land per turn, so and it came in tapped.
Nice.
So I am done
All right.
for now.
And for everybody that's watching on my watch party on my page, there's 5 of you, 6 of you there. Make sure you
Hello,
go to Coven
welcome.
MTG on Facebook and follow them so that you don't miss out on all the fun that they have here.
We're absolutely going to do an Eldraine stream. Yes, I mean once it comes out.
So I accidentally ordered 2 boxes.
Do you want me to buy one off you? Because
No,
I haven't ordered my
I'll
box
probably keep them.
yet. No, I'll probably
I mean,
keep
I
them.
sold a bunch of cards to my local game store enough that
Marlin.
I already have $60
God.
in store credit, so
Oh,
it's
right.
most of the way paid for.
Spell it.
MARWYN.
It's gonna get legit. Mana wrapping.
Nice.
That's going to be a problem. All right.
I don't know
That
if I got that. I wonder if I have that in mind.
You should have it.
I thought we put that in right after it
Probably.
came out.
Wow,
Probably.
she has a little elf baby. I didn't notice that.
She's a little mom baby.
Midwife to mother and leader to all.
Nice.
She's like, I can do it all.
So I have $60 in store credit at my local
I
game
can
store
suckle
by
while
selling
I shoot
cards.
with an arrow. Anyway.
And I also have a gift card for that same local game store. So 1 box is already paid for by not my money, basically.
Awesome.
Nice.
There you go.
So I'll just get 2 and just
One
live
box
with
is
it.
already paid for by your cardboard crack addiction.
Yeah, by selling cards that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of these because hey, money for new cards. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm talking.
I need to do that too.
Stop me
though.
from talking.
I have a lot.
An island.
What are you guys playing?
Commander.
Tap 2
Oh.
for a talisman.
But it'll be quick because
of dominance. So this one adds red. Oh, sorry.
Either the
adds,
elves are gonna
blue
overrun
or
us,
black.
the
And
planeswalkers are
it'll
gonna
deal
destroy us.
damage to me if I do it for that, or
Which
I can
one?
just get 1 colorless.
Oh, it's the
Talisman
other
of
talisman.
dominance.
Yep. Did you just put all the talismans in?
I think just
appropriate
two
ones?
appropriate
Gotcha.
ones. Not all of them, because they wouldn't be useful to me.
Yep.
Well, you couldn't use them.
And that's my turn.
That's the weird thing about them. They actually have the mana symbol, right?
They have the mana symbol, but it's not in the color.
Oh, it's
the
not-
old
it's-
ones.
Yeah, the old ones were not. they
Which
were-
I was
yeah.
looking at it and I'm like, wait, is this wrong? Like.
No, actually
yeah.
here.
The old ones don't have them in a
Yeah,
color.
they're in black and white.
Yeah.
They're actually there. Let me pull it up on the stream. It's true.
It's really weird.
So if you look at it, it's
At
black
first
and
I
white.
was-
The black one looks like it's actually the right color, but it's not. They're
Yeah.
black and white.
Yeah. Which I find very confusing.
It was just a print error.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Alright, pass turn.
Oh, one tab of you draw. That's a thing. I'll play a Seed of the Synod.
Ooh.
What the hell are you doing? Are you like sniffing your cards and groaning over there?
Is it cardboard crack time?
So that look reminds me of that meme, like, why Cobra Commander never wins at Magic. 1, 2, 3, 4. For a Marauding Looter.
Marauding Looter.
Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
I'll let it happen.
In your green mana?
Your green deck.
Yeah, hold on, let me bring that up.
Oh, okay.
It's a pirate.
Yeah.
At some point in this game, I will be saying, fear my untapped blue mana. Fear it.
Hey, Carol, if you're still watching, when is the Come On Expo next year? What date? I need those dates.
Alright, there is the Marauding Looter. It's a 4/3 pirate, and at the beginning of my end step, if I attack with a creature, I can draw one and discard one. What is that called, that ability? I always forget. Loot? I can loot? Raid? It's
It
raid.
says
that.
raid.
Yeah, but it's...
Kahan will know.
Oh, raid
Yeah.
means attacking action. Never
yeah,
mind.
but I mean, looting is where you draw and discard, I think.
Is
Anyway.
that the faithless looting? The card?
Yeah, pass turn.
Yeah.
Yep, loot.
Yep.
So, random question.
Random
Since
answer.
this is a shapeshifter, does that mean it's an artifact?
No.
Anyway.
And it would be
Because
like...
that would have been funny.
The artifact would be a golem or a construct or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Merfolk Looter. Ah.
Yep. The original draw one to discard one. Hey!
There's
Rick was
hockey
asking me
cards in
earlier what the little thing was for.
Ah.
Jay Bray just reached forward and hit
You
the...
did it? What's that?
There's a whole deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in
there.
there.
There's hockey cards in here.
Yes. There's Vampire the Masquerade cards in there too.
Are you gonna use hockey cards as demon tokens?
That'd be hilarious. I don't know, what would I use them for, hockey card? I
In
would
an
use them
ice
for,
deck.
like, kobolds.
in a frozen deck.
There you go. They'd be something in a snow-covered land deck.
Yeah.
So when I go to Japan, should I find some weird thing?
You should absolutely find the weirdest, most IP-infringing Magic stuff you can find.
Or should I find you some really offensive cards that you use as demon tokens? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Or, like,
Casey and
something
I...
silly.
Casey and I have a contest over who can find the most unbelievably inappropriate sleeves.
Ah.
Oh God, you're in Japan. You'll
You
find
find
some.
anime
You'll find 'em.
sleeves, yes.
Yeah.
You'll find the most ridiculous...
So I should get
You
some for
know-
you, is what you're saying.
I'm gonna sit.
I can't guarantee you I would ever
Or,
play
wait.
with them, but feel free.
Am I gonna sit? No.
Like-
no.
They can
I
be
lied.
funny,
Sorry.
but like, you know, if they're lewd, I can't play with them.
No.
I lied.
Well, we'll see what I can do.
You like calling the looter Mlooter.
I will tap
Looter.
3 to play Silas Run.
What the fuck does he do?
Malooter.
If it deals
It's
combat
like my
damage
lord,
to
but
player, I
Malooter.
can return an artifact card from my graveyard.
Wow.
Or choose target card. I may cast that card this turn. So it's not as fancy. Like I'd have to pay for it and stuff.
Gotcha.
But I looked over and I'm like, that's a 4/3. This Death Toucher would be nice. And pass turn now.
Okay.
That does combat damage.
Nice.
Alright.
I'm gonna cast.
And look, he had like a smug look on his face, and the foil card, because this was he came in the commander decks.
He does look kind of douchey.
The lines. Look at the lines. Like, on his armor. So you can't see it by this flat card, but like the foil version of him, the lines in his armor kind of shimmer and stand out.
Jibber, hold it up.
Like,
All right.
Oh yeah, you can't really see it in the.
yeah, but they pop.
They pop.
Yeah.
That black and blue card, the colors really pop. No,
Yeah,
they actually
what?
do. No, I know, I agree.
He's sprung because he's got like a golem that he's basically put online.
That was punny.
Who did it, hun?
Didn't bother to give my head. Oh, it was Einith wants a card that says sacrifice a sapling to draw a card, then discard a card. You know, a valid looter.
What elf did you play?
I
A
played.
Timberwatch elf, plus X1.
What?
Oh
That one.
yeah.
Yeah,
People need to know that
my favorite elf.
That
my
stupid
favorite
shit's going
elf.
on already.
As it should. Karn's Bastion.
Oh god. All right, so hold on. We got to bring 2 cards up. So Rick just played the stupid Timberwatch elf. Rick.
Yeah, with different art than I've ever seen.
Rick. Oh, Rick, right below me.
Yeah.
And then Jayberry just played a fucking Karn's Bastion.
I don't know what the problem is.
Proliferate! For every turn for 4 mana, you proliferate. Like, oh, I don't know, put a whole bunch of counters on your planeswalkers?
I don't know what you're talking about. What planeswalkers?
Yeah.
I don't see any planeswalkers.
Nah, me
Yeah.
neither.
There are no planeswalkers here.
I'm just curious,
Not
I'm
a
gonna scroll
land.
down.
It's,
it's-
it's also a land.
Huh, it's still only selling for $250.
Ooh.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
would
that
pick up a
much.
couple of those.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for the bits. Or the cheer.
Got
Yay.
a cheer and a bits. All right.
wait.
What do I want?
Let me turn up the...
Who cheered?
I missed it.
Isn't it in the...
No.
I missed it because I'm an asshole. I was looking at something else and I just saw the last little bit of it.
Whoever
That's right.
cheered-
Anybody watching, if you're watching on my watch party, if you go to Twitch or Mixer or YouTube,
YouTube, we're Coven MTG on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn of all places,
nice.
Twitch. We're everywhere. It's COVEN MTG.
Okay.
Red.
So whatever platform you prefer to actually watch this kind of content on, go give them a follow.
Uh-oh.
So I'm gonna tap a red.
Yeah, but I mean, if you
Take
want to
a
show
point of
black
damage.
fire, you make it purple. So if you want to do a really
Another
cool,
red.
interesting black foil card,
Take a point of
you just put
damage.
purple in it.
And colorless. For Chandra, Fire Artisan.
Oh, really? There's the first planeswalker.
So
Chandra Fire Artisan.
yeah. So
that
whenever
one.
one or more loyalty counters are removed from
Mono
her,
red.
she deals that much damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Well, I'm gonna roll the dice, I guess, on this one, and I'll pick a red die. Or partially red. I will tick it up to 5. I probably won't be able to play the top card of my library, and I'll probably regret it, but
It's gonna stay exiled.
My favorite
It's gonna stay
planeswalker is
exiled.
Chandra.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll
Aww.
show you
Dragon
my
Gem.
Chandra's deck.
Mm.
All
Maybe
right,
you could play
so I may play
it's
it this
someone's.
turn. I
If
can.
we're
Guess
allowed.
what? I can play it.
What is it?
It's so great. It's a Throne of Death.
What is that?
So I tap it, sack an
I'll bring that
artifact,
up.
and proliferate.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You're gonna die.
I know. I'm so gonna die.
Yup. That's okay. You don't have any
Yeah.
creatures in play yet, do you?
Nope. I'm so gonna die.
Well,
Go.
Chandra's gonna die, but
Yeah, Chandra's gonna die.
I need to take some snaps of these cards because I feel like my a few of my decks could use them, like my Atraxa deck
Oh, the
for that
proliferate.
proliferate land, and
Take out your phone whenever
Yeah.
you're ready.
I need to.
all right. I'm gonna swing at Chandra for 4.
Yep, she goes down to 1.
Yeah. Can I see?
I'm gonna play a Rigging
You'll
Runner,
need that. and
which
you'll
will come
need
into play
that.
with a counter on it because I attacked this turn.
Here you go.
Sorry, I will bring up both of that card momentarily. So what I have played is a stupid little 1 casting cost Rigging Runner.
So I don't know if anyone else has to do this, but I won't remember cards by name, so I just snap photos of them, and then my photo stream is a bunch of random cards.
Yeah.
Like, that I'm like, I should buy that.
What does Chandra do? What did we miss? Did we miss a trigger? Let's find out.
Maybe we
Oh,
did.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Whenever one of her loyalty tokens are removed from her,
Yep.
she deals that much
Damage to target opponent or planeswalker.
So if she got removed by 4,
Uh-oh.
yeah, you'll be the
I'm
opponent.
already reducing my life total.
Yeah, you'll be the opponent.
9. I'm at 35.
Thank you, Goth Socks, because it's the first time I'm playing this card.
Yep.
And I need to read my fucking card. RTFC.
Oh, right. This is my Chandra's deck.
And just for shits and giggles,
I have like 5.
Let's play Captivating
Chandras in
Crew.
there. Oh, Jesus.
And that does.
Bad things. Lots of bad things.
not
He gets
lots.
to take stuff.
It's not as good as we thought. I can only do 1 a turn, and I can only do it when I cast a sorcery. I can't do it on anybody else's turn.
Yeah.
It's what's the word?
To snatcher. Swiper, no swiping.
Armity, surrender the booty.
And he already had his combat phase, so...
Yeah,
And
pass
that-
turn. You're up.
Do you get to keep that?
No, until end of turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But basically, if your commander isn't protected, well, not yours because it's a planeswalker.
Right.
But I can take a creature, I can attack with it. If I have sack outlets, I might sack that creature.
Right. That makes sense.
It's a pirate from Oh God, really? Thank you, Banshee.
Great. Now that you have that card out, it's limiting what I actually want to play.
You know, it's funny. I think half of our phone's photos are snapshots or screen caps of Magic cards.
Yeah, it's like...
I just write. I could just create lists in a big note thing.
Sigh.
You know,
If I do this, you are totally gonna take this.
it's a foil card that's really small print and really hard to read in the dark over here.
Show everyone. I'll read it for you.
2, 3, 4.
Oh God.
It's what? It's a Minotaur pirate planeswalker.
All right, where's that other Nicol Bolas?
Yep.
I really don't... I want to do this, I don't want to do this. If I do this, you're totally gonna take it. Like, that's the problem. And you, what are you planning?
What are you doing?
We should all just
I don't
do
even
this.
know.
Waiting for your turn.
I don't even know. I don't even know what these cards do. I don't even know what.
Read the fucking card.
RTFC, motherfucker.
I definitely don't want to play my commander vote.
You find anything interesting over there, Blue?
Some of it I'm just because of the art.
Yeah. So I actually went through. Rick brought another. The box in the kitchen is free for grabs too.
Fine.
And
You know what?
oh,
I
put
don't
that
wanna-
aspect of wolf
1,
aside for me,
2,
please.
3, 4,
you just went
5.
through it. It's a picture with a wolf on it, or is it a Wailuli wolf?
Why
Yeah, never mind.
Fine.
I don't want a Wailuli wolf.
Okay, so I'm paying 5 and tapping my renowned weaponsmith to play
There's nothing wrong with you.
Mirror Battle Spear.
Oh, the
Nice.
Mirror Battle Sphere is in.
Yay.
Do you need mirror tokens or do you have them?
I may.
Blue, did you put that in your
what?
your Jorkadine deck yet? The Mirror Battle Sphere?
She may not have one.
No, I gave it to her last week.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I
Right.
didn't do anything with those cards.
Aha!
I forgot.
I
Nice.
have like the one odd mirror.
Well, these aren't the blue ones. These are technically the non-blue. These
Oh
are,
wait, I did the
Yeah,
wrong
don't worry about
ones.
it. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
It's fine.
We
We'll
know
know.
what you got.
We'll know which type of mirror it is.
Wait, here.
Yeah, just put 4 on that one.
There's 4 mirror.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They're either all going to attack together or they're all going to get tapped to make that thing big.
Pass turn.
Outside.
Or you're gonna take my Mirror Battle Spear.
But I can only do it for turns.
Yeah, I know.
And it's, I mean, 4/7 is nothing to sneeze at, but I'm more likely to take this and see if I can get somebody to kill your Death Toucher.
And because I have Sylvan Library,
You draw 3 and put 2 back. Or
Pay life.
take life, yeah, fucker. When did you just play that?
Last
turn. We missed that. I should have brought that up. It's okay. It's something that folks on the stream should know about that's going on.
Yeah, right.
So yeah. Which, the drawback's not so bad in Commander.
It's not. But
Yeah. Oh no, they go back on top.
no, it says put the card on for each of those cards. Pay for life, or put the
Back
card,
on top of your library.
Then I'll do that.
Yeah. You probably want those.
In whatever
If
order.
it was the one I think I saw. And you get to choose the order, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Problem is now, you're still really only looking at one card because...
Right. Play a land.
That would be awesome. We actually were eating dinner earlier and looking through that box, and there's a full sleeved deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there. So I think Blue should play a Yu-Gi-Oh deck against our Magic decks later.
No.
No.
Right, because I know exactly what that game is.
I couldn't even tell you what Yu-Gi-Oh... Like, you could pull up a chair and just sit and hang out with us.
Or
I
can
know
look
what
at cards.
Yu-Gi-Oh is.
There's
Oh,
cards.
I thought you were looking at... I thought you were bored.
I'm
All right, so I'm
trying
going to
I'm trying to share this.
tap 3 to play Elvish Guidance on this land.
Oh, fuck.
What does that do?
It allows it to just generate one more.
No, well...
For each elf.
For each elf.
Yeah, for each elf in play. Which is, it's okay. I've only got 2 elves, so it's we're
Yeah, okay.
I think this elf ball is stronger than my elf ball.
It's my
good.
own
And then,
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 3, it doesn't seem like that great an enchantment, right?
Until Elfball comes to play.
Right. I'm
Do you have
curious
a
now.
Priest of Titania in there?
Oh, yeah. And this stupid... it's still only selling for $25. But it's a
Wow.
staple in Commander Elf decks, I mean.
Well, did not know about
Well,
If I can find an extra one, I'll give it to you.
Alright,
There might be
so
one in the box. You never
I'm
know.
going to tap those for 4
Yeah.
and play Sylvan Messenger.
it. Yay.
When Sylvan Messenger comes
God.
into play, reveal the top 4
4.
cards. Put all elf cards revealed this way into your hand, and the rest in the bottom of the deck.
And, of course, you
I'm
stacked
picking
it
up
with the
your
Sylvan
thing.
Library.
4. And I have to reveal those.
yep.
Farhaven Elf, the Forest.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh, my fucking Christ. Really?
Imperious Perfect. Yep.
Imperious Perfect, and the Chameleon Colossus.
Which is also an elf, because it's a changeling.
Yep.
It's a big ass elf.
All right, so 3 elves go back in my hand. This
Yep.
goes back on the bottom.
Yep.
Dang Forest. Could use you.
Really?
What?
You think you need more mana?
And then
And then...
And then there's more. Oh wait, no there isn't.
there it is.
He can because he can tap her
Oh, yeah.
for 2. So if he has a 2 cost,
Well, no, she taps for every elf in play. She's an elf.
Yeah, add
Yeah,
an
3.
add an amount of mana equal to the mirror's power. She's currently a 3.
3. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
But I'm going to tap this one, which gives her
Yeah.
3/3, so she's a 6.
Yup.
And then I'm going to tap her for mana,
So we're 6.
and I'm going to play the Fairhaven Elf and Imperious Perfect, which
Yep.
would
so
bump her up
she-
2 more.
But you don't
But-
get
But I don't get that
Yeah.
mana
You're right.
bonus.
because you already tapped her.
Right.
Ah, now I see how those 2 play together.
Yeah.
Yup.
And
It's a great card. The Timberwatch is a really good card.
Yeah.
I also should snap a shot of that.
It's a sneak attack card.
It's not even sneak. Like, once we see it, we're like, oh, that elf's gonna...
Yeah.
Whatever elf it gets through is gonna become a 10/10.
Yeah. well, one time I sat on it and I was like, I was
There
being
you go.
oppressed by socks actually, and
Being oppressed by socks? No.
or I was like afraid to attack, and I'm just gonna sit here with my Timberwatch elf and a few other elves. I'm not a threat. And then Kahan attacked Socks with something she couldn't block, and then I pumped it up to something.
Can
Like
anybody
double.
kill the Imperious Perfect?
You could by taking it, and I could throw my Death Toucher
Okay.
or the mirror, like
He's just gonna
whichever.
it doesn't trample. He's just gonna throw one thing at it.
No, I'm saying you take it, throw it at me, and I will kill it
Okay.
one way or another.
Alright. These dice represent the one that he gives.
That's yeah.
And then when Fairhaven Elf enters battlefield, I may search my library for a basic land, put it into the battlefield tap. if I
Oh
do
no,
shuffle.
he's so hurt for that
And
forest.
I'm
He
gonna
had
do-
to
Are
put
we
at the
to
bottom.
assume?
Tapped.
And yeah, you want to shuffle that.
Yeah.
Are we to assume there will be no combat phase this week?
There will be no combat phase.
Well, because the elves that are out can attack. They're summoning sick.
I go.
You
Go.
Yes, you go.
So, is there any Chandra solution to this problem?
Not
They're just
No.
over here having a party in the woods.
because it would be
You guys are good.
player, so she'd pick it up and
There's no Chandra solution to this issue.
Not on that card. No,
All right.
not on that card.
Is there a board wipe solution to this?
Hashtag I'm not the target.
Yeah, no, you're the fucking target. You are the biggest target
yeah,
at the table.
right now, like
It's not me.
I know, right?
I know.
It's the one-armed man.
All right. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Okay.
So I had a Lizzie Funkhauser over there.
Hi, Lizzie.
Lizzie
Hello.
is from the Board Game Spotlight.
Oh, awesome.
If you would be so kind as to share this in Board Game Spotlight, that wouldn't be upsetting at all.
no, never. Share our
Would you like to
fuckery.
cut it?
Share our fuckery.
I don't care.
Perfect.
I have Davriel Road Shadow Mage.
Ooh, what does that do?
Is it? It's a planeswalker, right?
It's a planeswalker. At the beginning of each.
Oh, that one, discarding. Right.
Yeah. If that player is one. So yeah, I take it down one to target player discards a card.
Yep.
Let me put a die on him.
Hello, friend. I think it's
I think Rick's the target.
probably
Yeah,
gonna be
Rick,
I'm pretty sure.
Discard a card, please, from your
What?
hands. Yes.
Anyone I want?
Anyone
Yes.
you want. I don't get to choose for you.
All right.
And
I'll
then
get rid
I
of
will
The chameleon.
tick up,
Really?
I guess.
Oh, he has things that are good enough to.
Chandra. And I will look at the top card and probably regret it. Can I play it? I can play it.
If you can play it, does the damage still happen with that Chandra? I thought it didn't.
It goes when it goes up. Nothing happens when it goes up. Only when it goes down.
Oh, okay. There's one Chandra
take
where
another
if
look at
you
it.
play the card,
So whenever one or more life cards are removed, it deals damage, and then you
Okay.
exile and you can play.
Okay.
Yeah, like we just don't want to let that get to
Tybalt, Rakish,
nice,
Instigator.
can't gain life.
Opponents can't gain life.
All right. Well, I'm not afraid of the Well-Wisher now.
What? Wait a minute. I want to change my mind.
You can. you can.
Too late.
Too late. I'm gonna.
Chase Stone.
Not create devils.
Not the
probably.
greatest card,
Just
but
leave it.
I'm gonna create a devil.
Really?
I need a blocker.
yeah, she wants
I
to be
need a
able to
blocker.
make sure people don't kill her planeswalkers.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a devil. So I take it down by 2, so it's down to 3, and I make a devil. Here's my devil.
I love the art for that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like in this case, I feel like the Japanese
All right.
alternative was
So-
not as cool.
No.
Yeah, I liked it. Well, no,
I like
I
this
liked
one.
the Japanese one.
I didn't dislike the Japanese one, but like, for example, the Japanese
All right.
like,
and that's my turn.
All right.
like,
Mm-hmm.
well, they were all pretty good. There were none that I was like, wow, I don't like this, but like. The Tamio one was cool because the scrolls, they made it to where they came out everywhere.
Yeah.
Whereas on, like, the English version of it, the scrolls just kind of
How big
like,
is
hung out.
Marwyn, whatever her name is?
She's a 40-40.
How big is she on her own?
Just by herself?
Yeah.
A 1-1.
All right. All right. Let's do this first, just to make it somewhat worth my while.
What are you doing? You...
I'm gonna bounce it. Oh, it's a 1/1. Let's just sit tight. So I'm gonna steal Marwyn.
Okay.
Marwyn or
I'm not worried about
the perfect?
the perfect.
You want
Yeah, give me the Imperious perfect.
Okay.
Right.
So this all goes away from
And
now.
it's hasty, and I will definitely kill it.
All right. I don't have any green mana. I And you have a devil.
I have a one little devil.
Yep.
And when Chandra takes damage, what happens to her?
Ooh,
So
first-
Hey, Project
It'll-
MTG.
it'll
didn't
deal
know
2 to
this.
you.
I owe you an email. It'll deal 2 to me,
Yeah.
personally.
Yes.
Alright. I'm going to send the 2/2 first striking rigging runner and the 4/3 marauding looter at... oh, crap.
Well, Gabriel's only at 2, Chandra's at 2, Tybalt's is at 3.
I'm going to send them both at Chandra.
Okay.
Fine,
then she
Are
does.
you sending
Yeah.
the perfect
And
my
then
way?
the perfect's coming your way.
And then
Okay.
2,
Sure.
you take 2.
I'm blocking the perfect with the mirror.
And it dies.
Oh no! Whatever will you do with your life?
Whatever.
Only enjoy still the shit ton of elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do.
I think you'll
Yeah.
be okay.
Yeah.
Somehow
I'll see.
you'll come through.
I think I will.
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you done?
Yes, pass turn.
Okay, untap. So don't have any upkeep effects. Oh, actually, I lied. Do I?
No, but you would tap them all and make that thing big and do
Yeah.
damage.
And I didn't need to do that to kill a perfect. So now I'm gonna draw.
How
Well,
many
it's player
cards do you have
planeswalker,
in
not creature.
DM? How many cards in your hand?
4.
How many cards in your hand?
4.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Yeah. Just empty that hand as quickly as you can.
I'm trying.
Uh,
You can only
I'm
do it on my
going
turn.
to tap this.
so Project MTG, Val gave me your info last week and I fell asleep on that,
1,
so
2,
I
3,
will
4,
admit
5,
that
6.
action is on my part. I need to reach out to you so we can get involved.
What is
6.
Project MPJ?
Project MTG, why don't you give a little spiel about what exactly you're doing there?
Yeah.
Samurai Dance Rules. I love that name.
So I'm going
Hey.
to tap 2, and I'll go ahead and play an Is It Signet.
Okay, you've got the signet.
So, and then I am going to. It'd be nice if I got any of my other cards that could handle some of these shenanigans. Do any of your elves have Death Touch?
No.
Okay, good, good. That's a start. Because I feel like my mere battle spear at like elves would be awesome.
Like, roll the battle sphere. It doesn't trample, which is the problem.
That's fine, but I'd kill.
We have a new challenger today.
Well, I guess these elves he doesn't necessarily maybe care about, but like at least I'd kill an elf. That's boosting his land to.
Or,
but he
yeah.
only has 2 cards.
Well, and nobody can gain life, so... I mean, it'll be the druid that goes.
Hi.
Hello.
Do you want to just pull up a chair and sit with us?
Find some fun stuff.
Oh wow.
Good.
She's found things.
Well, these are just things I just pulled out to look at.
At
I'm looking
least they
through a
kill them
giant. I'm half in the screen. I'm looking through a giant box of cards.
I mean, technically I
things
could
from-
play my commander, but if you're just gonna take my commander,
I'm not going to take your commander, don't worry.
Oh, you can take it.
You are not the threat right now. Yes, Blue is over looking through a huge box of magic cards in the chat.
Yes.
And we will have her join the next game. Either Rick or I will sit out. Hey, old man Layfield.
Oh, that's cool. Bringing together 30
Hello.
other MTG content creators. Second annual 31 Days of Christmas giveaway in December.
And that's exactly
Each
what we
day a
want to be
different
part of.
creator will be posting a video,
Oh,
opening
cool.
their gift, and revealing their winner.
Oh, that's cool. Sounds awesome.
It is.
Captain Harris, you know
So-
that it's Talk Like a Pirate Day.
So
Are you
that-
are you a pirate, Captain
Pastor?
Harris?
Is that past turn?
No.
Captain
Attack.
Harris should only
Attack,
speak
attack,
in
attack.
pirate
Yeah, I should have
in the
done.
chat now.
Throwing mirror battle sphere at you.
How much damage does it do?
I played
4/7.
Commander
I
Q
hate that.
Huh?
several
Never
times.
mind. I'll block with the druid.
Sure.
In one of my
One less
weekly magic groups,
And
we
pass turn.
play that like every 4 weeks. And regular cube too.
Like, it's definitely hard playing the slow game.
Yeah.
Like, because I do want to put my commander out, and as much as DM says he's not going to take my commander, but when you have a 6/6 commander,
Wait till it's my commander.
yeah,
That's why I'm afraid of playing my commander.
Yeah.
What is his commander?
What is your spear?
Oh, he's
The
playing a
flip
pirate.
ones. So
Admiral
is the
Beckett.
card that he can take things with target creature? Does he take target creature? Or
No,
Yes.
land permanent.
Card.
And this is a creature.
Yeah, I know. So I have to be able to flip it immediately for him not to be
Yeah.
able to take
I'm
it.
going down 8 life.
You're bumping up your cards. You're like, I can't
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, these are gonna be fun.
Take 8 life. Oh, okay, got
Yeah.
it.
Oh, congratulations on your sponsors.
Oh, you're looking at
I'm
DM's
looking
cards.
at DM's cards.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a problem
So,
at the table, and
old
this time
man,
it's not.
we definitely normally it would be kill
But
DM
Rick Rolls
first,
is the
but elves.
What? I'm not a problem.
So
I'm fine.
when you let elves become elf ball, where it basically they can roll over the entire table, you kind of have to kill them first.
I'm playing Reclamation Sage.
Nice.
When Reclamation Sage enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment.
That's fine, but remember, my friend.
Yeah. And because that's an elf, ping, which is cool.
Only in my house.
In fact, by the way,
Have
thank
hat
you, friend,
boxes.
because
What?
when I bring it back, I'll get 4 more
Yeah, I was
mana.
gonna say you have to have a pirate hat.
Nice.
No.
Thank you kindly, sir. You have helped me.
Sorry.
Ooh, can I get a hat?
A pirate hat? I don't have any other pirate hats.
There you go.
I mean,
Arr, matey.
Arr.
he
there
is
you
playing
go.
the pirate deck. You could,
No, but
we could pull up another chair
here,
for you.
Kyle, you could have put this in your Clippy.
Oh my god.
7.
I am the witch.
Yes, you are.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, this is extra fabulous.
Yeah.
Like,
It doesn't even fit on the entire camera.
That's 10.
yes.
2.
How have I
Those cards, I'll throw them
gone?
back in the box.
What's that?
Those
So
cards.
How
give
have
me
I
s-
gone in streaming and not
Ten.
have a
10.
giant
Yeah, that's 10.
Tap
headpiece?
10. Rick has tapped
10.
10. I want to point out.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, Christ.
17.
Which is going to be the Jorga
Uraga.
Warcaller
Sure.
with a 16 kicker.
Yep.
So that's a +8.
So you're gonna take that there. Death Toucher.
Well, they all.
Aww.
Yeah, but all the other elves get +16, +16,
+8, +8.
+8, +8.
Come Smurf with me.
Oh my god, that was in the box.
It's a Valentine's Day card. It's a, aww.
It's,
There we go. Arr, matey.
come
my
Smurf
God.
with me.
You are fabulous.
I am. Even though I'm wearing a t-shirt today, which I don't normally.
Mr. Rolls has been. Game Trade Media, you have seen Rick at Gen Con, all kinds of conventions.
Yeah.
You
Origins.
weren't you at MAG too?
I was at Mag.
Yeah. Because we saw you there, and I think you stopped by the stream when we were doing
did.
it there. So yeah.
By the way, the
I may
goal-
not remember
Are you gonna
names,
combat?
but I do remember.
I only have
faces.
2 that, or 1 that can combat. And he has trample.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
So that's kind of cool. Let's see.
Arr, matey.
And I will.
Leave the pirate ship alone.
These are all 1/1s.
Yes, but I have a 2/2 Death Toucher.
I don't like that. And what do you have?
1 creature.
One
And 2
creature.
planeswalkers.
And 2 planeswalkers. And can I
You can
directly attack a planeswalker?
Yeah, you can directly attack a
Yeah,
combat against a
they're
planeswalker,
like
yes.
players.
They're like players.
And
I
what do
recommend.
you have?
I have a 4/3 creature and 2 blue mana open.
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't mean anything.
It is.
So
Yes, it does.
I will attack you, Seth.
Okay.
For 10.
Trample.
Trample.
Waste of a Cyclonic Rift, but I'm going to bounce the Iraga back to your hand.
Japers are bad next to me. Ow! Wow.
How big is that now?
What?
How big is the elf now that the things bounce back to your hand? The elf that
Oh,
you're attacking me
right.
with?
It's not.
It doesn't
Two.
change it.
The Uraga goes back to your hand. That is no longer in play. So
Draga, other elf creatures you control get +1/+1 for each.
they don't get the counter.
Yeah.
They don't get
have
counters on them. They get +1/+1 as
I'm
long as
just
that's in
hitting the
play.
head.
Get it when it's in.
So
Oh,
now,
I thought it.
yeah,
okay.
all those 8s are gone.
Well, that's inappropriate.
But it's a waste of a fucking Cyclonic Rift. But what the hell?
So 2 points of damage.
no, I'm killing it.
Why?
Cause you attacked me with this 10/10 creature.
There you go.
That seemed right.
It was the right thing to do, and wasting my Cyclonic Rift was also the right thing to do.
All right, cool. Then we have successfully wasted a Cyclonic Rift.
You have.
Faster.
There couldn't possibly be a way in my deck to get it back. Let's see how big those things are. 2-1.
Huh.
1-2.
Hey, Gil. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Y'all might know Gil Gerard as Buck Rogers.
Oh. Hi, Gil. Thanks for saying
Can
hi.
you scroll up into the chat?
Sure.
That we missed? Because there was a bunch of talk going on right now.
Yeah. So let's see.
Dimmer. No, wait.
Do you want me to go further up?
No. I
Okay.
responded to the queue. You can go down.
Ken, thank you. I have your permission.
We made sure it was extra fabulous.
Oh, man.
Perfect.
Aww. And now that's going to be sticking in my head all
I
night.
got another Planeswalker,
Thank you.
Saheeli.
Jesus. Which one?
Saheeli Rai.
Gotcha. Let's look at your board state real quick there.
Alright.
Wouldn't
You wanna
wanna
walk through all the
spend mana
planeswalkers you got
to
going on over there?
proliferate?
Yeah, but I'm going to tap
What's that?
this, sack an artifact.
Like the thing you just created with Saheeli?
Oh, yeah. She ticked her up.
Can't you just
No,
make...
no,
oh,
it's,
she's
that's
not the
not
one.
that Saheeli. It's not that
Oh.
Saheeli.
Gotcha, let me look. Saheeli Rai.
Yeah. I will sack this artifact
That one. Gotcha.
to, well, let me...
Well, you could tick her down to make a copy and then sack
Yeah.
it to tick her
There's
back
a
up
whole
one.
other bigger
I don't
box
know.
out in the kitchen.
hold
Magic
on.
cards.
Create a token,
same.
copy.
Maybe I'll just.
Lots of
Nah.
lots.
I agree
that-
wholeheartedly.
I would probably rather scry. Alright, let me do this in a different order. Okay.
Go ahead, rejigger your turn if you want to
Yeah,
try to make
I'm
it work a little
sorry.
better.
Just
These are
new deck. Everything's changed, dramatically changed deck. We'll
and these
say
are
that.
friendly games. We
Yeah,
want to
alright.
have people see like
So
what
I'm gonna
kinds of
take that up
craziness
to
happens.
4. Deal 1 damage to each opponent.
Okay. Then we take advantage.
I will keep that on top.
We all take 1 point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then
shit.
I will. I'll go ahead and just do Tybalt down to 1.
And we currently cannot gain life? Is that correct?
Yeah.
What's preventing that from happening?
Tybalt.
I don't like that.
You could, hey, I took it down to 1. You could kill it.
What are those little?
I'm gonna
Oh,
take
these
another,
are just.
Oh, okay, they
I'm
were
gonna make
stuff.
another double.
He had
Did
reminders.
that.
New
Okay.
deck, who dis?
I will tick this down to
Ooh.
1.
What happened to your big one?
Discard a card.
He
I
killed
just
it, and I was like, oh no.
Gotcha.
Discard a card.
What?
I mean, everyone
What?
has stuff currently.
Alright. Next, I'm going to tap that
They're so good, all of them.
to sack
Well,
this
oh,
one
thank Christ!
to.
But if he put
Proliferate.
that in there,
I
what
put that in
other
there.
things? No, but I'm saying,
Oh.
if he put that in his graveyard, what does he have in his hand?
Okay.
Just saying.
So I tapped the Throne of Geth. I sacked an artifact.
Yep.
I'm gonna take up all of
And
my
you proliferate.
Planeswalker. Yeah, proliferate.
I'm so fancy.
So, okay. And
That actually belonged in my hat, but
You're sharing. Sharing is
yeah,
caring.
sharing is caring. Swearing is caring.
Yes, I should have wore my pin tonight. I thought about it. I think just pinning it here.
Do I want to do this now? Sure, why not?
Oh God, what?
Nothing.
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 Say it out loud so the stream knows.
I'm gonna do a contentious plan. I'm gonna proliferate and draw a card.
There you go.
Nice.
So I take everything up again.
Came at the wrong person with that thing.
With what thing?
With that 8/8, I would have let it. I would have let it stay. I would have let it live in the game.
If I would have went after someone else?
Yep. Well, the planeswalkers are going to be a huge problem. We all need to do it, and the problem is we're afraid of you
I
because you haven't committed to that
I haven't
yet.
played a land yet this turn, so I'm gonna play
I
a
just
land.
feel like because we're on the same side of the
Sure.
table, we're like buddies in crime.
Hey, is Banshee watching?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna pass my turn.
All right.
You found a banshee?
Found a Banshee.
A banshee for banshee.
Yeah.
Do you actually have any creatures over there?
2 devils.
Gotcha.
2 1/1s.
I'm gonna. God, I really should do this to Rick.
What?
He should.
But
Are you gonna commit to go? Are you gonna commit to killing some planeswalkers this turn?
I can't. I don't know if I can. I don't know if the cards in my hand are going to allow me to.
You have the Uraga back in your
Oh, I
hand.
do. That's right.
Yeah. Are you gonna commit to killing some planeswalkers this turn?
Elsie's gonna
You-
take your big elf.
I'm either
and-
gonna do it to you or Jay Brary. What I'm about to do.
So, I mean, if I commit to killing some planeswalkers, then that's going to make me a target. by her.
DM is always
I'm
the target.
I'm asking. Do we have an alliance?
Do not never make deals with
Well,
them. man.
first off,
Unless they're
if-
business deals.
if you're wishing
in
to
a legal way.
parlay, there,
I am.
Sorry,
Indeed, I am.
he should be parlaying in the right tone and voice.
You make your decision, and I'll pour us all some rum.
Yes.
That, sir,
Because
is
it's
a
Chump
good
Like
answer.
a Pirate Day.
Wait a second, but it's your turn.
So I'm gonna play one card. You have a decision to make. If you're gonna kill some planeswalkers, there you go.
What?
Play Engrath and blow up Brary's devils.
There was a question. Did you
Here.
from the stream?
I don't
did
want
you-
to look at his
Oh,
hand.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Did you
play your
answer
hand.
I got it. I'll do it. And then I'll pour some rum for
Scroll
Top
up for
Lake
a
Pirate
second,
Day.
old man. What? What do you want me to do? There was a question old man asked for Rick for a second ago.
We'll get back to it.
Scroll up.
What do you want me to look
The
up?
question was.
Something about do you know
Curious does
fellow known as
this-
EDH Ghost out of Dallas Fort Worth.
There you go.
What's the
Do
question?
you know
A
guy?
gentleman named EDH Ghost out of Fort Worth.
I do not, but I would love to meet them.
There you go.
And so when I am in Dallas, Fort Worth,
What were you showing?
come
me?
out
Oh, I just
and
wanted.
see me.
You were gonna.
By the way,
Oh, I thought you were showing
do
me
you do
specific.
Oh no, I'm playing Engrath,
Have I
Minotaur
been to Dallas,
Pirate.
Fort Worth?
well, do you like
Okay.
them?
I am gonna. I'll pull it up,
Go
and
to
then I
the
will tick it up
church.
for 2 to do 1
Where's
damage
that?
to each creature
Dallas.
Jayberry
In
controls.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Sunday
assuming
night,
I'm
so
gonna eat that damage, but that's
Depending on
fine.
how things shake out.
What do you mean?
The devils die and they do a point of damage or something.
Yeah. So you take 2.
But you might want to maybe do 2 points of damage to an elf,
What?
or start taking out elves with those,
Hey, do you want me not to kill one of your elves if you go after him?
What?
or take out a Death Toucher.
Hey, my Death Touchers have not touched yours.
This table talk is really confusing me.
I know.
All right, so Engrath is
just
in.
deals inside deals.
Indeed.
All right, 2 to you, DM.
To my face.
Yep,
All right,
to your face.
and I'm at 30.
If you're gonna
I am not
start
attacking this
my
turn,
stuff,
and I'm gonna pass turn.
You're not attacking this?
Oh, well, there's enough shit over there. I don't know if he lied to me, so I want to have some blockers.
hey,
Hey,
Hi.
hey, girl.
Oh.
I'm gonna go pour some rum for everyone for Talk Like a Pirate.
Okay, untap, upkeep, and then draw. Okay.
Banshee, did you see the Banshee card I found?
Fuck. What are the ultimates on your planeswalkers?
All right, so we have Tybalt. Tybalt only does one thing on his planeswalker ability. It's -2
Great
to make a
devils,
devil.
Yeah.
All right.
So
All right, so
This
Davriel
card-
does only one thing. So, and then, so Saheeli is the one that the ultimate is -7. Search your library for up to 3 artifact cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield, then shuffle my library. But this is not an artifact deck. I just want to point that out. It's a planeswalker deck. So, the ultimate is not really super crazy. I'm not putting out Mere Battlesphere for free. Just saying.
hey, I didn't put that out to free. That cost 5 good mana that I had and 1 tapped creature.
And then the -2 is just I can create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature I control.
yeah.
Okay?
Okay. So. Let me count things. Okay, so this would be that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And
I disenchant.
10. Great. 1, 2,
Armies.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
God.
8, 9, 10. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Step back towards the door for a second.
Jaybury,
Can you
No.
grab my phone right there?
I'm going to come at you for
Me?
You have no
or
blockers,
planeswalkers?
right?
Yeah, I have no blockers.
you
Okay.
for 2 Death Toucher.
Alright, I'll take 2.
And then I get to choose target artifact, my Mirror Battle Spear. I'm gonna cast it.
Cool.
I'm going to tap. Whoa!
I know. I
God,
carried everything
so
in safely,
many-
and then I kicked the table sitting down.
Yeah.
No, I'm not eliminated. I'm bringing rum for Talk Like a Pirate Day.
I don't have anything. It's gonna do that right now. This one. Maybe that one.
5, 6.
I just don't know what
There can't
Seven.
be because the Planeswalker
Yeah,
deck
never played
does
it.
not have white in
So
it.
I'm sure there's
Mirror
something
Battle
good.
Spear
That's
is
right.
back,
Then.
and
Yeah.
give me another 4
We
6-sider.
should do this. No.
So
Well, I'm gonna definitely do that.
okay, I'm.
Yeah, take
I
that.
mean, I guess
I
I'm
need
gonna
them.
have.
I did
Yeah.
last
Some
turn
point.
too.
Um,
Crazy.
and then
No, he's not.
I still have mana
He
left.
just went to get us
but
rum. For Taco
Just.
Pirate Day.
Just.
Man,
Oh,
that
the
rum is
politicking.
potent.
How's your tooth? Your tooth?
Okay,
In-
done.
Of course, in
Pastor.
skull glasses.
Nice.
Pass turn.
Oh, it's my turn.
And don't
well, no, take your
spill
time,
it
drink
over
your-
my stuff.
No, we gotta drink it all together.
I cannot chug rum,
No,
and
no,
I'm
it's,
not.
this
No.
is sipping rum.
This is sipping.
I'm sipping slowly.
we all
sipping
have to
rum.
take our first sip together.
Alright, fine.
Don't spill over my card.
Avasti!
Happy Talk Like a Pirate Day. Happy Coven Day.
Oh, that's good.
Cheers to all of you while we drink this rum.
I'm drinking my hair, unfortunately. And by the way,
Wow,
It is.
sweet.
Captain Morgan's private
Very
stock.
sweet.
Good.
Very sweet.
It is. It's also 90 proof.
Oh,
Very sweet.
Oh, 80 proof. I thought it was a higher proof.
80.
It is
booze,
good stuff.
booze, fireman cried as all came banging in the door. Don't let them in till it's all mopped up.
And-
Somebody shouted McIntyre.
And I'm just gonna sit here like this because every time you turn around, I get hit in the face with that feather.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hitting your husband.
In the face with a feather. That's
Shenanigans.
some sort of euphemism. Sorry, I'm hitting your husband in the face with a feather.
No, I'm a bird lady. She understands.
Tease.
Oh,
Like, it's not even awkward. It's a wing feather.
How are your birds? Dragon
Crazy.
Jim wants to know.
Oh.
They all went to the vet recently.
Oh my goodness. So, having 8 parrots is always exciting.
on Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Oh, you should have brought one. And put it on your
Oh
shoulder.
goodness.
really
That
travel
probably
well, I
wouldn't work
suspect.
well with Hester,
Yeah.
a cat.
That would be fun.
But we basically had 2 half days of appointments because you bring 4 birds
Just
together.
stick it out the front.
So you can whack me in the face.
Feather fight!
Anyways, they're
It's
cute.
not that kind of stream.
They're cute and crazy. Oh, come on, though. Really?
Really?
You can't attack
Oh,
me? Are
really?
you wimpy?
Stop that. Who's up?
It's me. I'm still over
There we
here
go.
There's a lot of things that could happen over
doing
there.
some stuff, making some things happen.
The burbs are cute.
So you tapped a lot of mana.
I
And
did.
crazy.
What was it for?
To do the same thing you did last
So
turn.
I
Uraga.
I played Soaring, tapped
Okay.
it, played to play these two guys.
Okay.
That takes
Priest
her
of
up.
Titania.
And it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm now contemplating.
Oh, Priest of Titania's out.
Yep.
But she's summoning 6, so...
No
can't-
tapping her right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that one.
Yeah, you know
cat.
what?
Yeah.
Your captivating crew is probably not touching my stuff right now.
I summoned
Like,
sick.
because you want to kill
But-
some of those things.
I'm just gonna
I
note that you all want me to live. You want me to live a lot. Because
Don't listen to him.
read Angrath's ult.
Yeah.
You want me to live for a little while.
Wow. He plays Shiraga, and then
You
it's
should-
like,
you
you
should
dead.
look at the ultimate of that card.
So if Angrath goes ultimate,
Destroy all creatures target opponent controls, and then
Who
it
has that
deals
out?
damage to you equal
He
to
does.
their total
You have
power.
Engrath out?
that's what I
Yes.
did last turn to clear the way for you.
Oh.
So Dragon
but he
Head,
needs-
how big
he's
are
at
your
7
roots
right now.
Yeah.
So he needs 2 more turns.
19.
7 to 9, 9 to 11, 3 more turns.
19.
Yeah, kicked at 19. So 1 plus 18, so it's 9.
You need 2 to kick it each time, right?
Yeah.
So it's 9 extra.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Here.
Oh, you have a cockatiel? Nice.
You'll
Um,
need 9.
yeah.
He was acting on it earlier. I don't know if he knows the prime rule, but
Do you?
Well,
We'll see what
Dragon Gem,
happens.
I'll
I've
use
got
these at 10 cents, thank you.
2 cockatiels and 6 conures.
next turn he
So-
might just be able to win no matter what, unless we can do something about it. So it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, unless someone.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, hi, Hester.
Hi, Hester.
Hello.
Oh, Cave Girl.
Friends.
Look at the art I brought over there.
Thanks, old man Layfield. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
It's so
So,
Hello.
I mean, I am going to kill one of your planeswalkers.
Kill a couple of
the thing
planeswalkers.
I can only
you
kill one.
need to
Like a big
kill that
golem
planeswalker because that
yeah.
planeswalker will kill all of your stuff and deal damage to you equal to the power of
Right.
your creatures.
Good girl, dear.
Yeah, that's the ultimate
That's-
of Angrath.
job.
But
You
I've got
need to
3
go-
turns before I could do that.
Yeah,
You need to wipe out some of those planeswalkers.
But I
Well,
only have one that can attack. I only have
There you go.
this one.
yeah,
This one and
It's not a trampler.
yeah. No, that's
No.
fair.
Yay.
and
Coming at me with
yeah. I'm just wondering which is the one that would be the
what is
Well,
Sahili's
you
ult?
minus
for
7. I just searched my library for 3 artifact cards with different names. Put them on the battlefield and shuffle your
I
library.
go Chandra.
I mean, I would-
Chandra's dead.
Chandra's already dead, so I would say Sahili doesn't do a lot in terms of the ultimate for me in this deck because it's not an artifact deck. It's not stupid
What are the
crazy
middle?
artifacts.
Oh, but you're making little tokens with her.
No, I scry, deal 1 damage to each opponent,
I don't like
or
the
minus
scry.
2, create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature I control, except it's an artifact in addition to its
I
own
mean-
types.
I gotcha.
It
So,
gains haste,
guys-
then it gets exiled.
Let's be real.
Jordan-
For you,
Jordan is
if
also
you have a
against you,
card where
Well,
you
it's
gain
okay.
life,
Jordan sucks.
Tybalt is the worst for you.
We've
Tybalt
gotten
is-
everyone.
yeah, that's the one.
He's prevented.
That's
Go
what
along
that's
with
what I'm
roll,
holding
kill-
on to.
Kill
So-
DM
So
first.
I will.
I'm
attack
okay.
Tybalt
I'm wearing a pirate hat. I'm okay being the
Tybalt
villain.
dies.
for
You've
11.
got people
Till it
who
dies.
are
Okay.
always team blue, and then everyone else is also kill DM.
Okay.
Like,
And
Well, you
we've
know-
drawn lines. We've
That's best
gotten our viewers to draw lines.
God, our viewers hate me.
It's okay. No one even roots for me at all.
say hi
At
to
least you get to be
Matt
the villain.
Stagmer.
How do you root for chaos?
Hi, Matt.
How does one say, I don't know, just inject some shit into the game. I want that to happen.
Team Rakdos. That's how you do it. Although, am I truly Team Rakdos?
No, you're more like Joker fucking chaos, not devil.
probably.
Yeah. Like just chaos for chaos's sake.
Stagmer was watching.
Oh,
Hey,
cool.
Dragon Gym roots for chaos.
Yay.
Yay!
See?
Chaos.
Go NPC.
And
My ankle started itching today.
Oh.
But I,
Hey, you
try
should show off
not
the
to do
tats
that.
later.
I have not
Oh,
touched it.
but
You should
that's
show
you.
off
you just
later.
slap it.
Maybe.
You just slap it
Yeah.
when it itches. You
Apparently
don't scratch
Jordan
it,
likes
you slap
chaos
it.
too.
Woohoo! Jordan, chaos. Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see how long I get to keep it. I'll play my commander.
Cave Girl, would you like to join us in Rum?
No, thank you.
Smart. You're very smart.
2.
Have meetings.
I made
So I
it on
took-
Sunday walking
So I took
around.
Davriel down to 2. Discard a
I made
card.
it walking around. Just fine.
Rick, you're discarding.
Discard a card.
Huh?
Davriel.
Beastmaster's Ascension.
Oh, jeez.
Whew. He
I'm
wants
gonna,
that life gain, apparently.
I'm gonna
Because he's hanging on to that
scry.
life gaining
Let me
card.
see.
What is it? Is it the Well-Wisher?
Yeah, I'll scry.
It's the life gain thing. I don't know what it is, but I know it's
Aw.
life gain.
Okay.
because-
I'll keep that.
Near perfect chaos.
I'll keep that
Aw,
on top.
Thank you. Oh, wow. I like
Is there an
that.
elf in here that gives life?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Well-Wisher.
Oh, okay.
What's your life at?
You doing all right there, girly?
Tap.
I have some of my Chinese that I didn't need if you want.
I don't.
I got you.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll tap and sack my Talisman of Indulgence. Tap the Throne of Geth to sacrifice my Talisman of Indulgence. I'm gonna proliferate, so this goes back up to 3. This goes up to 8.
I like NPC meaning near perfect chaos. I'm down.
I'm going to play a Terramorphic Expanse to before the end of my turn. I'm going to crack it
Yeah,
and
later.
pass my turn.
Does that Terramorphic give you enough to flip boss?
Yes.
Now, if he hits Well Wisher, we're not going to be here for a while. Because if no one can stop the elf stuff with, like, Uraga out, we're dead.
Yeah.
So the good news is, we'll move on to another game, and...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You
probably gonna
know.
die.
In keeping with the theme of the pirate deck and Odysseus and traveling around, I put a Curse of the Swine in here. So I shall exile 5 creatures, and each player who has an exiled creature gets a boar. So, have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token.
Sweet.
Do you have board tokens?
I do.
I need a board
Have
token.
board tokens. Of course he
Has-
does.
Have a boar.
So these are exiled.
Have 3 boars.
Thanks.
Oh,
You're like
I only
the
put 4 in the
Oprah
deck.
of
I don't get a
boars.
board?
Here, have a treasure token as a boar.
I have my own treasure
Fine,
token.
we
Keep your
can
damn treasure
trade.
token.
If you really want a
No.
cute little board.
No.
Look, he's wearing armor.
Is it a 1/1? A 2/2?
2-2.
Let me see
2-2
it.
boar.
Here.
Apparently,
This spirit is a boar.
There you go.
It says 2/2, but it's a boar.
He's wearing armor.
It's
Look,
a floaty boar.
It is. It has greaves and everything.
so, you know, the whole theme of the deck is pirates and nautical stuff.
Hey, Adacat.
Thank you.
Thank you for following.
yes.
And so I have exiled 5 creatures and put 5 boar tokens in play.
Thank you, Adacat.
And you get a boar, and you get a boar. Everybody gets a boar.
You're a boar.
So what are you doing now?
Nothing.
And
Pass turn.
then I'm gonna.
Pass turn.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm gonna pump this up to 9. Alright.
What is its ultimate?
I need 2 more turns. I gotta get it to 11 and then go ever. Pump this up to 9 and do 1 point of damage to each creature you control. Are those elves 1/1s again?
This is a 2/1.
This one is.
And what's the other one?
A 1/2.
And this one is an 8/8.
No, it's not. That
It
one
is.
is a 3/3.
No.
No, it's
This-
been ticking up as elf.
this one is-
Oh, it takes.
Yeah.
It gets a counter. It isn't
Yes.
plus.
Yeah.
Oh, I should
Right.
exile that.
Yeah,
fuck
it gets
me.
a counter.
So you want to just kill this one?
So no, but
No, I
yeah,
should
yeah.
have killed. I should exile that. I thought it only ticked up 2 creatures, but that's my fault.
Yeah.
All right, 1 damage each creature you control.
Okay, so this one will die.
Yep.
Cool.
And 1 damage to you personally.
What?
Right, that's
Yes.
what it does. It should have
Poke him
done
in
1
the
damage to you
eye.
personally, Jay-Bray, last
Me
turn. Yeah, I forgot to tell you 1 damage personally when I killed the demons. And I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay.
And that was Neheb or no?
No.
That's Angrath.
Angrath.
Untap. Okay.
How high is Angrath now?
9, but he needs to be 11. So 11 next turn, and then the turn after I might be able to. Assuming
Tybalt's not still out, correct?
Tybalt is still out.
Tybalt is gone.
Oh.
Tybalt is gone.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I only have Davriel and Sahili in play.
Okay.
Huh. Do I want to go that route? One, I'm gonna play this and
I think
just
you should go
gain
that
the
route.
life.
Whatever the fuck that route is.
I mean, it'll be interesting. I've never gotten to play this card before.
Well, I'm sitting here like, shit, I just gave you 6 power worth of boars.
Yes. The boars are gonna retaliate.
I should have gotten rid of whatever her name was. I thought she ticked up, like, the Jiraga ticks other elves up and whatever.
Yeah, Marwyn.
I thought she's actually even better than I thought.
Marwyn, yeah.
Yeah. Get rid of her again.
I need one of these and one of those.
One of these and one of those.
I am.
WYN.
Oh, MARWYN.
Someone kill
tapping
Everyone else.
3,
will.
and I'm
Don't
going
worry.
to play
gonna happen.
Mirrodin Besiege, and I'm going to pick Phyrexian. I'm intrigued. I like the card draw
I
aspect.
have no idea what it does. So let's see. When it enters, you pick Phyrexian or Mirren.
I'm picking
Phyrexian.
Phyrexian.
So at the beginning of your end step, draw and discard. Then if there are 15 or more artifacts in your graveyard, target opponent loses.
What?
So I'm picking that one,
Sure.
and I'm going to draw. And then, yeah,
What do you got in your
I wanna
graveyard?
Discard nothing currently.
Right.
Um,
What did I? Oh, I exiled the Batter Sphere. Thank Christ.
do I want to do?
Yes, are you sure? I still have 2 green open.
But those
Oh.
green counter spells.
Yes.
The
Whatever
artist.
shall you do?
Brian Sells. Bran? I don't know. I really like that though.
You know, I'm not gonna do that as much as I want to. I'm discarding that planes, and I'm done.
All right.
Past it.
Exactly.
So we're gonna do the Sylvan thing
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Draw 2 additional.
Okay.
What are life totals around the table? 30?
41.
22.
32.
Nobody's running away or too low. Yeah, I'm sure they cleared that sample.
You sure they did?
I'm certain that this industrial band cleared the sample of the movie they used in there.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Good.
What movie is it? I can't
It's,
hear it well enough.
It's Exorcist.
Ah.
All right. So,
The Exorcist has a local connection.
The
Well, DC
stairs.
connection.
Oh, Solid Plasma just shouted us out on his stream.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay,
thank you.
Solid plasma. Would anyone else like some more rum?
2 green and 2
Nah,
colorless, holding on to 1 colorless
Okay.
to play Jagged Scar Archers.
What
Did
Yup.
did
you
they
take
do?
what? Did you keep anything?
I did not.
you
I put
take
the other
you
2
put it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jagged Scar Archers' power and toughness are equal to the number of elves you control,
Yup.
3.
So 3.
3. And then if you tap him, Jagged Scar Archers deals damage equal to its power to target creature with flying.
Yep.
Okay.
That's kind of neat. And
Yeah.
she
He
goes up.
blows up creatures with flying.
And now,
You have 1 floating colorless.
I can't even imagine. And Marin
What
taps,
is-
right?
Huh?
She taps for mana equal to her power.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, equal
Yes.
to her power.
But he only has 1 card left.
I
Yeah,
only
but
have 1
who
card.
knows?
What is the biggest, baddest card in this deck? Because I do not know the deck.
If are you Genesis thinging or Primordial or something?
Chord of Calling.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think there's anything in there bigger than 7 mana. I mean, you can pay the extra mana.
Is there anything that goes big? X makes it bigger and
The
stronger.
problem is
You can't.
the Court of
it
Calling isn't
doesn't-
going to put it in with kicker stuff. It's just
Yeah.
going to put it in.
You have to.
Yeah.
All right, then what's that one that gives the life that you've all been thinking of having?
Wellwisher. It's
One-
not
yeah.
that much mana
And-
though.
It's only cost 2 mana to play Wellwisher.
And I'll give you a different suggestion if by some weird chance I didn't put it in there.
Do you wanna? You gonna
Okay.
play it?
So then I
Just pay like 5 now and
3 and 1,
Alright, yeah.
whatever that is.
And if you need more, you can
That would
tap
be
it.
can have her.
6.
6.
Oh, you want me to look real quick for you?
Yeah, because I do not know even what that card looks like.
And it's not going to have haste, so if you want to enter your attack step.
Kill.
And it's only for a
So are you
creature, right?
playing that card or?
Yes, I'm playing
Okay.
the Chord of Calling.
You have a
Okay.
Well-Wisher. That's it, right?
Yeah, and then shuffle the library. Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing else he'd want to get for 6
There's probably something else.
because he
Are you
paid
gonna
6.
play your commander?
6.
I mean-
I'm gonna play my commander.
Oh.
Oh
okay.
yeah, there you go. and that's
Then-
just that
I may
Yeah.
have
blows
to
up artifacts and enchantments on a stick.
just tap
Yeah.
her
Well. Oh.
because
Okay.
I don't have enough total.
I mean,
Yeah, so
you
you-
might want
I could have just tapped
you might
that.
want to consider that.
Maybe instead.
So instead of the Well,
I'm gonna give you like two or three choices. You might want to consider that.
Sorry guys, what is that?
It's okay. Oh, I'm
Because
sorry,
I
It's,
can't
that-
see on
it's a
the screen.
Thunderfoot Baloth.
The Thunderfoot Baloth. There's also Terastodon, which would allow you to kill 3 planeswalkers.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep.
That might be worth it.
There's also a
Worth
Grave
it?
Sifter that gets every elf back from your graveyard to your hand when it comes in.
Killing 3 planeswalkers.
Yeah,
The
that
one-
sounds really good.
Do you want the Terastodon?
And so, how much mana am I looking at for that one?
10.
Oh, 10.
9. Well,
And plus this, and then that is
Yeah.
enough to put that into play.
Yeah. You have 3.
is the Well-Wisher back in here?
Yes.
There you
And wait. Well-Wisher?
Yeah, I give it
back. Give it back.
All right,
Yeah.
so you Court of Calling the goddamn Terastodon. 9/9 elf.
So
9/9.
read it.
When Terastodon enters the battlefield, you may destroy up to 3 target non-creature permanents for each permanent put into a graveyard this way. Its controller puts a 3/3 green elephant creature token onto the battlefield.
Right, so I'm
So-
assuming you're going up through Planeswalkers.
I am. Yeah.
Poof.
So yours, mine, and
And I'll
two of
give you
mine.
each a... Yeah,
There should be a stack of elephants over there.
There are. Whoop.
Well, at least we get a
They
bunch
get,
of
they get
elephants.
Olifants?
Oliphants.
There's 2 for you.
Okay.
And 1 for
Elephants
you.
can't kill pirates.
But Olifants can.
Yes, they can.
Since you played your commander, you can tick her up or down.
Whoop, wrong card. That card.
I want to tick her up.
And that does
I have that
everything.
card in a deck.
Don't you have it in
Well,
I think
3
it's an
to
extra.
4.
Sahili? No, Sahili.
I can.
Astrid.
I have
Oh,
to
an
tick her
Astrid?
up twice,
I
right?
think so.
What?
I have to tick her up twice to get the 1/1 green.
Or
Is that
Smoot.
right?
Yeah,
No.
so you
So
can-
she goes up
Yeah,
to.
since
She goes up by 2.
Oh, okay.
To
Make her a
5,
5,
and
or
you
you
get an
can -2 her right away to destroy target artifact or enchantment if there's anything.
So NPC needs to see that card die very quickly because it just starts to obliterate her deck every turn.
Yeah. So
Although,
you
oh
get the elf
no,
druid
my
what?
mirrors and
Yeah.
That makes a mana.
Yeah.
this I
Well,
don't
this
need.
is the big.
They
Well,
could
that
do
is
that,
now
but
18.
I don't have that much in my graveyard.
Right.
So like, this is
Yep.
not a threat card.
It's the enchantment. Like if I manage to somehow
are you
go get
gonna combat?
None of my creatures are
the Riku.
combat.
You have boards.
Except for boars.
Yeah, like
What's wrong with boars?
I mean, I could get rid of them, just to get rid of them.
They're great blockers.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's what I want to use them for. So, pass turn. That was fun. Thank you. Great educational purposes right there.
There you
Learn-
go.
Learn more about the deck and fear me. Oh wait, I have no cards in my hand. No.
I have 2, so we're getting to that point in the game where you have 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Although I get at end step.
Temple of Epiphany,
It all-
I'll scry. Put it on the bottom.
What are those? Pumpkin seeds?
Yep.
In shell? Are they in shell?
Yeah.
I just use them in shell.
They scratch my throat.
Oh no.
All right, let's look around the table, shall we?
So 2, 3.
I've been relatively
4,
calm. There's not been a lot of chaos.
6.
Yep.
That's all I can do.
He's back, and
Yeah.
you still have enough mana to pop him, right?
Next turn, yes.
Yep.
Commander.
All right.
What's your commander do?
Nicobolus, the flip one. Oh wait, oh shit. Ah fuck, I forgot the trigger when I brought it in last time. Didn't read the fucking card. Everyone was supposed to discard a card the first time it came in, but it's too late to do that now. But everyone has to discard a card now.
All right. Discard a card. Sailor Means.
So before your draw step, you would have had to discard a card.
Gotcha.
Gotta read the fucking card.
We're not great at that all the time.
No. And I've played this before, I should know better.
Fine.
All right. I'm gonna put a dead man's chest.
Nicobolus.
What does it do? Can you pull it up?
Yes. I'm gonna put a dead man's chest on Marin.
What?
What does it do?
I'll show you.
When an enchanted creature dies, exile cards equal to its power from the top of its owner's library. You may cast non-land cards from among them for as long as they remain exiled, and you may spend mana. So you can spend it.
I can spend mana of any color
To
to
cast
play.
my exile
Right.
cards.
How big is she right now?
10-10.
All right. I'm gonna take
11,
her with the
11.
captivating crew, and I'm gonna swing at NPC with her.
Okay.
But you're swinging at me.
Death touch.
But I want him because I want that back.
So don't block.
Just take the damage. And then
Just
it comes
take the
back to me.
damage, and it comes right back to him.
I don't want the damage though.
Or just block with a mirror or something. Well, actually, hold on for a second.
Oh, geez.
it's.
I'll get that in a second.
Hold on for a second. Where the hell's the rest of my hand? That was my hand.
Yeah.
So I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I wasn't. Oh wait, no, there's the rest of my hand. Okay. Yeah. You can replay. It's not your commander, is it?
No.
Right, Morphon's the commander. Look, here's your opportunity to get rid of it.
Just get rid of all your Meriden thingies. Your little, like, those things. Just one of those, whatever.
All right, they both die.
Wait.
All right, exile the. How big was the power? 10, right?
10.
11.
11. Exile the top
Because
11
it
cards of
had
your
10
library.
counters on it, and it was a 1/1.
The top cards?
Top 11 cards.
They get exiled.
And I'll just show them to everybody.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dead men tell 11 tales.
Wait a second, but I can give you 11 cards.
Yep. And I'll even put them up here so everybody can see. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
What'd you get?
All right, a grave
Then
sifter.
we can't see them where you're putting them.
Let me do this.
You gotta put them on top of Kelly's face.
I'm gonna do this.
Sorry, on top of Cave Girl's face.
All right, grave sifter. When I play it, each player chooses a creature type. Everything from the player's graveyard comes back to their hand. So if I play this and choose pirates, I get pirate. But everybody else, you can choose elves, you can choose dragons. Right. Orn Reef the Vastwood, Tear, Tajura Preserver. Spells and abilities don't allow me to sacrifice creatures. Drove of Elves, Hexproof, power and toughness equal number of green permanents. Overrun, doesn't matter. Heritage Druid, tap 3 elves.
Please choose one. Finish your.
Oh, I might play a Weirwood Channeler.
Got anything for sale?
So I can tap this, and it gives target creature power and toughness plus X equal number of elves in play, not that I control.
Yeah.
Immaculate Magistrate, and 3 lands. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff up there. And I'm gonna pass my turn. Oh, actually no, I'm gonna pay 1 for a Thieving Saboteur.
How are you paying 1?
I had 1 blue mana left.
What is
But it's
thieving?
2.
Oh, I can't play it, sorry.
Yeah.
My fault.
Yeah, thank you for keeping him accountable.
No, I literally did not see the 1 on it.
Because I can't see
And I was even
what
just
he's
about to
got
bring it
over
up,
there.
so we would have caught it in a minute.
Okay, untap. Keep. Draw.
I spelled thieving wrong.
No, I think you got it right
Let me look at it.
the first time around.
Daring Saboteur.
You should probably know what the name of the card is.
Yeah.
Probably. That's pretty. Look at that.
Alright.
So whenever
Nice.
it deals combat damage to player, I may loot.
Nice.
So we got elephants and boars and pirates. It's a right Mediterranean adventure.
And Nicol Bolas.
Fucking Nicol Bolas.
Does anyone have
Pirates
card...
and Mirrors and Nicol Bolas.
Does
So
anyone
am I.
have card disdraw? Or discard?
Card to discard?
Well, every time Nicol Bolas comes into play, we discard a card. It's just the nature of our commander.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What are you asking?
just trying to figure out if I should go for broke.
Ooh.
I have a very secret card in my hand
Yes.
that couldn't possibly be a blue card named Daring Saboteur.
That you just tried to cast.
that I just tried to cast and didn't have enough mana for it. Matches your
You
hair.
have 2 mana.
I had 1 blue left and I didn't realize that it was 2 because I'm an idiot.
More elephants.
Or in
I haven't bought
Blue's
himself
words,
with
oily,
Oh no.
Oliphants.
Oh no.
7, 8.
There's a lot in the comments that I've missed. Elephants. Can't kill pirates. What? In my Riku deck. Terrastodon is an all-star.
God has not violenced us with her Riku deck in a long time.
Oh yeah, that's the one with the 2 faces. I think.
What is it? What do you call it? Everything you can do, I can do 5 times.
Probably. Knowing Socks and how Socks plays, yes.
Hey, Philip.
Infinite
Hey, John.
times.
Hey, Philip and John.
turns.
Hello, people.
Okay, fine. I'm just gonna do this because it's fun.
Play your
Okay.
commander.
3 to 7 times. 3 to 7 times. Or weird science.
Everything
Okay.
you can do, I can do 3 to 7 times.
So
It doesn't really roll off
That's
the
oddly
tongue.
specific.
That's 3, 4, 5,
But it's
6,
really true.
7.
Yes.
7.
All right,
Later.
Morphon's in. Let me bring Morphon up just so folks know.
Okay. And then, for my next trick,
Ooh. There'll be more up that sleeve of yours, are.
Arr!
Is there going to be a bunny coming out of a hat?
No.
Bunny's on a flight here for one day and then flying back
I mean,
to
an
Shiz's meeting.
actual bunny. You're wearing a hat. They're going to be a bunny
Okay,
in
then
there.
I'm tapping my renowned weaponsmith
Yes.
and 1 mana
Yes.
to play a Fist of Suns.
What is that?
Oh, God.
What does that do?
I'll bring it up in a second as soon as I'm done pouring my grog.
Nice.
And while we're at it,
And
when my
drinking it in
commander came in,
despair.
I'm just saying artifacts.
Wait, I don't think you...
You pick.
Artifacts is not a creature type.
Creature type.
Artifact creature? Construct?
Constructs is a creature type.
Construct is a
No,
creature type.
it says artifact creature. How's that not a creature?
It's a mirror.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's the thing after artifact creature.
They, back in the day,
Like
they
creature
fell down
elephant,
on that. They
creature
didn't actually
elf,
do that, and that's why
creature-
people don't think... Yeah.
Oh, well, that's less fun. You know what? Fine. I'm going to pick construct then. Just so I can keep doing this.
All right, oh,
because
we're
it's
Gollum?
funny. No, construct.
I don't know what's in your hand.
So, with having my commander out, it's saying that, like, each costs 1 less for the colors, but then Fist of Sun essentially.
Holy crap!
Yeah, so I shared it as a...
Goth, give me a ruling on that. Morphons, no, because that's an alternate cost.
No, I paid this.
Right, you've got both of them in
Watch
play.
party.
Spells
Yeah.
of the chosen type cost you 1 less,
Yeah.
so you may pay
then I-
blah blah. Right,
It,
All her
but
creatures are
you're
free.
you're replacing.
But it should...
no.
I don't know.
I feel
yep.
like they
okay,
should
all
work
your creatures
together.
are free. Yep, they are all free.
Well, all of my construct creatures are free.
all constructs are free.
And bam.
Well, wait, hold on.
Excuse me.
Choose a creature type. Yep. All right. All your scuttling doom engine. Doom.
Paid. And it's
that?
a 7/7.
So how did that happen?
All right. So let's look at Morphon.
Yeah, I need to see
Morphon
the order.
says spells of the chosen type you cast cost 1 of each color less.
Oh.
And then how that interacts apparently with Fist of the Sun, Fist of Suns, is you may pay that. So each spell costs that, and if it's constructs, it's 1 less of each of those,
Sucks.
so
It's a
functionally
long
free.
story.
Wow,
Like, this
okay.
deck will play different ways. But I was tired of having it in my hand, and we're at that point in the evening
Yeah,
where
like
I'm
this,
just like,
this game will
let's
be
go.
over in like 2 turns at most.
Yeah.
Aw.
So,
All right.
and it's there. And I'm done.
All right.
Not gonna attack.
Nope, not yet.
Goth, did you just tell somebody they're wrong on the internet?
I may be wrong.
That will actually get everyone in the game to just throw shit at you. Doing that in
Yeah.
5 colors with slivers.
Oh god. Oh god.
I freely admit I'm often wrong.
Pardon me.
Yeah. We need NPC. You need to sit by DM every game so you hold them accountable. Be like, you can't play that 2 mana cost creature with 1 mana.
I think we would have figured it out when I pulled it up.
I wouldn't have because I can't see your
Hey, Captain
board.
Harris.
I can't see your board that well.
Captain Harris, from one captain to another on Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Well, Wisher?
You're not
Yay.
talking
Bump
like a
it.
pirate very well, though.
Yeah,
Did it just
I wouldn't be a pirate. I would be
Yeah, just-
literally
no.
like the evil guy that
Do
gives
this
the
every
pirates
turn.
money to go raid shit.
Once.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm pumping
Why
it.
would you be a
You get-
pirate?
So I
That's
get 1
fun.
It sounds dangerous. You
you
go,
play
you
that
go be a
last
pirate
No, I
and bring
just
me the
played it.
money.
Just now.
Bring me the bouteille.
Right, you took it back. I forgot.
And then
So we're considering, so we know we're up against Critical Role, so we're considering, we're having discussions, I don't think it's anywhere past discussions, of moving the stream
Other
day.
than we brought it up.
Yeah.
That's it.
But we know we're up against Critical Role, and that's a huge fucking problem.
Yeah.
So I've literally had 30, 40 people tell me over the last month or 2 that they'd watch us every Thursday if it weren't for Critical Role. Who's up?
so I have questions.
Sure, I have answers.
So
Who's
I have
Critical Role?
that's good. That's
No one you need to worry
So
about.
No one
let's-
you need to
let's
worry.
ask this
Yeah,
question
let's
first.
hear the
All right, so I
question.
played my characters. I bumped this up. I can't
What did-
swipe it off yet.
No.
What did you bump it up to do? You put
So
in.
made another
made a
druid.
mana door.
Druid, good.
Yep.
Yeah. Does anybody have any flyers?
I do.
No.
I don't think I do now.
Nope.
I do.
How much life does it have?
4.
The number of elves I control. 1, 2,
Oh,
5.
Damn it.
Oh, pick off Bolas.
No.
Yes.
Ping.
The ignominy of Bolas being killed by what?
An elf.
What's the name of the card?
Jagged Scar Archers. Jagged dash Scar.
Damn it.
Sorry. But I want to use them.
Oh, the ignominy of Bolas being killed by that elf.
Pew.
wait.
No, it just does it directly. I can't do anything about
Oh.
it.
Yeah, it just shoots that much damage.
To
Right.
flyer. Target flying creature.
Who's that? It's a one person artist. Parente? I like that.
Meh. Oh, goodness.
What do you have on your field?
I have 4 creatures.
What's the strongest?
3/3, 4/3, 2/2 first strike, and 4/3. So 2 4/3s, a 2/2 first strike, and a 3/3.
Nice. And what do you have?
6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 1, 1 mirrors,
Nice.
2, 2 bore. Oh, crap, I did this wrong. I should have drew a card, discard. There we go. Done.
Alright, so I'm gonna push the testosterone at you.
How big is it?
9/9.
And she's going to block it with a 1/1 mirror.
No.
Or a 2/2 bore.
I'm going to. How much mana do I have? 1, 2,
You're gonna kill it.
3,
You're
4,
only
5,
Attacking with one
6,
thing.
7, 8, 9. Okay, so I could cast my commander. How big is it?
It's a 9/9.
Great.
What?
So I'm gonna put my commander and 2 of the mirrors
Okay.
and kill it.
And I'm going to tap this to bump it up another 1,
Yep.
3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Okay, does it have Turnbull?
It does not.
Okay, I don't care then.
Nice.
Oh, that's interesting. Why, thank you. I like this pirate set. I bought it at Ren Fair one year. It's a lovely leather pirate hat. Try
The
Alright.
reason I wanted my commander to
so you
die
could
is-
recast it for a different name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Dang it!
Right.
Very cool. And pester. Sorry.
Let's see if I can get back in this game somehow.
Well, you
Not
can play
dead
your
yet.
commander one more. No, you need. If you draw land, you can
I
play your
can't.
commander. Oh, because you scryed. You know what it
I
is.
can't because that'll just kill it. And then it'll just kill
Oh,
it, and
right.
then it'll just kill it, and then... That's a dumb idea. That's
is.
a dumb idea, everyone.
It is.
DM had a dumb idea.
Would you like me to do something about that?
Yes.
Of course I would.
Okay. Are you prepared to make your deal with the devil then?
What does that mean?
I don't know. We'll find
Well,
out.
I
We'll
feel-
find out when I draw my card.
So are you saying I should play my commander or no?
No, don't play your commander. I don't know if I can.
Okay,
I mean,
then
I can
I'm-
take the Jagged Scar Archer, but we don't know if somebody wants to kill it or not. How big is the Jagged Scar Archer? Let's look at it again. Does it say elves in play or elves you control? Elves
So
you control.
elves, they
Go ahead, play your
control.
commander. Well, no, don't play your commander because he can tap that as an instant.
So 1, 2.
It's already
3.
tapped.
It's already tapped.
Oh, then go ahead and play your
He has
commander,
1, 2,
and we'll see what we can
3,
do.
4
Actually, no, because then I have to discard the only card in my hand.
elves.
Why?
Whenever Nicol Bolas comes into play, everybody discards a card.
But you could possibly play it.
I can't, because if she plays it right now, the card gets discarded.
Oh.
Up to
yeah.
you.
Pass.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
But if you deal with it, then she can play your commander and your
And
cards
then
might already be-
you'll hate me anyway. So there's no. You might
Alright,
just
I'm
leave
gonna
me.
tap 3.
Honestly, it's better for you if you just don't let me play Nicol Bolas.
Probably.
You know this.
Well,
Yes.
I might be top decking it.
What are you doing?
Alright, so I'm gonna play a Forerunner of the Coalition.
And that does?
I spelled it wrong apparently.
Yeah, it's not a 4 funner.
Well, it might be. It might be funner. All right. So when it enters the battlefield, I may search my library for a pirate card, reveal it, and put it on top. Whenever another pirate enters the battlefield under my control, each opponent loses 1 life. So it's a 2/2 pirate. And I apologize for my search. I don't know how long this is going to take. So say something fun, people.
Hey, we have a Patreon.
They do?
Could be that.
Let's see. Winner 4 on the coalition. Pirate. Okay.
For those of you watching, if you want to go over to on Facebook, go to Rick Rolls America, roll with a Z, and follow. I wouldn't be upset.
Yep.
We would not be upset either for you plugging yourself.
And
Yes.
for everybody
should
on my
absolutely do
watch
that.
party watching, make sure you're following Coven MTG on
Yes,
Facebook,
please.
Twitch.
Did you
Patreon.
show off your full business
Everywhere.
I
card?
did not.
Here, let me figure out which one's the proper Zoom one. Okay. Nope. Is this us? Nope.
Oh God.
There we go. Look at this cool card.
It is cool.
Rick Rolls America. There's a little D20. What kind of car is that?
It
Is that a
is-
specific kind of
It's
cool
not.
car?
No,
it looks like
it's
a charger.
It
Is
might
it
be
an
true.
Aston Martin? No, I don't.
It could be very
I don't-
007.
I
But
don't
I have
know
that same
cars.
logo. I don't either.
I don't know cars.
I have that same logo, but instead of a car, a plane, a RV, and what was
A
it?
DeLorean?
No, not a DeLorean. A plane, an RV, that, and I think a train is coming as well.
Okay.
Ooh, wow.
Because
Cool.
at one time or
Sweet.
another during the whole process, I
You know
will be
what?
on.
Fuck it. I
I'll
was
be
gonna
on
put a
one of
Time
those.
Street Navigator, but we're gonna put Angrass Marauders on top.
Okay.
What does that do again?
It's a 4/4 pirate. If a source I control will deal damage to a permanent player, it deals double.
Oh yeah, that one. I should remember that.
So there we go. I'll bring it up, and I am going to. God, I'm gonna sit. Well,
Sit.
actually, hold on.
No,
Anybody have a
you
death
should
touch?
not
Anybody
sit.
with death touch?
Nope.
Not me.
I just have a lot of blockers.
I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna attack Freyles with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Her?
Fair.
Yeah, read that. It cannot be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
Ah.
So it's gonna hit her for 6.
It's gonna hit her for 6.
Good night, Anya.
And does that
Night,
die?
Anya.
Good night.
No.
I know.
She doesn't do damage.
Nope. She just takes it. I mean, oh yeah, because you can't block with anything you
Right,
have
because
open.
they're all elves. And
Yeah,
then boars.
everything bigger was tapped, yeah.
Good call.
Pass
Not-
turn.
But I
She
could've-
still has one.
I could have drawn so many cards next round.
You could have, and that's why we did. That's why I did that.
Untap.
And if folks were wondering, this was the card that we attacked with, not the Coalition Forerunner. It was the what is it? Scuttling Doom Engine. That thing.
DM lies. This game.
Oh
This game
yes.
would be over soon an hour ago.
I thought it was gonna be.
I would rather do this. This is fun.
Heckle us.
Oh
Heckle
yes.
us.
I don't know how to have
I don't know how to heckle.
Or you can help me.
So, what is this thing that you hit me with? And I don't
It's
like
just a
it very
9/9.
much. Yeah, I don't like the 9/9.
Arr!
But that's all it is.
And again, happy Talk Like a Pirate Day stream, even though I'm awful at talking like a pirate.
Although that gives an elf like big things.
Yeah.
Do you hate the 9/9?
That
Yeah, that's
that
annoying.
pumps everything up. Yeah.
So let's take a look at
Tap
the board
that
state
wheel.
over there. What do we got?
1, 2,
So you've, Jayber, you've got some elephants.
3,
A morph thing?
4.
Or
No,
manifest?
this is your boar. You didn't remember you
Oh,
didn't have
right.
a
So
board.
you've got
you
two
didn't have
elephants and a
board
boar.
token for me.
And Rick's got a bunch of boars and a bunch of elves.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll do that.
That Well-Wisher's going to be a problem, though. And a fucking 9/9 Terastodon.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, what are you doing,
Woo.
crazy woman?
Look at
Ugin.
this, Ugin.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Which Ugin is it?
The new one.
New one.
Ugin the Ineffable.
I kind of want to
More
take
than
it
the
down
spark.
so I can destroy the thing that's gonna pump an elf, but it's only pumping a elf.
It only pumps one thing, but
One
he does
thing.
it. But he does it at will whenever he wants, in response to
Wait.
things or for combat.
Is Uraga?
Aye, mate.
Uraga's
You're right.
not out. Uraga's gone.
Then why is it here?
That's a Jagged Scar Archer.
Oh, okay. Oh, you
Uraga's
really
gone.
dislike that thing.
That's the thing that's
And I have
stirring
jazz
me.
hands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you make me discard. Ooh, discard.
You can't discard. You don't have nothing to discard.
So what is colorless spells cost 2 less for you?
If you kill that, I
you-
make all your opponents
Did you
discard
hit
a
your
card.
Mirror and Besiege trigger? It's at the end of your turn, right?
At the
Yeah.
Just saying.
Destroy target permanent is one or more
Will
colors.
you leave me alone?
Well, it's summoning 6 and I can't attack and I want to leave my blockers, so yeah, I'm not going to attack anyone. I can't stop the global effect my deck does, but...
I'll tell you what, I'll leave Ugin alone for a round if you want to blow up the archer.
Okay. Done.
You have been politicked, good sir.
Archer is gone. And then, because I want protection, I'm gonna go into my
I have a
end
little
set,
hook upstairs. Like
draw a card,
yeah, I should go get it.
discard, Inventor's Fair. That sucks. And go.
Oh, I will.
You get
Oh,
to go.
you will, friend.
I will go.
Oh, what's the joke? Everybody think it's R. What's a pirate's favorite letter?
Arr.
No.
It's C.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks it's R, but it's the C.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
Terrible.
Aw. That was a dad joke. That was a dad pirate joke.
Go scrub the poop deck.
Ah,
All right.
What new pirate movie?
Mm.
It's rated R. Oh, that was even worse.
Yeah.
That was even worse.
Dad jokes.
I am highly amused, by the way, that both top cameras are drifting at the exact same angle. They're drifting to the left or to the right at the exact same angle.
Hey, I can see part of my lap because there's my hand moving.
Awkward.
There's a stream for that.
Maybe you should fix the camera.
They're
By the
fine.
way.
Well, and it's actually good because I want to be able to
We're doing
get
that
part of Rick's head
Saturday.
in at least.
Although I know you already went.
Because he's a giant.
yeah, I'm not going.
So,
To what? Never mind.
what we were talking about Saturday.
Oh, that's not happening?
What you got?
She's not. I am.
that'd be this for
with a
6,
bunch of other
Because
folks.
it's 1, 2,
Which
3,
is
4,
why I'm saying come
5.
drink with people.
Plus this for
In the
1
woods,
for
huh?
6 to play the Caged Sun.
Because
That
we
needs
needed
to
green.
die.
I am sorry for this deck, folks. I'm sorry I built it.
So Caged Sun.
You thought my elf deck was annoying.
Choose a color. I will choose green.
Imagine that. All green creatures you control get
What?
plus
You're not
1.
gonna choose black?
They all get +1/+1.
I think
and
you should
whenever
choose blue.
a land's ability would
Add green, you
add-
add 2. So
add to 2, 4,
6.
6, which is enough
Oh, God.
to play the Thunderfoot Baloth
Oh, all creatures you control get +2/+2.
I'm trample.
and Trample,
As long as you control your commander.
and I do, which is amazing.
Are you gonna take it up?
Just barely.
I am.
What are you killing?
Take it up.
No, he
Oh,
makes
Tix
sense.
makes a.
He can't
druid.
take it down because it
Costs
was only at 1.
All right. So all my creatures before
Do you want to
he
gain
came
life?
in
Also,
all came into 1.
you might want to think about
Yeah.
tapping that for life.
I don't play MTGO because I have enough addictions in life, but
so
I
that'll
have
be
some
1,
vintage
2,
decks
3,
that I play
4.
normally.
5.
Yep.
How
5.
did he get the Well Wisher?
It played it last
I
time.
don't know
Last
that
week.
any one of us plays MTG.
Nope. It's a time suck. I mean, I've been playing since
But they all have
Arabian Nights: The
technically
Dark.
+3/+3.
So I have a lot
because
of
there's
Yeah,
more
just
pluses.
remember it.
Yeah.
It's
+3,
gonna get
+3.
complicated.
All right. So with that in mind,
Kill.
I am.
I know you want to play.
Okay.
How many blockers do you have over there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. That's ridiculous. And they're what?
4/3, 4/3, 2/2, 3/3, 2/2.
Okay. That's interesting.
So yeah,
I'm gonna attack you
one
Oh,
of
you
those.
can't.
One of those
One
is summoning
summons
Yeah.
it.
sick.
So
with all the boars, all those, and the running 9/9
Yeah.
guy who's
and
actually
now it
much
has
larger.
trample. It's an 11/11,
Yeah, that's a problem.
and
Give me the totals.
So
painful.
11/11.
Seth,
Do you want to zoom in?
Yeah, show me what you're
Yeah.
having. DM.
Okay, so 11/11.
Oops, sorry, you got it.
Sorry.
2 3/3s with trample.
they're 4/4s.
4/4s because of the
Okay.
cage
Yep.
sun.
Okay. And then
3 4/4s
4/4s.
three, four,
with trample.
with trample.
Oof. Give me the total of power, everything together.
11, 12, 13, 14,
Gonna let
15,
someone
16,
else
17,
map
18,
this.
19,
Thank God.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, sorry, 27, 28, sorry, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32.
32. All right.
You've got to block something.
-3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Why don't you just not
-8,
block so you die?
and I go to 8.
And then I will, whatever you let through,
I'm dead. Yeah.
I'll pump.
Two.
Gone.
Wait, so how many elves are in play?
So there you
1,
go.
2,
So I knew he had that. I was
5.
like,
So
I
plus
didn't know he was gonna
5.
do it.
No,
Plus 5.
it
Plus
only
5.
does plus 5.
Only
Yeah,
plus
that's
5.
I'm at
You were-
3.
You're at 3.
All right, I'm at 3.
Let me make sure I did that math right.
But
though.
that's going to kill some of my stuff in return,
No, not gonna kill a thing. But the problem is now you are completely open for everybody,
except for that one guy.
except for that one guy, which I will probably just steal on my turn and bounce off something.
Oh, you're the worst. Oh, and that elf druid over there.
And one elf
The
druid.
one elf
Yep.
druid.
You got it.
Yeah.
Those 3 are dead.
Ow.
My turn?
If I were so inclined to actually try to win, I would play the Grave Sifter and let everybody take all things of their choice, but I'm not letting you take all elves back from your graveyard.
Because you guys have put a lot of elves in
Yeah.
there. A ton.
Fix the board.
Oh, yep, sorry.
The camera.
All right, Jay Brary.
What am I
mighty
gonna do?
uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna win. So now I from Hell's Heart I stab at thee, and I'm gonna do as much damage as I can before I go.
Hint. It's not to Jake Barrier.
What?
No, do it to one of them so that you make it easier for him to kill them.
It's just because Blue
Why would
wants
I
to
want to
play.
help the person that obliterated me?
Because then it'll make the game end.
Oh, so you can play. Got it. Ah, right.
Well, Bolus is back.
Come on.
I have no cards.
Discard.
I have no cards.
Everyone discard a card.
No cards.
yeah.
Alright.
Oh wait, I did have one card. Discard.
Yep. Go.
Whee!
I ain't doing anything.
Angrass Marauder. Whee! I'm gonna swing at you.
Are you gonna block?
Oh, everybody take a point of damage.
Not me. You're
No,
swinging
yeah,
at him.
I'm gonna swing at Rick. Everybody take a point of damage when a pirate came in.
Like,
2/2 and a 4/3. That's it.
Alright, I'll take it.
It's double strike.
I hate that.
All right, 4, 16.
Okay, I'll take it.
Pass turn.
You're gonna take 16?
Yeah.
You're
Well,
not gonna block with your one
he's
blocker?
gonna wipe somebody out.
I want to wipe.
He's
something
gonna wipe us all out on his turn.
I've got something.
You don't have that.
Well, this
I
can
block
kill
it.
the.
I block it.
Yeah. No, you can't because you're not gonna be able to kill the
I block them all.
thingy. Go.
Okay.
It will take longer, and I can't play. Right, Blue.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm gonna die soon. Very, very soon. I will ask the stream what colors should I play next. I don't care. I'll play whatever you guys suggest. While I drink rum and fail to talk
What
like a
do you
pirate
have?
properly.
Mono black.
Really?
I have this 5/5.
Really?
Here, give me some more.
Technically 7/7 because my commander's in play, and then this is a 4/4.
You are doing the right thing and properly hydrating while we drink rum.
Yeah,
Me too.
because I would die.
That's true.
Because I
We're
weigh...
all of like 90 pounds
Because
soaking
I
wet.
weigh 115. Thank you very much.
My arm.
I'll play green and black.
Your
Let me play
arm
green and black
weighs
next time.
115.
Here, I will hydrate as well.
Here, let's wrestle. I'll throw my entire body on your arm.
Like I
Hey.
curl you.
I'm very petite, okay? Okay.
They're
You
all
have 6 life left?
Yeah.
6 life.
Bunch of fucking hobbits.
And your creatures can't block multiple. I know how I'm going to do this.
I think this is a really good Captain Morgan. It's very.
No, it
sweet.
is. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's got a sweet taste, but there's not sugar in it.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, it's made from
Okay.
sugar cane, but
I mean, it is sugar. It's pure sugar.
no, it's alcoholic sugar is very different.
Yeah.
I am tapping 9 and
No
putting my
cards!
commander in place.
Yep. Did you fail to do this at the end of your turn, by the
I
way?
am going to
Hey,
say.
did you fail to do a
No,
thing?
I did it.
Oh, you did it at the end of
Like
your turn?
my adventure fair
gotcha.
went
Oh,
in
that
there.
sucks.
So yeah. And I'm gonna say mirrors.
Mir?
Mirrors, okay.
Yes, Mir
So
get plus
they
one.
get +1/+1.
Wipe them out.
And what does that
And
do? Does that do anything?
yes, because I'm gonna send my 6/6.
Yeah.
I am going to send.
Oh, that might be a little premature, but I'm gonna start getting ready.
I'm gonna
Hey.
send.
Might be premature. Let's Brad get off
What is
screen.
it? And I'm going to send. That is 6 2/2 mirrors.
If
your
you're
way.
interested,
All right.
So
that's what it looks
12
like.
points of damage. This is 6 points of damage. Yeah,
Okay, so I would block the bigger.
That was
with this
amusing.
one,
yeah.
and
That
that
was
would
the
die.
point.
Are these command?
Oh,
no,
that's
these are
fine.
16.
And then
Yeah,
just
don't
block
open more than
of
one
the
at a
mirrors,
time. It'll fall on you.
Yep.
And
You should
It
be
would
sensitive
die,
to that part.
and then
that leaves 10 coming through.
yes.
This is your
So
only green
I
backpack.
absorbed 10.
Slimefoot,
you're
right?
dead.
Yeah. That's the one I was
Totally
gonna
10
play.
points into
How
my
often?
person,
It's
which reduces me
sapperlings.
to dead.
Sapperlings,
Yes,
sapperlings,
you're dead.
sapperlings, and more sapperlings.
Rick's
and
dead! Rick's dead!
By the way, I
Ding
am
dong.
taking
The Rick is dead.
my Ugin dragon to create a colorless 2/2
How are you
with
dead?
this card.
Who swung at you?
I did.
NPC.
With
Here's
that
your,
much?
here's your boars.
Aw, my boars.
And
Cute little boars.
Can I have a boar? Can I switch out my spirit
Sure.
for a boar?
Take your elephant back. Have a boar. You still have your boar.
Wait,
I
don't
do.
you get it? Don't you keep the elephant? Oh, you didn't have an elephant. Did you?
Oh, I do. Right, I'm not dead.
Yeah, you're not dead. Get the elephant back.
Yeah.
Give me the
Yeah.
elephant back. I'm not dead yet.
Jeez.
I'm not dead yet. I think I'll go for a walk.
No.
and
Oh no, the elephant died in the. I had to block all that shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And now I'm done.
Do your end step trigger.
Oh, right. And I have options now. And yeah. I love my Borb.
I kind of wish I had kept a board. I bought a board for
So that's
myself.
Oh,
putting it on top of your deck
There were
is to help
different
you remember
styles
the
of
end step
board,
trigger.
and I thought this one was the best.
yes.
Is,
the best
does,
board.
do all those cards of mine that were exiled still remain exiled for your use?
No.
No. Yeah, put them back in your deck. Poof.
There's some good stuff in there too.
There was, but the one I really wanted to play, I couldn't because I didn't want to give you all the elves back. Sorry, what we're talking about is this card, the Grave
Oh,
Sifter.
it's my turn?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dead. Yeah.
Fred's
Sorry.
dead. No, it's
Sorry,
Yeah.
friend.
okay.
You have to kill your friend's
That
dragon.
was brutal.
So I really wanted to play that and get all my pirates back, but I wasn't about to give Rick all his elves back.
Yep. So you discarded it?
No, that was sitting there in the pile that from the top
Oh,
of his
yeah.
library.
I'll play a Bud Crypt, and yeah, I'll
Crypt, what does that do?
2 damage to me if I want it to come in untapped.
Uh-oh.
And that's what I did.
Things and stuff and things.
Stuff and things and stuff.
Okay.
That's a board,
Okay.
that's a board game I'm making.
You're not. She's not done her turn. Why are you
Yeah.
untapping?
Sorry, I thought she was finished.
No.
Am I rules learning the lawyer?
No. Yes.
Yes. I feel like I have to do that more often than not. Like, did you count your mana correctly? I don't think you did.
Math is hard.
Like, and this is coming from me, who.
Math is hard. Shut it.
Alright, 7.
You know, I was thinking something else we actually should do. We should
Oh, you flipped
I
your
flipped
commander.
Nicobolus.
we should rejigger the seating more often because
I agree.
Blue sits over there and I go right after her all the time. And like it's nice to just move it around so that people can have different strategies based on what they know.
refuses to do it though.
Well, oh my god, really?
She does.
I think you both
No, that
do.
wasn't to you. That was her hitting me in the face with feathers
Oh.
intentionally.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Yes,
But-
distract the.
Alright, I'm doing a thing, everyone.
Do your thing.
But I agree. I would love that. I
Alright,
would love that.
so Nicobolus.
Out.
So I flipped Nicobolus.
Ah, Jesus.
Okay.
Which that
So
does.
I could -3 or right away if I
Here's
want to
your
deal
deck.
10 damage to target
thank you.
creature or planeswalker.
Sorry.
Really?
Uh,
What did you do?
Or I can put -4 to put target creature or planeswalker card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under my control.
Gotcha. Did you literally just open it up and look at my entire
Or,
deck?
well, I can't do the ultimate yet because that's -12. So, but I really need cards in my hand.
Yeah, so you should probably do that.
So I'm going to tick it up to 9. It starts at 7, now it's at 9. I am going to draw 2 cards.
So I just want to bring it up so people can see.
Yeah, I
Yours
want to
and-
see.
Yeah.
And that's the transformed.
Alright.
So you've ticked it up to draw 2. So it's
Yep.
at 9.
And next I'm going to tap 3 more
Yup.
for Jace Beleren.
Oh!
Yeah.
Hey, look at
What does
that.
that mean?
Bring it up. I am going to tick that up to
Ooh,
a 5,
we each draw a
I
card.
think. Sure,
I'll
I'm
take a card.
helping.
Sure.
Helping. Everyone draw a card.
I'll take the penultimate black card, sure.
Oh boy.
I want to see. Didn't. Oh, well, yeah, that's kind
I'll
of
take
cool.
the recycle creatures over and over and over again. Sorry, what I was showing folks is I drew this.
I'm making tea.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Tea
dear.
in the pirate mug.
Oh dear. Alright.
All right, Rick. So now that you're dead, tell the stream one more time while Jay Murray's finishing her turn or entering her task step about Rick Roars America.
I am going to sack my Dimir Signet to proliferate.
Nice. So Rick Rolls America is a project where on January 1st, I'll be traveling around the United States in an RV to visit friendly local game stores across America and certain conventions as well, to play games with the local community, live streaming it, doing some pre-recorded content as well, interviewing the retailers,
Maybe making a documentary.
maybe making a documentary, and also raising money for Extra Life with a goal of $100,000.
That's
Extra
awesome.
And I pass my turn.
Extra Life is a charity that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network.
Captain Harris wants to know if you're going to San Diego.
I will be in San Diego
Which means whale's vagina.
at least twice. I will be there for San Diego Comic-Con and doing some visits with like USAopoly and IDW Games and Renegade Game Studios and Broken Token, which are some game companies in the San Diego area.
Yep.
And then I'll be returning later in the year because when I'm there for San Diego Comic-Con, at the end of San Diego Comic-Con, I have 2 days to get to Indianapolis for
You're
Gen Con.
taking my commander, aren't
So,
you?
yes, I
you
will be in
have
San
two
Diego.
elephants.
I do. And a boar.
I'm gonna take Morphon and attack Nicol Bolas.
Man, that's gonna
Can
be
I block it?
6/6. It's a 6/6.
I can block it though,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Alright. Is it turn?
Comic-Con,
Nope.
drive like a
Okay.
demon for 2
Four.
days,
Yeah.
and then Gen Con.
And then
Now
Gen
you get your
So,
boar
wow.
back.
Oh, you didn't want to kill it? It's a 6/6.
No.
You,
Oh, okay.
you should see if you can make someone drive your RV and you
Well,
fly.
I
doesn't have
do have
trample.
others coming with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
No, I'd rather
That's true.
keep 2 creatures.
I got you. Pass turn.
This is my schedule. So.
Oh, wait.
What?
Never mind. It doesn't trample, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Pass turn.
so we're
Pass
not
the turn.
Untap. Upkeep. Nope. Draw. Well, that's not useful.
I'm trying to
It's
figure out.
very empty.
Well, this is empty because I'm waiting for a date for a show, and then that'll dictate the travel schedule. And then because we're in this time frame,
Yeah.
a lot of show dates haven't been announced for next year
Right.
in the September beyond.
I'm assuming you will have a presence at Origins and
course.
Gen Con.
Yep.
Do you have flying anymore?
No.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm going to play a
Dr.
foundry,
Foundry.
of
Foundry of the consoles. You know, it's funny. This card is that people forget that it's actually pretty decent.
And then I'm going to tap 2.
Like, come on, like late game for 2 little 1/1 artifacts that might save you from dying.
Yeah.
And
At
I'm
instant
going
speed?
to tap
Pretty
3
mild, right?
And that's some gorgeous art too. Like, look at that shit.
to play Thopter Engineer,
That's
which
in the community.
then
I'll bring that up.
It's
I
good.
get to create
Doctors.
Thopter, and it's
You
got
earn Captain
wings.
Harris's follow.
Yay! Thank you so much.
This is one of my favorite cards from from the Kaladesh expansion. Woman of color, gorgeous art, awesomeness.
Did you play it?
2, 3.
Yeah, I love the art on
Did
that.
you play it?
Oh, Steve Prescott.
5.
Yep. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
so great.
Mine's signed.
Such a great.
signed.
I am going to.
Well, maybe I'll
how
get one
that
signed too one
happens.
day.
I'm
It
going
is.
to
It's
sack
beautiful.
this
Yeah, it's
to
gorgeous.
also get. Since I played it,
Oh,
I'm
weird.
going to get the Teethopter.
So I get to go eat your thopters.
Look at
Yeah.
the screen.
Pop, pop, pop.
Dead,
What?
dead, dead. Oh God. Oh
Oh,
no.
that's interesting.
No.
And
No. No.
What did I miss?
You missed it?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do it again.
I
Look
missed.
at the in between.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh.
Oh, that's
Oh,
so weird.
Makes my brain hurt.
Are you ushered? Are you masked? Are you wearing a? Are you
Alright,
helmet
so
the
now,
host?
so now you have to see if you can get the cleavage right in the middle.
Oh, right.
Come on.
Mirrors.
No, we're
No.
not gonna do that. Do not exploit your friends in that way.
You're two-toned.
Mirrors have untapped, and again, they're still pretty big. How big are the elephants again?
3/3.
Fine. You don't have flying, though.
No. Do you have?
Oh,
do
fuck,
you
I
have
should've
summoning
attacked with
six?
everything when
Do you-
more fun
is-
was under my
do you
control.
have
Nope,
knives
they have
flying
haste.
summoning six?
Because of the thing I
The
played
Thopter
here.
Foundry gives all artifacts summoning. Yeah, it gives all artifacts haste.
So what does Jace do? I know Bolus
Allows
is
you to
just.
draw.
Oh my god, get the.
Minus 10. Target player puts top 20 cards of his or her library in his or her graveyard.
Kill Bolus quickly.
Or you can let it live, and you can draw a card next turn during my turn.
I'm gonna leave Jace alone probably, but
I don't think you can
Bolus
kill
is-
Bolus, but-
I can't. But I can tick him down
Yeah.
3
And she's still
with
gonna make us all
minimal
draw cards.
effort.
And,
I think that's a smart move.
How are you still
Nice.
alive?
I don't know. I'm at 3 life. I don't know how I'm still alive.
just for everybody
I mean,
that might have
I
an
could
interest in
take you
knowing
out for your
my
misery.
background into why this is all going on.
So how big are the flying things?
So I was in the
They're just
military for
1-1.
20 years.
Oh,
Talk to
okay.
the camera.
So
Yeah, I was
he
in the
takes
military for 20
3.
years, a Navy corpsman.
Right.
Retired in 2011, and then
And then I'm
worked in this
going to
media for a while.
again take
Media.
Ugin up. He's to 3. I'm gonna create another 2/2 spirit.
Geek media.
Okay.
no, I did production for Five Finger Death
And you
Punch
are they morph?
and Saving Angel
they
for a
morph?
couple
No,
years.
they aren't
I
morphed,
did
but when
television
they
shows for a couple
die,
years.
they come to my hand.
I didn't know about television shows. I know you did the road stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they're technically exiled, but
Yeah.
it's just easier to be like, okay, when they die, they come back to my hand.
And what's Ugin's ultimate?
Ugin's...
He
doesn't
doesn't.
have
He's one of those.
He's
Oh,
at 3
just
now,
does
so
one
I
thing.
can destroy target
It's just tick
permanent
up and
with
down.
one or more.
To, yeah,
Yeah.
to
So
do things
it's
and draw.
bad for
Yeah.
people.
I would consider putting that in that deck with all the proliferate because
Oh
you
no,
just
I
blow
do.
up a permanent,
It's in
blow up a
there.
permanent,
It's
blow
in
up a-
there.
Okay.
I just forget what it does.
And now I'm at my end step, so...
So music therapy
I
would like to
draw
know
a
more
card.
about your work for Five Finger.
So I was originally hired with Five Finger to be their head of security. When I showed up, the tour manager was like, "Hey, you're not a dummy. So would you like to be our production manager? Because we don't have one."
That sucks.
And I said
I'm gonna
yes.
discard the
So,
prototype
do
portal.
And for those who don't know, I'm 6'3" and I make them look like hobbits. He makes me look like a hobbit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, do
My
I
turn?
want to exile that? You know what? No, I'll keep that in my... no. Yeah, fine. That goes into my graveyard.
Okay.
Cool.
My turn.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah.
So earlier we had Philip Sablik, who is the he works for Boom Studios,
Oh, cool.
the comic book publisher that does all the Power Ranger stuff.
Yeah, neat.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. They're in LA,
Godzilla.
right?
What's that?
They're in LA.
They are. Yeah, they were previously owned by Fox Studios.
Why did Fox spin that out?
They
that's
do
probably
a lot
not a
of
stream conversation.
interesting things.
Probably not a stream conversation.
And I actually don't really know the answers to that
Gotcha.
this kind of stuff.
No.
So that's way above me.
It's above my pay grade. Is it worth it? Fuck it. All right, Jay Bray, what are you doing? Killing us all yet?
I'm gonna try. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna kill you all. I can't. I have a bunch of planeswalkers. No, not gonna happen.
Wait.
Well,
I
what's-
have a bunch of planeswalkers. How am I going to kill you all?
Yeah,
It's the best quote of the
exactly.
night.
Yeah.
Did you just get your feather caught on something?
Yes.
You go, "Arr."
I guess I'm gonna
Wait,
wait.
did you go, arr?
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna wait to see if this resolves.
Sure.
How's
Probably.
the kettle not boiling?
What's that?
Because now the cap's on, so
It's,
there
alright.
we go.
I'm gonna play a deep glow skate.
Yep, double number counters on.
12 on Jace.
Wait, is it anything in play or?
Double the number of each kind of counter on any number of target permanents.
Okay, so it's basically you get to
I
choose.
target.
Increase the.
So we get to each draw a card.
No. Oh
No.
no. She's gonna try
No,
to kill
you
us
picked
now.
up Jace. Then.
All of her planeswalkers can ult now.
You ticked up Jace, correct?
No, I did not tick them up or down yet. I doubled the amount of
Oh, okay.
By playing this card.
by playing this
I see.
card.
Escape.
I doubled the amount of
Okay.
counters.
Right.
Okay, so I can ultimate Nicol Bolas now. I can ultimate Jace now.
And what does Jace do again?
Do you want to decongest it
yeah.
or something?
So
Do you want an antihistamine or
Jace
something?
is
Yes.
minus
I'll get you
10.
one.
Target player puts the top 20 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard.
I'll take
Okay.
that. Yeah. I'm like,
Or
don't.
I would
Yeah.
too. Do it to me. Come on.
Or I mean, y'all get to choose.
Let's see.
Or Nicol Bolas. So the ultimate of Nicol Bolas is minus 12. Exile all but the bottom card of target player's library.
Ow. What
All
the fuck is
but the bottom card of target player's library. So which one? Who wants to fight for it?
I'll take Jace.
I know you would. Everyone wants Jace. Everyone would prefer Jace in this scenario.
I know which one you should go with, but
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm gonna go with my gut, and for that, I'm sorry, NPC.
Exile.
My gut says that you're the biggest threat to me right now.
You don't say.
Yeah, I'm looking at that board state. So you have to exile all but the bottom card of your library.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. DM, you're going to exile the top 20. Sorry, into your the 20 cards into your graveyard.
8, 9, 10.
Because he has 3 life.
All right, let's see. Pirate's Prize, mechanized production. That sucks. Brass's Bounty sucks.
Okay, so what do you do now?
Protean
Next.
Raider.
Put this back on his head.
God. Well, actually, that's actually decent.
A lethal vapors. Whenever a creature comes into play, destroy it.
Cool.
Why not?
All right.
I'm the target.
Let's murder her.
Murder me.
Yep.
She got up. Yeah, I don't need creatures.
But you can also destroy lethal vapors if you pay 0 and skip your next turn.
Yeah,
Any player
no.
may play this ability.
I don't need to cast a creature.
I know.
Because he could throw my commander at you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm dead now. I know it. I know it.
Well, no, because look, if I wanted to win, I would take her commander
Is
and go
it
with her.
his turn?
Yeah. Right.
Why?
Yeah,
like,
pass turn.
you don't need to go at me.
Well, I'm at 3 life, so I don't think I can win anyway. So let's just say,
Come on, man.
come on, man.
Layfield's talking to you, Blue.
I'm gonna take a Morophon, and I'm gonna take a Deep Glow Skate.
Okay.
I have 8 mana. I'm gonna take both.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Okay.
Right? Deep Glow Skate does not fly. Oh my god, it doesn't fly?
No.
I thought it was a flying manta thing.
You want to give it back to me?
No.
I'm gonna go watch.
And what did you pick with Morophon?
I picked Mirror.
You picked Mirror.
But the skate is a
However,
3/3.
Morophon is a pirate this turn.
Oh,
That's true.
nice, because it came into the battlefield.
Legit.
No, it didn't come into the battlefield, but it's a
Oh.
changeling. It's a pirate. It's
Oh,
always
okay,
a pirate.
Yeah.
Right? So... Jaber, I'm going to swing at you for 3/3, 6/6, and 2/2 double. It's functionally double strike.
Me personally or my planeswalkers?
Your
You
planeswalkers
personally,
are
so I don't
down
give a
to
shit.
like.
Yeah. You personally, I don't give a shit about the planeswalkers.
So a 3/3
Yep.
and
A 6/6 and a 2/2, but they're functionally double strike. So when they hit, they deal double damage.
all right.
And they have first strike too, so.
No, they don't.
Well, double strike is first strike.
It doesn't. The Marauders just says it deals double. It doesn't do
Oh,
first
okay,
strike. So.
fine.
Yeah. All right. Do they trample?
Nope.
No.
Okay. I'll
Block the
block
big ones.
The 6, double strike, and the 3.
3. Yeah.
Double strike.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 3/3.
yeah.
It's going to kill your Deep Glow Skate.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So that lives. These trade.
Okay. And I
You put
take-
the elephants back in the elf deck,
Where I don't know
Right
where it
here.
went.
That's okay.
And what's left over?
It's,
and you're going to take 4 damage.
Okay.
I'm going to pass turn.
Okay. Untap.
Ugh.
Let's see what my final card is
I
going to
think
give
NPC's
me.
got it.
My final card.
Wow, and right, you got to kill both of us.
Yeah,
Yes.
you have to do it in one turn. Because you don't get another turn. You die next turn.
Holy shit! I might win this game at 3 life.
Again?
No, I mean, NPC gets to decide if she wants me to win or you to win. No, really.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
going to tap.
I mean, she can hit me with 3
Two.
flying copters that I can't do anything about.
I've got Swiftfoot Boots.
I'm at 3 life, so all she's got to do is hit me with 3 thopters.
One.
If she does, I
But
lose. And
hang on. So
I have no
this
creatures.
is going to be 6/6. These are bumped by this, so that's.
I'm at 25, so can you do 25 to me?
Hang on,
Probably.
I'm counting. I'm hoping. So these are 5, but they're 2/2s currently because of my commander. So that's 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
5, 3, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Um,
Wait, and how much life do you have?
25.
You can kill us both. Nope.
no.
One of us goes to 1. One of us goes to 1, and you decide who wins.
Wait. Dang it.
Captain Harris, the reason NPC can't win is she just drew the last card in her library.
Yeah.
So
I'm-
if she doesn't win right now, which she can't,
Okay, 6.
count it again.
I'm counting it
Yeah,
again.
counting it again.
Because math. So
Magic
6,
math.
7. Oh, wait. No, that's colorless. It's not an artifact, so
And that's
that
a boar.
doesn't help me. Because I was like, had I gotten another artifact, that would have been more useful, but
What's in your hand?
land. Not useful. And I had boots. If I hadn't drawn my last card, you couldn't immediately take me out because you couldn't take my commander
Right.
and smack me in the head. But it wouldn't matter. I have 40 life.
Right, and one and nothing left in your library.
Yeah. So, and in
get-
fact, I would lose at the end of my upkeep. If I do not kill you, I lose. Because of this.
Oh right.
Because she had me exile
Oh right,
everything.
right, right.
So, let me count those because
Count it
it'll
one more
be
time and then we'll pass turn.
Yeah.
Because this is crazy.
6, 7, 8. This is 10 here. 18. Yeah, because those are 5 mirrors. These are 2. Okay, so
So we are counting
10,
because apparently right
11,
now,
12.
Ah.
where did you do it? You can put it back
There we
on
go.
us. NPC has enough to do enough damage to leave one of us at 1 life.
Let Jayberry win. She's a female.
No, she like murdered me. You know what?
You can't let
DM's gonna win
That's
this one,
fair.
probably.
That's fair.
All you gotta do is hit me with these.
You know what? No. She is the one who caused me to lose this. So she is probably gonna
There
be
is
the
no
one to
vagina
die.
lions.
Vagilance.
Vagilance. There's no vagilance.
That's fair.
10,
I
18,
accept that my fate.
20.
You know what?
22.
Take it as a badge of honor that that
24.
Bolas deck is so awful that people just want to kill you.
25.
I'm surprised I got it
27.
far enough where I could actually do that.
Yeah, so like
That's-
I
essentially
mean, you helped me.
That Diplo skate's ridiculous.
what's
Yeah.
gonna happen is I basically throw everything at Jayberry and kill her.
Oh, we've
Because
had,
she has no way to block it, and then I send 2 Thopters GM's way, and then at the end of my upkeep, I die because I have to draw a card, which I can't. And then,
I'm at 1,
And I'm dead.
and you're dead.
yeah.
And I win with
So-
1 life.
Yep.
Yeah.
I somehow feel like that
And
was
that's
just
game.
a Pyrrhic victory. like I win because you didn't have enough enough shit to do 1 more damage to
Yeah,
me.
like, I...
Legit.
And the worst part about it is...
Her brawl, that's awesome. It's a
Yeah.
badge of honor.
Nice.
Is that gonna be a reward
Yes.
for
The badge of
Patreon?
honor.
I
Bunny,
feel like it needs
why
to
are
be...
you flying thousands of miles in the air? We need you to make us a badge of honor now.
See, but she made the right call, because had she had me...
I
exiled
had yeah.
Or discard 20 cards from the top,
Oh yeah.
I could have
Yeah,
been
you would've
just
won.
like, you lose.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she knew. She saw it.
I
Rick,
know.
do
The
you
writing on the
take my
wall
spot, or
was
do
you
you want
had a
me?
lot of flying
I'm just gonna
things
hang
I
out.
couldn't do
Okay.
anything with.
Try to-
Yeah.
Come sit and share and heckle us and whatever.
Yeah, I will.
Or you could just kind of chill and not deal with this at all.
I'm also gonna continue to watch it here and share it and such.
Awesome. Thank you. I
Alright,
appreciate
for
it.
the-
All right. So we can see you now, Bunny.
Oh,
Bunny?
hey.
There she
Hey.
is.
Hey.
Oh, that was
bye.
you that commented that the vigilance is broken.
Yeah, sorry. When she like basically makes me lose, like it's
No,
fun.
no.
Like
I am not upset.
No, you did. The,
I'm just happy that I got to the point where I was able to do that.
Yeah. Are you just happy that
Hey,
your deck
my-
instilled that much hatred?
hey, I feel like my deck did pretty good.
No,
I just
no,
like
it
hung
did.
out and
No, I mean you were gonna kill us both on your turn if I hadn't have done that.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
like it was gonna happen.
No, your deck was really good.
Do you guys want to switch seats so I don't have to relabel the color?
No.
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 All right. Well, I'm not going to relabel the color.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
Because
you are.
it's going to take me an extra 5 minutes.
Well
It'll
then.
take you 5 minutes.
Well, some of us are gonna walk out of the room to do a thing first, so
Alright.
just do it.
Yeah, I got
Chipper's
it.
already there too.
Do it.
Wait, what
Uh,
are people playing though first?
He's playing Slimefoot.
Yep.
What?
I'm going to play black green. Sapperling.
Well, all I brought was this and a new deck, so I guess I'll play the new deck.
What's the new?
Cool.
Well, it's not new. It's the pre-con.
Select color.
It's the pre-con.
And then I got to do the outline and everything. And then I got to switch it back later.
It's the pre-con Anya Falcon Wrath with 1 card missing because I put it in this deck.
Oh, cool.
So
I would like to see how that plays in a 4-person game.
yeah, 'cause
I think
so
that's good. I think it's gonna be
it's
best.
only different by 1 card because I needed it in this deck.
I think that card, that deck is going to be best in a 1-on-1 commander or a 3-person game. Anya Falconwrath, the new Madness one. Graveyard Shenanigans.
So I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time reading fucking cards.
That's okay.
FYI.
It is lovely talk like a pirate knight, but that thing's stupidly hot. Ugh.
Here, I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna wear it.
You
I'm
can
gonna
wear the pirate hat.
I'm gonna wear it. You're not playing the pirate deck anymore.
I am no longer playing the pirate deck. And you're not swimming in that?
My hair's.
No, your hair's keeping it.
My
Gotcha.
hair's this little
You got
bud
it.
in the back's keeping it.
Cool. Your hair is popping tonight. Like, it looks very bright on the stream.
I got the jaunty pirate hat. I got the jaunty pirate hat.
Jaunty
I got it.
pirate-
I got it. It's mine, bitch.
My lord, that was hilarious.
So what is she playing again? Oh, the Madness.
Yes. All right, so let's go around the table.
Do other people discard for that?
No, well, I don't know. There might be other things in the deck. So, let's start here.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So, I shall be playing our lovely friend Slimefoot. There we go. There.
Wait, whenever it dies, blah 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 blah.
So whenever Sapperling dies, it deals a damage to each opponent and I gain a life. So this deck just makes Saprolings and sacks Saprolings. And yes, by all means, go ahead and choose your deck now that I've revealed my commander.
I don't.
All right.
Should
So
I play Saprolings too?
that would be hilarious. It would be the all plant all the time. What are you gonna play?
Well, should we wait till she decides?
Oh, so basically you want to choose based on what
No,
two
I
other
already
people.
choose.
Well, then tell us.
She hasn't chosen.
What do you
Fine,
play?
whatever. I'll play mine Saprling deck.
What is it?
It's actually 2 commanders.
Oh, it's the twins.
No.
The partners.
Yeah.
Ravos.
Again, I don't play normal stuff.
I don't know that my deck is gonna be good.
Captain Harris, the new green-black troll. I've got 3 trolls in here. So there's the... Uthden. Wow, that's an old school. There's 2 of those. The one that's 2, a black and a green, and you discard cards into your graveyard. And then there's the new troll
Oops, I should not shuffle tokens
from the
in
new
there.
Ravnica. And we'll see if it comes up. All right, Jay Berry, what are you playing?
On your Falcon Wrath.
Oh. Spell for me? I thought I spelled it right.
A-N-J-E.
Oh, and
Did I choose the absolute wrong deck?
I don't know.
What did you pick?
You didn't even tell us what you picked.
Alora.
I mean, Alora just paints the target on your face no matter what, so...
Yeah.
You say that to everything.
No.
No.
Alora... Look, there are certain decks where the commander's innocuous, but
Yeah,
Alora...
the Eminence deck is
Alora,
really...
Samut, because everything's haste and double strike. Kalia paints a target
I
on
don't
your
have
face
Kalia.
immediately.
I
No,
don't.
I'm just saying, I'm naming
The
the commanders that are
giant
like... No, Kalia the Vast.
Yeah.
When she
Yeah,
attacks,
not
you
the
just
new
drop an
Kalia.
angel, dragon, or demon.
Yeah.
Like, there are just some commanders you're like, oh, fuck.
She's pretty great.
Like, Alora gives you 2 life for nothing every turn. Try it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing a
You
deck I've only
guys
played once
have
before.
like. You guys all have beater decks though, right?
No,
I-
this is not a beater.
My deck is not going to win by attacking anyone ever.
I mean, my deck will eventually win by attacking people, but I need to, like, build my forest.
I agree.
It is not.
Alora is nasty.
Alora is... I'm sorry, Alora is nasty.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean-
Think about it. The only way to kill you is commander damage.
No,
Yeah.
not really. I mean,
the only effective way to
Right.
kill you is commander
and
damage.
if you're not playing counter magic, like all the I win if I have 40 life and shit is rough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but Alora...
But that's
you play
okay. It's a
Alora,
strong deck.
Yeah. Put some counter spells in it, because we're going to be coming after
There
you.
are counter. We know there's counter
Yeah.
spells in it already. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing a very strong deck.
I'm
could
playing
play-
a deck I don't know at all.
So you've literally only changed 1 card in it from standard.
Yeah, literally because I
'Cause you
had...
took it out for something
Because
else.
I took it out to put in the Bolus deck. I have no idea, other than that, what's really in here.
All right, I'm good.
I've
I'm going to
played
be
this
spending a
deck
lot of
once.
time reading cards.
I've played this deck once.
No, you've played it more than once.
I'm pretty sure I've only played it once.
No,
I've played it
I've-
with you guys at game night, but I think I've
Yeah.
only played it once on the stream.
I know you played on the stream, but yeah, you haven't played it in a very long time.
All right, I can't find the 12-sider, so 10-sider. 2. I am not going first. Am I shuffling this for you?
Yes.
Even though if Val's not here, somebody has to make me shuffle their deck.
9?
The issue is stigma. If your Allura deck isn't like every single other one, it's fine.
I mean, I could play Derefi if people are feeling heartburn.
Yep. So I have a lovely, lovely Atraxa deck that has no Planeswalkers in it, because everybody plays Atraxa Super Friends.
Yeah.
And everybody looks at Atraxa and goes, oh, fuck that.
And mine is Bola Super Friends, so...
Ooh.
Oh, this is gonna be awful.
Griswold! Oh yes, I did put Griswold in here. Everybody gets a Saproling.
Nice.
So I gotta bring that up just so people know, because it's hilarious.
So where I need to see my space.
Yeah, I've gotta reshuffle this. I have 1 land.
All
and it
right.
doesn't
So
produce a color.
that is the troll we're talking about.
Is that your commander?
No,
No.
it's in the deck.
Ah.
I have 2
At the beginning of your end step, everybody gets a plant token. Whenever a creature token dies,
Got it.
he gets tokens.
Yeah.
Or he gets counters.
And he has trampled.
Squeak, Goblin to Bob.
I cannot play this because I have 1 land in my hand.
Nope.
Me.
I had 2.
Nope.
I'm gonna discard the Eldrazi Monument. The Spark Harvest. And I need to get a black and a green.
To land
Thunder
again.
Hollow will do. And the Command Tower will do. Oh.
So where's my play space?
Oh, take a look. Put your hands left to right,
So is it here at the edge to...
wherever you can't see your hand.
Yeah.
And I recommend if you're playing where you are right now, since you don't want to switch, put your commander on the right-hand side, or put your deck and commander on
Yeah,
the
where
right.
we can't see it.
Well, no, because then you guys can play towards the middle and you have tend to have more space. That's how Val and I play, and NPC and I are playing.
Oh, this doesn't... I can't play all the way to the top.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lap stream.
Well, I think the camera's moved a little bit since we started. And remember, if I do this,
No. See,
yeah, it's a
cut
little
off.
bit. It's a little bit of lap stream. So
Can you
I'll
fix
move the
that?
camera. Yeah, it's good.
Should I move it toward us?
I'll get up and get it. It's actually fucking feather.
I left my
Hey,
hat
I can't help
downstairs.
it.
You need your
Those
hat.
two. I need to get my hat. Need a black.
Put your hand at the top, blue.
Where?
No, to the top of your playmat.
Oh. I hear.
That's as good as it's gonna get, because otherwise I'm not gonna get the bottom.
Okay.
There you go.
Go get my hat.
Oh,
Everybody got their deck?
no. I keep not
No.
getting land.
I just realized that the only thing I had for dinner was 2 egg rolls.
Yeah.
So I should probably have some of that Chinese food that's been sitting in a bag behind me for 2 hours. Alright.
Music therapy is speaking about your stuff.
Yes. Plan is Muldrothla is Reanimator. That makes sense. I agree. That sounds like a shit ton of fun.
What kind of Chinese food did you get?
What's that?
What food?
Oh my god.
Chicken and basil. Spicy chicken basil.
Nice.
Basil, whatever.
Some say
But you
basil,
only
some
ate
say
the egg
basil.
rolls?
I already ate the egg rolls.
You only ate that.
Right, because
We were in a rush.
they were so late delivering it. I ordered it at like 7:30 and it got here at like 8:45.
So
All right, I am good.
eat. Get us cheese.
There isn't any because Val did not bring snack stuff.
There
I brought
was a ton of
nuts.
cheese. In
There
the
was
drawer.
some cheese in the drawer. If you would like to get some, we can. But
I brought nuts.
I'm gonna make my food, and then I will get you something shortly.
Would you
You know,
like-
you were out for an entire game, and you chose not to cut some cheese up and bring it to the table.
Right. No cheese.
Riot. Who won the roll, by the way?
I did.
Gotcha. I'm gonna actually try to make some dinner now.
I love nuts.
Okay.
Do you
When are
want nuts?
people ready? Should I go?
Arr! Bunny, it drives me nuts.
Do you want me to get the truffle almonds out?
No, thank you.
I think we finished them.
I'm down.
I have more. I
Oh,
brought more.
awesome.
Ooh.
Don't die.
Or do you want
Alright.
truffle almonds or do you want cheese?
Cheese.
I'm good either way.
I'm good. I got my hand.
Okay.
Who's going first?
So me.
This is like the 5th time I'm shuffling this deck.
Why don't you just partial Paris?
Just get rid of 2 things and that
Well-
you can't play right away and find the lands you need.
Who knows if she's got anything remotely playable.
I am going to play. Ooh, pardon me.
What an awesome setup.
Well,
Thank
thank you, I appreciate that. Thank
Rogue's Passage.
You haven't
and
seen
Pass-
everything yet.
you. Oh, we're just about to start our next game.
4, 5.
Okay.
Play Commander.
The feather's gotta go.
What
I'm
what
tired
kind of magic do you like to play?
Actually picking on you with the feather.
I know. Please put it the other side or something. You're killing me. Oh, I should probably have life.
Hide. My life didn't actually. Like, I died. Not by life loss.
No, you didn't.
What are you doing?
Doing what you said.
Okay. You gotta show us.
Yeah.
I put back the land, a black
And what did you
land
put in
that
your
made
hand?
you when you play it that you
Oh, the
that you
bounce.
bounce.
Gotcha.
I put a swap.
Sorry, I forgot to show it.
The garrison, like the Boros garrison or the Golgari thingy or whatever.
You want me to show you what I went and got, or
I'm not fussed.
I can't remember.
Well, you
what I-
didn't. You shouldn't have
Discarded.
gone went and got. You should have flipped.
Yeah, you flip until you
got,
hit.
Oh, okay.
Like,
All right.
Because, you know, otherwise I would just go get a
Here.
Cabal coffers every game.
yeah.
I mean, I just chose a basic.
Oh, fine. If you picked a basic,
I just picked a.
whatever.
I just picked a
And
basic.
what we're doing is,
Here, but I'll
so
do
we
the
could
first
actually
one.
play real games on the stream and nobody's land hosed
Alright.
and annoyed the whole game.
I got one.
We do a partial Paris,
Okay,
which
good.
is you discard some
I got an
cards
evolving wild.
and you reveal cards from the top until you get the colors you want.
So evolving wilds will get me what I need.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't make fun of Blue. She was busy building a Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
No, she won't. Your turn, Blue.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really.
I already
Show
went.
It's been your turn.
Rogue's Passage. Damn. Okay.
I'm happy that she didn't play anything colored with 4 colors in her commander set.
Meandering River of Past Turns.
Okay.
Yay. I dig that. Okay.
You look lovely. Relax.
Evolving wilds. Crack it. Go.
Jungle Hollow became on life code 41. Pass turn.
Okay.
And now I can actually get that in there.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
Arrgh.
Arr, talk like a pirate. Arr.
Going to play planes.
You have the perfect mug for tonight.
Arr.
Pass turn. Blue, it's you.
I should probably not do this on top of my playmat.
Yeah,
No.
please don't.
Away from the cards and the keyboard, please.
Swamp.
This is why I double sleeve my cards.
Pass turn. Or
Well, it's
you're
hard to
doing
double
it.
sleeve
Yes,
the
pass turn.
keyboard.
Jayberry, it's you.
Alright. Sorry, drop a card on the floor. It's slippery. New
Yeah.
sleeves.
What?
You wash your filthy mouth out, DM. Blue is a saint. She's a saint. I like Anchorman. In parentheses.
Back your home on Whore Island.
DM says, go back to your home on Whore Island, Old Man Layfield.
I like how you were like,
You're the voice.
This just in.
yes.
Go back to your home on Whore Island. Who's up?
Me,
Ooh,
not you, so shut it.
Not in your space.
no.
Okay.
I played a land.
In the kitchen trying to actually.
I passed
You
my
could
turn.
actually play your commander.
I can't, it costs 3.
Alright. Untap, upkeep, draw.
Why did I think she was 2?
That would be cool, but no.
Command tower. Swiftfoot Boots pass turn.
Yeah, tap that mana.
Cannonball. Whore Island does sound awesome. By the way, Bunny, I have a new requirement that we are all required at MagFest this year to live stream in hoodies. It will be a onesie. It will be a onesie streaming party.
I don't
Okay.
I don't have
onesie,
one.
but I can make it happen,
Yep.
I guess.
You can.
I'm
Hey,
sure.
guess what? Guess what? Halloween's coming soon.
Yep.
And then everything will be
Be
on
cheap
sale.
after Halloween for like $5. Get something
Yeah.
Pass turn. Blue. I
Okay.
played a swamp and pass turn.
Buy a Halloween onesie.
online. Hey, look at that. It actually
I
fits
will-
off stream.
Totally, I feel like I want to be a unicorn,
Swamp.
a bat, or a parrot.
I mean,
I think you should be a uniparrot bat.
Souls
Yes.
of the Faultless.
what's that?
It's a 0/4 defender. Whenever it's dealt combat damage, I gain that much life, and attacking player loses that much life.
Cool.
Let's bring that up.
And
I don't
blue
really know
is
it.
at 46, by the way.
Yep, that's what happens.
Ah, that thing.
Whenever you gain life, you should tell us you're gaining life so we remember. So we
Gain
are
life at the
aware.
beginning of my upkeep. I'm not gonna say it every time. It's
I
done.
know.
Yes,
just,
you should- it's a
no,
trigger.
you should, so it reminds us what we need to do.
Yes.
You know what? You guys let Val gain so much life all the time.
No, her deck doesn't gain life
it
like
only
yours
gains
does.
life in one shot. It doesn't gain life every turn.
No,
It's two
that's not
shots. It gains life with an exsanguinate and
Yeah.
and
She
no, an
has a bunch
exsanguinate
of
and
other ways
exsanguinate.
because she always gets up like really, really high.
No,
usually
but
the
that's
exsanguinate-
later in the game.
Well, 'cause there's 5
though.
tutors in the
Okay,
deck. It's
cry
an
me a
exsanguinate.
river, Jayberry. It's your turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, you should tell us just because it's part of the upkeep step, so we should just be saying like what's happening when our
But you
decks
guys
get
know
played.
it.
well,
I
but
know,
the stream
but
can't
it's also
necessarily
the stream
see
doesn't
that it's
see
We
it.
want the stream to hate Oloro like we hate Oloro.
No.
They can't see that you're taking your life total up.
Every turn.
Yeah, we can.
No, they
Okay.
can't. Not
My
Are
dice
really.
there
is on
any
the
extra
stream.
cookies?
Yes, you may have the fortune cookies. Who's up?
Yeah, your dice are. I can barely even make out what your cards are, and I can't. And they're also in the dark.
They
Your
only give
dice
me
are
one.
in the dark. Anja
better?
Falconwrath
I'll
has.
That's okay. You can eat it. I just want to know what the.
Why is
Tell me
there
what the
like
fortune
a
is.
shadow here?
Where? This.
Because this and all of that.
That's kind of how light works.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is not a fortune.
Flip it.
Find release from your cures.
Care.
Have a good time in bed.
Yeah. All right. That sounds good. I'll do that.
Yeah.
But it's not a fortune.
What's on the back? No. It is an admonition.
Boring.
Well, I played my commander.
Aminatu's
but I
annoying
can't
as
really
shit.
do anything.
Commander is played.
Yeah, commander's played. Blue.
The Souls of the
tasty?
Faultless.
Yeah, tasty.
How big is that?
It's a 1/3.
She's gonna gain life
Okay.
if she
I will
pounces
block
it off
it.
the wall.
So she only gains 1 life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
And
you
she's
talking
not gonna
about-
take any damage.
Yeah, I know.
Might as well save it as a blocker unless there's something you want to trigger.
Don't have anything to trigger.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
never
save
mind.
Don't you discard or do something?
If she wants to.
Yeah, so whenever I discard a card, if it has madness, I can untap Anya.
Well, and remember, you don't actually have to cast the madness. If the card you discarded had madness, you untap her.
Yeah, I don't. So you can tell what I don't have in my hand right now.
Oh.
And that's a card with madness.
Bummer.
So go.
Moxie. What's this Moxie you talk of?
The cookie reads kill DM what?
Shut it.
Hashtag
Ooh.
Freakazoid.
Making me rethink
Freako.
my
Now
favorite
play a
color.
Soul
but
Raven?
no.
Freakazoid.
That's a lot
What
of
is your
ramp.
normal favorite color? How do we say this? Pasque?
Fake you?
Pasque?
Fake you?
Fake you?
Fake you?
Fake
Or
you.
fake Q? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a Spore Sower Thallid.
Uh-oh.
It's a 4/4 Thallid. Let me bring it up.
Fuck.
Whee! It is not a Souls of the Faultless. It is a Spore Sower.
Is there like a rainbow colored bat?
We could make one.
Rainbow Bat.
I mean, yeah.
Alright, so I played a fungus. I did not equip it. I
At
did
the
not have a
beginning of
model.
your upkeep, what does it do?
I put a spore counter on every fungus, and then I removed 3 spore counters to put a Thallid in play.
Uh,
But I'm gonna pass turn.
okay. Untap, which I didn't need to do. Upkeep, draw. Doing that.
This basil chicken is not as spicy as I wanted it to be.
You need to.
I'm not familiar with that cartoon.
There's a fungus among us, really? Really?
Well, I mean, I know of Freakazoid, but I've never watched it, so.
Old man? I think we are old men.
I am going to
I
top
mean, I know.
four,
I mean, it was
and
on
I'm
when
going
I was
to
around
play,
watching cartoons. I just didn't
Brutal
watch
Horde
it.
Chief.
He's a fun guy. Ah, what's with the dad jokes tonight?
Existentialist question? Okay, go.
Brutal Horde Chief.
Oh, that's a thing. I should bring that up. Fuck.
What is this?
This game's off to a rollicking start.
Hey, it's
I
not
ta-
coming your way.
Brutal horse.
I just love the fact that I typed in brutal hoe.
It's not coming your way. Someone has more.
She
life
is a
than you
brutal
currently.
hoe, but in a good way.
You said it, not me.
Thanks, Sheeper.
Yeah, like,
I said she. There's a bunch of she's in this room. I don't know. I could have been talking about me. I was talking about Hester.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is brutal.
Hester,
kind of
Hester is kind of brutal.
Brutal. And a hoe, probably.
Probably a hoe.
Given the opportunity. No.
Considering
she's
she's
too much
not-
of a loner.
She's not given an
That pussy
opportunity.
is a hoe.
Are you done?
Yes.
We're talking about the pet cat. So
And tap up
Life.
to draw, gains 2 life.
Yep. By the way, Blue is currently at 48.
Yep.
Without doing anything, mind you.
I am
just
on-
for being her.
Well, just for being beautiful.
Meh.
The ruling body on the island. Brutal hoe.
Is that like the prime minister?
Not the prime hoe.
Oh, great. We're creating the system of government now. We've proceeded to that point.
A woman lying about in pawns distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
Speaking of which, NPC shirt.
Should probably fix my life total.
Bile
What you got?
consumption.
What's that?
Oh,
What is that?
That's awesome.
That's life loss for us, right?
it hurts us for having creatures. So all creatures have pay 1 at the beginning of your upkeep or sack this creature.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
say,
yeah,
I'm
okay,
not the target.
Oh.
She just played something that makes lose life too.
Yeah, but guess who it's
Not every turn.
coming at?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jibber, you're up.
Alright, so that's at upkeep. Okay, so I untap.
These sound like
upkeep.
magic cards, the Brutal Hoe and the High Priestess of Vengeance. Like the High Priestess of Vengeance sounds like a magic card.
Take
Yes.
like
Wait,
go down
scroll
It
the
might
Well,
actually
did
be
I
one
miss
if we
it?
search for it.
Hold
draw.
on. Oh, the existential question is blue, why blue? It's Blue Wonder is the whole thing. It's been my gamer name for a while because Wonder Woman is my favorite, and I loved how they used to draw her in the comics. So I used to have black and blue hair, but now it's just all blue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because they can't do like deep jet black in comic books, so they had to add blue.
Yeah,
into
I know.
it. Yeah.
I know, but I loved it.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh,
it, so.
and cycling.
Faith
Yep.
of the Devoted. Whenever I cycle
Oh,
and discard a
fuck.
card, I may pay
Everybody's
1.
awful.
If you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Seriously. Everybody's awful this game. Are you done?
No.
Did you pay 1 for Anya at the beginning of your
I
turn? by the way?
did.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you play?
Faith of the Devoted.
Oh, you
Bring
have
it
to
up
pay
again.
1 to keep her.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
At the
Whenever
beginning,
you cycle
did you
this-
read Vile
Yeah,
Consumption?
did you pay your life?
I did,
Okay.
yes. I just
Whenever
did.
you cycle or
She
discard
got
a
it, she
card,
got
you
it.
pay 1. If you do, you should pay 1.
oh, that's what you meant. Pay 1 life.
Yeah, here, watch.
Whatever.
That thing. All creatures have, at the beginning of your upkeep, sack it unless you pay a life.
It's early.
Alright,
Like that life, I'm not currently as worried about.
alright,
Yep.
so I'm gonna tap it.
And so this only affects you, basically?
Yeah. So each opponent will lose 2 and I'll gain 2. So I'm gonna tap Anya
Yep.
to discard a card.
And do you have 1 to pay to do that?
Go back to
Oh no, I don't. So I guess I'm not doing that. Pass.
Why did you untap all your lands?
No,
Because I'm a moron.
You're
not
Moron,
a
you
moron.
just didn't know
Go.
what you were doing.
Go.
It's okay. It's a new
Okay.
deck. It is literally
Again,
your first time playing
rules
the deck.
lawyering, not a moron.
Alright, untap. Upkeep, I have to pay 1 life to keep my creature. Draw.
By the way, everyone, we have new Patreon levels fairly recently.
Yes.
So you should go check it out. There will be for 1 level. There'll be a contest at the end of October for signed Magic card, and then the high level we just give you stuff.
So, at the high level, we
gonna
would be
curate,
interested
yeah.
in your
Yeah.
feedback of
Right.
what you'd like to see.
I'm gonna play a Death
Yeah.
Reap ritual.
Like, would you like a
What does that
guaranteed
do?
signed card? Would you like us to find some cool shit and give it to you?
All right, so
like,
I've played the Death Reap
Yeah.
ritual. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, I draw a card.
Okay.
And then I shall play a Priest of the Forgotten Gods. New card.
What mana do you have? Oh, Soul Ring.
Yep, 6.
Fucking Soul Ring.
Fucking Soul Ring. And so the Priest of Forgotten Gods.
That's a newer card.
Yeah, it's from the new Ravnica.
How you doing over there, Rick Rolls?
I'm doing okay.
Don't
Yeah.
love
So-
It's like, all right.
So
Oh fuck! Everyone is awful.
2 other creatures, any number. Did you pay your life?
I
Yes.
paid 1 life because I had 1 creature in play, and I'm gonna enter my attack phase. I'm swinging at blue for 4.
How are you at,
He only had to pay 1. He had a land
I had
that
one
boosted
creature.
No,
him
but
1.
how are you at 40?
He had a
I was
land
at
that-
41 because I played first
you
turn of the
played a
game. I
land.
played
Yeah.
a Jungle Hollow.
What are you attacking me with?
A 4/4 Spore Sower Thalid.
Yeah, but what is it? Is there anything special about it?
It's just a 4/4 creature.
Yep.
Your thing's a 0/4.
I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill it.
I know. Let me see. It's just a 4/4 creature.
Just a 4/4 creature.
And you
It
should have put a spore counter.
at the end of my turn, or at the beginning of my turn. Yeah,
Yep.
it's
So
got
what
a
does the
spore
spore
counter.
counter do?
I can remove
It
3
doesn't
spore counters
add.
to get a Thalid.
It's not like it's plussing it.
No, it does nothing until I have 3 counters on it, and then I take them off to make a 1/1 Thalid.
It's a sapperling.
Sap-
That's
sapling,
important
sorry.
for you.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Like,
I would literally use those 2 terms interchangeable, Thalid and sapling.
but it's not.
I know. What blue is looking at is this silly thing.
It's not silly. It's fantastic. She was looking at mine, not yours.
That thing. So, it's just a 4/4 creature right now. Are you blocking?
I was just looking at everything else on the board to see if there's like something else I'd rather block.
Probably the Horde Chief, but she can decide whether you block it or not.
She can't decide.
Yes,
she
she can.
decides if
No,
like
it can't.
if
It
my
doesn't say.
creatures your opponents control block this turn if able.
Right, she can decide if it's not going to block.
No, it doesn't say.
She can decide it is. You decide if it blocks. So she says that does not block.
Yeah, I could spend 5.
Just
Yeah, and just.
Right. That's why the brutal Horde Chief
no.
is
It
brutal.
says it makes you block. It makes you block. It doesn't say that.
She decides
It doesn't
if
say that my creatures can't block.
it decides
So,
whether they.
creatures
Yeah. Read it out
your
loud.
opponent's control block this turn if able.
Right.
You choose how those creatures block.
Right.
So,
it
she's
doesn't.
not wrong. They have
No.
to block this turn if able, but I tell them
Hold
who
on.
to block.
It doesn't mean that like. It doesn't mean that it's not like her.
So if
It
I
doesn't
have
mean
like a
that I
sapperling
can't
out,
block.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different card. I really am.
yeah,
My bad.
Yeah,
I'm completely
she
wrong.
just. If I don't want to block, she can be like, "No, you have to block."
You must block, and,
Yes.
but she decides like, oh, this one's gonna block that. This
Right.
one's gonna block that. Yep.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
So, I'm. I will take 4.
You got it. Pass turn.
okay, untap.
Get that.
Wait,
Get that life
why
total
am I-
down.
Keep draw.
Lose a
okay.
life.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely. Again, it's early. I'm not like sacking my one creature.
You're absolutely right. I was wrong. I was thinking of a completely different card. I don't know what card it was. I know, right?
I'm
Captain
going
says
to
it
play
seems fine just subbing.
a red, and now I have 5 mana. And what do I want to do?
Yeah, back in
does
the
not have haste, so I don't want to do that yet.
Tarkir days, you would make your opponent's creatures
5.
all block the 1/1 goblin token, and everything else got through.
So I tapped 5 and played Ravos.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Other creatures I control get +1/+1. He has flying, so he's a 2/2. At the beginning of my upkeep, I may return target creature card from my graveyard to my hand.
Did you pay a life for?
I already did.
Okay.
I'm down to 39. And blue, I am going to come at you for now what is a 4/4.
And if this does,
It doesn't even have to
Okay.
do damage. I think
Yeah.
it
You
just
lose one
attacks.
just when yeah, right?
Defending player, yes.
so
Yeah.
I will go to. So I have to go to 43,
Yep. And
Oh
I
my
go-
god.
and I
What?
will.
It's, 43 before even.
Yeah.
I know.
And I
We
will
know what the deck does.
block it, and so you lose.
Do we need more teas than this?
Oh, thank
You
you.
gain that. Thank you. So, you lose 4 life. I gain 4 life.
That's fine.
Creature died, I draw a card.
Say thank you, folks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because
Thank you.
someone needed
Good night,
to...
Banshee.
Good night, Banshee. Again, thank you for Patreoning.
Yes.
Yay!
You done?
Yep.
Okay. On top,
What's your life total at?
49.
Snack screen.
I'm also
Get
gonna
an
get some.
awkward side view of my face. Yes, Bravos is fabulous.
Wait, you ready? The view that Val doesn't like.
Oh god.
I like it.
I know.
It's good.
You look
I don't.
lovely.
I hate it that
It
she
shows off
hates.
your makeup.
I dislike that she hates it because I think she looks great.
Yeah.
You guys all look awesome.
I'll
Love
make
it.
a funny face.
Here you go.
Oh yeah.
Fancy almonds.
I'm down.
After
Fancy
it.
almond time.
Woohoo.
Snack stream.
I'm gonna play Sarah Angel.
Yep.
Classic.
Vigilant.
Yep. And I pass a turn.
Untap. Upkeep. I lose 2 life, right? For each creature?
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
one for each.
Yep.
You only lose one.
Yeah,
For
one.
each,
Yeah,
just a
2
creature.
total. Yep.
Why? You have one
I have 2.
creature.
Oh wait, yeah.
The other one's an enchantment.
Reading my card. Why did I do that?
Thank
38.
you for cutting.
By the way, if I'm
You're
too
welcome.
forceful, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's good to have a reminder.
I like reminders too. If
Reminder.
I mess up.
What? What do we play? Magic? What?
All right.
We have snacks out if you want.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, thank you, Bunny.
question about
too.
madness.
Yes.
So if I discard a madness card, do I have to cast it right away, or it just goes into exile?
You have to.
Stays in
yeah,
exile.
you have to cast it while you're discarding it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So I have to have the mana cost to cast it.
Yep.
Got it.
But
Okay.
remember, she can untap if you discard a card with madness, even if you don't cast the madness.
Okay.
So you could attack with her, then
Okay.
do that.
But you have the thing in play that's going to really kill us. That enchantment is going to be awful.
Okay. So the way that Anya works is that I tap her
Yep.
to discard a card,
Right.
and I draw a card simultaneously.
No. You discard a card.
But you
and
have
then
to pay one, you mentioned?
you discard the card, and then you draw. So you have to basically cast the madness thing before you draw.
Okay, got it. Okay, I was wondering what the order I do things in, like in terms of the drawing the card,
Right.
paying the madness.
Because you do
Got
the
it.
first half, and if you
Okay.
want to trigger something off that, like the madness,
So I'm going to discard a Nightshade Assassin.
oh god.
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm gonna pay 3 plus to trigger the Faith of the Devoted.
Nightshade only costs, I thought, 1 when you madness it.
2.
Ah.
So I'm gonna bring it into play. So
Yep.
everyone lose 2 life,
Yep.
and I gain 2.
Because you
and
cast.
then I
'cause
draw
you
a
discarded
card.
a card.
Yeah, and then I draw a card.
What does it do
Also,
when it
I'm
comes
sorry,
in?
when it comes in, so we won't count the card I just drew. So the trigger is that when it enters the battlefield, I may reveal X black cards in my hand. If I do, Target creature gets -X until end of turn. I only have 3 black cards in my hand. I will reveal them.
So
So I have an
Only
In
thing-
Garrick's
You could
Wake,
kill
Geth, Lord of
this.
the Vault,
Oh,
Yeah, that's a
no, it's a
4/4.
4/4.
Oh,
Priest
that's right.
of Fool's
you probably
Wisdom.
want to kill Davos. You can't kill my Ballad or my Priest. Probably Davos that gives all our creatures +1/+1.
I mean, I can only do 3 to something, so...
Yeah, that's the only thing.
But you
I-
could kill his priest.
You could kill my Priest.
Let me see them. I just...
I mean, the problem is until that vile consumption goes away, I can't really clog the board with tokens.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yes, I'm keeping DM.
Well, actually, no. I just play my commander, and I don't care if I don't care if they die because you lose life when they die anyway. So yeah, actually, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's gonna have to be Ravos, because that's bad.
Yeah, but it's bad for blue right now.
I know.
Okay.
Bad for everyone.
Picture die, draw card.
Alright, so these go back to my hand, because I revealed them. I drew a card.
Nope.
Why was she supposed to take off the pirate?
No, she wasn't. She looks awesome with the pirate hat.
Oh, and then I untap Anya. And then I guess I could go to combat if I wanted to. And I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Well, you can hit her, but
Nah. I've done enough to her.
looming.
Did you move?
So look how big he is looming. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't see his face.
You can see his chin.
Which one?
Jabber, are you done?
Yeah, I said pass. I thought I did, anyway.
I will play a
As
forest.
much as you want. And there's truffle nuts.
Which I
Truffle
already
salt
ate a ton.
nuts. Marcona
I already
almonds.
drew, so
Tulips?
unfortunately I went to life because I should have done that
Oh.
first.
I love truffles.
Music
but I hate
therapy
those.
was just confused.
Really?
Yeah. About what?
That gets another counter.
Yeah, but that doesn't beef it. It just means you can remove them.
Correct. All right, 1, 2, 3 for a morph creature.
Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3 for my commander,
What were the black cards you revealed?
and I put
Curse
the
of
Swift
Fool's
Boots.
Wisdom,
I don't know.
Geth, Lord of the Vault, and In Garrick's Wake.
And I'm gonna put the Swift Boots on my commander.
Okay, that's gonna suck a bit.
I haven't read any of them yet, so I'm gonna read them after you
Oh my
guys.
god. Fuck. They're all awful.
Well, they also have high mana costs.
They do,
Yeah.
but they're still awful. I'm gonna move to combat. Not gonna start it yet, even though you're completely open.
Really now?
Yep. I'm gonna see if I can kill that fucking Sarah Angel though. I'm gonna swing a blue for 4.
And who is becoming the threat?
Blue, she's
You.
coming in.
You're still the threat.
She has lots of ways to lose life, plus she's doing other shit.
Alright, so these cards cost 6
Nine.
or 9 to cast.
I know.
Come on.
Well, it's a commander
Or
game.
mana.
You'll be able to play him eventually.
What are you doing?
I'm swinging at you for 4.
And why do you want to kill Sarah's angel so badly?
It's a 4/4 flyer.
Yeah, I
with
like vigilance.
Yeah. It's a good
What?
card. That's why we want to. It's a good card. That's why we want to kill it. The end.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
You
not
just-
blocking.
yeah, okay, that's fine. I will pass turn.
Okay.
Untap. And upkeep draw.
Yeah, Rihanna made her sub theme, so it really doesn't matter your cost.
And it's not even a sub theme. It's like kind of a half theme of the deck. Like it's not really.
What is mine?
There's a reanimator theme in that deck.
Oh
So
yeah.
it doesn't really matter
Yeah.
the cost.
Yeah.
So, threat her.
What?
Threat her. You were the one saying that this enchantment, and plus she revealed something in her hand that does the same
36, 34, 43.
thing. 43 does. The life doesn't exactly always matter. It does to a point, but not when you have a bunch of other stuff. You know, like creatures that can overwhelm you, other life and stuff like that. Like, it's not the be-all, end-all.
I agree. It'd be different if you weren't oppressing the board with the vile consumption.
fine.
That's a huge fucking problem for me. I know.
Privileged
that's awful.
position.
Oh God.
What
There's
is
a
it?
lot of problems. There's a lot of
Hey,
problems.
And
I
they're all
have one
enchantments.
creature,
And they're all enchantments.
and I'm done. Pass.
And you lost your life?
Yep. I'm at 33. Whoa.
Other permanents you control can't be the target of spells or abilities.
Until
Yep.
this thing dies, we
You have
can't
to-
target
yeah,
anything.
you have to
first.
kill the privileged position first.
Yep.
It's a great card. It's a great card.
I like Doom Necromancer, and I like the
Like-
reprint art. The reprint art's pretty. I only bring that up just to show folks. And how does she keep pushing her playmat forward? Like, look at the stream.
No idea.
Let me bring that up. Because I really like the new art, too. I mean, it's a Vulcan Baga. How could you not like it?
Yeah. Pretty. Who played that? You did?
Oh, wait.
NPC.
Those shouldn't play.
A Doomed Necromancer? I don't see that in play.
No. We were just talking about it.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
That's all. I just like the art. It's
Oh,
gorgeous.
you mean for my deck or something?
No, we were just talking. It's in your
Oh.
deck.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's in this thing.
Oh, really? He got the new art in 10th? That's awesome. I didn't realize Vulcan Art Baga had been doing that art for so long.
You guys killed me earlier. Just go home.
Not going after him quite yet. Alright. I'm gonna put all this down and have it stop being Snatch Stream and start being Manhattan Stream.
There you go.
And
So
anyone
what is
else?
that face down card? Is that your hand?
No, it's a morph.
It's a
It's
morph
a
card.
2/2 morph.
What's that?
It's a 1/2.
Does it do anything special?
Yeah. You can tap it, sack 2 creatures, lose 2 life. No. He sacks 2 creatures, any number of target players, each lose 2 life, sacrifice a creature. He adds 2 black mana and then draws a card.
Would anyone else, Rick, like a bourbon drink?
No, thank you.
I'm good. Still have a little bit of my rum left. So don't breathe in while you drink this.
Don't.
I had to run into the other room because I needed water immediately.
It was too spicy, or?
No, it almost went down my
Wrong way.
air hole.
Not the wrong hole. That's what she said.
No, air hole.
That's what she said.
Rum going down your air hole is bad.
So what you doing?
It burns.
What you doing?
I'm gonna leave my
Deciding
mana
to attack
open.
me.
I'm gonna leave my mana open and pass turn.
Okay.
How much mana do you have?
6.
Alright, so it's not Cyclonic Rift yet. Swing away!
Well, sadly, I don't have anything in my graveyard, but I need the land. So, Mortuary Mire. Oh wait, upkeep. Sorry, I lose a life, 2 life.
Alright.
All right.
It is
Blue
now.
has a graveyard.
It is now official. Official Coven stream.
Jayberry,
Now that I have
Blue
my
has a
bourbon drink.
graveyard.
Perfect.
Yes.
Is it a graveyard or my graveyard? It
Oh,
has to be my graveyard. I don't have any in my graveyard, but I need the land.
never mind.
So, oh well.
Oh my
There it
god,
goes.
Bunny, what kind of terrible food did you get? Where are you staying? Up by BWI?
Oh wait, she's here?
For literally tonight, she has a client meeting tomorrow and then has to fly back. Should I,
I think-
breathe bourbon on you?
By the way, I think it's very awesome that Bunny watches us so much and doesn't really play Magic.
She does now, but yeah.
But yeah,
no,
but
I get it.
even now she doesn't play it that much. It's
Solemn
just
Simulacrum.
like
You know, because there's this whole thing with
What does that
Hyper.
do?
I know.
It's
I'm
sad
saying
robot.
I think it's awesome.
It
Land.
is. It is
Sad robot,
awesome.
You get a land.
Upward spiraling vortex
Right.
of love for money.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll choose the swamp. Comes in tapped.
And you lost life.
I did lose my 2 life. Yes.
Yep.
It
Oh
did
God,
get my
18
upkeep.
hours.
I declared it. I declare it every time. I get a land. That's it.
I'm so
Well, it is.
cold.
You do anything else?
I'm gonna get started. I have to plan some shit. I don't want people to have to wait for it. Let me just see what that is.
Wait. Why are you looking?
I've got to because it's. Oh, it happens. Doesn't matter. It happens before my draw step. Never mind.
Nope. Go.
All right,
Good deal.
untap.
Upkeep.
I'm not entering my upkeep step yet. I'm looking at something in my hand first
Why?
because it's an instant.
How much mana did you have?
I'm stacking my. I'm ordering
Oh, I
my
see.
triggers. This goes to 3.
You lost your life.
No, I'm not. I'm beginning my upkeep.
Okay.
Okay. This goes to 3. I take it off. I sacrifice the
Can you
spore
do that
thrower.
at the beginning of your upkeep?
I get the counter at the beginning, so I
Okay.
can take it off
Got
immediately.
Got it.
So I take it off, and I sacrifice that. Everybody lose a life because Slimefoot's in play,
Okay.
and the spore sower.
Sacrifice what?
The ballad I just made.
Sapperling.
The sapperling I just made, and the spore sower. To hit the priest of forgotten gods. Okay. Any number of players each lose 2 life and sack a creature. I would like all of you to lose 2 life and sack a creature.
Okay.
Sorry.
You.
And then I add 2 black mana and draw a card.
Goodbye, sad robot.
Right?
So how many creatures do you have?
3, and I'm going to pay the 3 life right now.
And we
Your
so we
Sarah
sacked,
Angel
sacked and lost 2.
is gone.
Oh, right.
Okay.
We sacked and lost 2, right?
And that's
Okay.
sack a creature, lose 2 life, and I have 2 black mana in my pool. I've already paid my 2 life. I'm gonna use the 2 black mana and this and one of those to scatter the seeds and put 3 sapperlings in play. Whee! They're on the back. Yes, no, maybe.
Have you passed upkeep? No?
Nope, I'm still. I'm. Yes, I'm in my first main phase.
Okay.
That leaves
So
that leaves your pool as soon as you draw your card.
Oh yes, thank you. I'm gonna have to pay 2 more, so there it is. Poof. Actually, let's not do that. I'll do it. I already did it, so fuck it.
and when did you lose
So-
life for the vile consumption?
Before
that
these
happen
3
yet?
came in,
Okay.
because it's an instant. The scatter
Okay.
the seeds,
Okay.
right? I got 1 mana left. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3.
You
No,
spent,
I don't need that. No, I didn't. What did I spend it on? This was
Uh,
5 mana. And I didn't have to do that. So
Do you have
actually,
enough
this
mana?
was, and that's 2 black, right? So 2 black
but
plus
it
that
says you lose
and
it.
2 green.
But you lose it.
But this is an instant. I'm casting it as an instant. Okay? So I still have 3 mana.
So
But that happened in your upkeep, you're saying.
That's correct.
So,
you do have to lose 3 more life.
yeah.
No,
because-
I can order the triggers in my upkeep. Right? So after I pay the life to that, I cast the instant spell.
At the beginning of your upkeep.
Does that say at the beginning?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I got 2 at the beginning. I'm doing this. Fuck! It's not a duringer?
No.
No, at
God
the
damn
beginning.
it. Alright, let me back up.
Can it-
I gotta rejigger this whole thing. Sorry,
Alright.
folks. Fucking one of those old goddamn cards. Doesn't say during. So this has 3. This got. I have to pay 1, 2, 3, 4 life. So I still lose another. Instead of 3 creatures, I have 4 in play. I'm not taking the counter off that yet. I drew my card already. No, that was the card for that. So that's the card I drew.
That means you
No.
had to sack.
No, because this is the card I would have drawn this turn.
Okay, so you're saying you're drawing card per turn. You're
Right.
no
You drew,
longer
you
in
drew
your
a card
upkeep.
per turn, yeah.
Yep.
You're no longer in your upkeep.
Okay.
Go into your first main.
Exactly. I'm in my first main phase. I paid my 4 life. Alright, Blue, let's suck the first counterspell out. Grave Pact.
What is this?
Whenever I sack a creature, everybody sacks a creature.
Yep.
This is gonna be bad. Because he's gonna do this.
Well, nobody else has creatures right now.
Let me.
I
No,
know.
we do, because this didn't
Oh,
happen.
yeah, take your creatures back. That's correct.
So,
I mean, I can still trigger it
Can
whenever.
I see that?
I'll bring it up. Whee. It's the... There's, like, the whole suite's in there.
I don't know. Should that go away?
Yes.
it's...
Whenever a
If you
creature I
want a
control
creature,
dies,
yeah.
everybody else sacks a
If you
creature.
want a creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to go.
Cool.
It's
Well.
render silent, so you can't cast spells this turn.
I can't do anything as an instant. Okay, it's countered. And I will take this off.
Right. Okay.
I will sack this. And...
You're sacking the morph? Or...
no, not sacking the morph. Sack that. And Scatter the Seeds is still in my hand, by the way.
Yep.
Sack that. Everybody lose their 2 life. You don't have to get... Whatever, you already lost it, right? You never
We
gained it
already
back.
did. Yeah, we already.
Now everybody
Yeah,
sacks
I
a
already did
creature.
Now everyone sacks
Yep.
a creature.
You can't cast spells.
I'm not. I'm using an effect.
Oh.
Yep.
And I cannot cast spells, so
You have 5 mana,
I do.
and you get to draw a card.
I will at the end of my turn. Let's just swing at blue for 4.
No, you draw it at the time you do that.
What? No, that's
So-
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, but I'm saying when you sack, you get the 2 mana and you
Oh, and I
draw a
didn't draw.
card.
Right. Thank you. How many land do you have in play?
I
6.
have 6.
Alright, so I didn't play one for turn. Pass turn. Did you ramp?
No.
Okay. Pass turn.
Okay. Untap.
Sorry, that was the longest fucking turn I've ever had.
Because you did it wrong.
I did. I fucked it up in the beginning. I didn't realize that it was at the
Untap.
beginning. I thought it was during your...
Draw.
Yeah.
So he says.
Hopper game.
Pauper is... You know what it is? You can only play with common
commons.
cards.
Yes. 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 That's right.
We did get there, folks, eventually. The Render Silent fucked me. I had like 3 other spells I wanted to play, so... You did good. You did what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
Can I see this?
The Thallid?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
No, sorry. And at the end of my turn, the Death Reap Ritual draws me a card.
Not so interesting.
I mean, the Angel's probably decent.
You have the angel, and what else? The
What are you looking for,
wall,
creature?
life gaining life.
The angel's gone.
Yeah, that's
That was
fine.
great.
I mean,
what's it-
until I draw in...
Solemn Simulacrum and Involving Wilds.
Oh, Solemn Simulacrum in the graveyard?
Yeah.
That's a land?
Yeah, crack land for land.
Sad DM! Sad DM is sad. I literally could have cast 3 more spells this turn. And I was going to.
I
You know what a Solemn Simulacrum is?
It's the new art, though. It's beautiful. Like,
yeah.
check out the new art.
Sad robot?
Yeah, sad robot.
It's no longer sad.
It's kind of angry.
It looks kind of angry.
Yeah.
Is it it's Donato, isn't it? Yeah. Dude, they gave this... I mean, who else are you going to give this card to, right?
Anybody?
It's gorgeous. I mean, it's an oil painting.
This is
I wonder
so
how much it sold
difficult
for.
because
I think
Does
he
he
actually...
only paint in oils?
Yeah, he doesn't do digital. I think he actually kept that. He has a Weatherlight card. He literally has one of the original Weatherlight cards. He's like, nah, I'm not going to sell it. Like, if you ever do, just let me know.
Really?
I
Would
like
you
when
pay
they.
$40,000 for that?
I don't know about 40. I'd pay like
so
10.
I'm
if I had
asking
it.
you, like I have this, and I'm kind of like, hey, I could get an extra land, and that might
Get
be
the extra
cool,
land.
and then a
You
card.
Get the extra land.
Or I could get my creature back, or
The Horde Chief is a good thing to have back.
it is, but I'm also like,
The Solemn Simulacrum will give you a land too.
and a card.
Yeah.
So
That's probably your best bet.
Oh, I forgot to
I'm
draw a
gonna-
card when it died.
1,
Nah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fine. You know what?
What is this?
The privileged position, it's, yeah.
So I'm
means-
paying
You
6.
should have counted
Oh,
that
right.
if you could have. Yeah.
And I'm going to do a
Finally
grave
Yeah.
upheaval for your sad robot.
Sad robot.
Does it get +2 until end of turn?
No.
No, it's, I'm thinking of
Let's
the
get
black-red one.
haste.
The other black-red one.
I'll search for the land in a moment.
Let me see if I can even us out a little bit, too. How do you
And
keep
then-
pushing this forward?
Magic.
Chaos girl.
And then it has haste, so I could attack with it, but I might want the blocker.
Yeah, unless it has a... Well, I mean... She's under 40. I'm not that annoyed right now. We're not in, like, Felidar Sovereign death range.
I might want the blocker, maybe. Because either way, if it dies, like, 2 damage right now is not really gonna
Right.
do anything cool. So, pass turn. And I'm gonna look for my land. So... I definitely don't need a plains. How about another forest? Another forest might be cool.
Plain.
I am a fucking idiot.
Another forest.
What did you do wrong?
That's not a morph card.
Nice. What are you?
I'm gonna replace it with the morph card, or do you want me to put it back in my hand?
I don't know. Like,
Well,
Well-
it depends on what it is.
What were you supposed to do?
I'll show you. I'll show you the difference. Man, meds just aren't kicking it tonight.
What were you supposed to do?
I'll sh-
So it depends on what you're replacing that morph card with.
Yep,
because
I'll show you in a second.
So you were allowed to choose, right? When you originally put that in, right?
No, yeah, but I thought it was a different card. And that different card might not even... There it is. No, I thought it was that.
But it wasn't in your hand, so you can't just go searching your library.
No, I'm saying I thought it was that. So you guys decide if you want me to pop this back in my hand, or you want me to put that one morph down.
Look at it. I'm inclined to be like.
I have a question,
no.
and I need an answer
Sure.
before I can answer that.
We'll look at them both.
What brought the morph in?
I had to pay 3 mana.
And you would search your library
No,
for it?
I thought it was a different card because I was running around
Then
making it drink
absolutely
whatever.
not. You absolutely not.
Then I'll take
to
the other
getting
one back
your
to my hand.
morph card because
Yeah, then give me the
like,
the other ones should come back to my hand.
it wasn't in your hand.
Absolutely. So it should come. I'll pop that one back to my hand because I couldn't have played it.
Yeah. That's the right
That is the right call.
land.
It was this. I'm playing Drope.
Shovel
Strokesful
Knight, praise the
Reaver.
sun. Nice bunny.
So we have a 3/5 flying double strike.
Drogo Skull
lifelink.
Reaver, yeah.
Gain life, draw a card.
It's not hasty though, right?
No.
No.
How do you spell it? D-R-O.
Drogskoo.
I put an O after the end. That one. I love the hands on that.
Yeah.
Who did it? Vincent.
Prosh. Prosh.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay, untap.
How many creatures? 2?
2. Upkeep. I lose 2.
Oh, so she's
And-
at the beginning of her turn. She's gonna
Draw.
get 2 cards.
Why?
Read the second sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you get
Oh yeah.
life, draw
No,
a
it's
card.
it's a great card for that deck.
Although I don't see a reliquary tower out there. Or a
She's only
thought
got 2 cards in her
vessel.
hand, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. It really does.
Oh, that is kind of cool. It does look like an old. Let's look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a 50s, like, the thing that Atomics made.
Alright, so I'm going to tap Anya.
What is it, like
Ew.
Zombie Space Aliens, Part 4?
Discard that. I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3, 4 to cast it.
What you doing?
It's a curse.
Ah. Oh, which it's the
So,
curse, the new
yep,
special one.
Oh,
Yeah.
drawing card.
Yep.
So which one is it?
Curse blue.
What's the curse?
Curse of Fool's Wisdom. Whenever enchanted player draws a card, they lose 2 life and I gain 2 life.
Ouch!
It is ouchie. Very ouchy.
Every enchantment played in this game so far
Has been
awful.
awful.
Like, it's been like the worst
true.
enchantment ever played.
Except
untap
me
Anya.
with no
It's,
creature.
but it's
Draw
still
a
the worst
card.
enchantment. Like, we can't target any of your shit until that goes away.
Yeah, but you guys haven't been playing targeted removal.
I know.
And then.
So,
I'm astounded
Not
that you let my
relevant.
priest live.
Oh wait, I forgot to put one for
I
that.
said go for the
so
priest.
Oh,
Everyone,
that's gorgeous art,
everyone
too.
lose 2.
Yep.
I gain 2.
how much should you
29.
You paid the...
I paid the 1
This is just
to do that.
awful. Like, everything's just ticking down.
Yeah.
P.S. You paid for your creature, right?
She madnessed it.
No,
Oh,
but you still
yeah,
had
at the
2
beginning of the turn.
creatures.
Yes,
Yeah, at the
I
beginning
did.
of the turn,
I
I said pay
did.
to life.
I
Yep.
declare it every time. I declare it every time.
She did.
Okay.
You're better
So-
at that than we are.
Yes. Because that's how I got to keep track of it. It's really useful for me.
What is it? If you have a trigger at the beginning of your turn, put something on top of your deck, so you know that thing on top of your deck.
All right.
Hello, Team
And
Money.
I am not gonna attack anyone. Go.
All right.
Hello, T-Money. Welcome.
Untap, upkeep. I'm not going to trigger anything with
Timony.
upkeep. I'm going to lose 2 and go to 27. Draw.
What's up?
Uh,
Thank you. I'm trying. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's helping you learn. I think it's good for us to say, so we do everything right with our decks, because our decks are complicated sometimes.
Yep.
I've eaten most of the nuts.
I'm going to
You
play
want more nuts?
Illusionist
No, I
Bracers.
should not have more nuts.
I got a big giant thing of like
Don't have
Nick at my
enough.
house. I've been like eating way
Yeah,
too many
I
every
might
day.
be able to pull it off. Let's
It's
see
like
if I can do
sitting
it.
right by my chair.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to tap
Never have the
Slimefoot.
food right by where
Two,
you're
three.
always
Wait,
hanging out.
you had to
But I
do
have to,
3 to.
because
I'm not
You
equipping
don't
it
want to
yet.
get
Okay.
that.
Then
Need to. Well, you do have that
I'm
little.
going to scatter the seeds for 3 saplings.
Yeah,
Or
but
something.
it's
What did you tap slime
it
foot
has
for?
alcohol in it. So
Scatter the
it's
seeds,
turned
it's a
down
5
very
casting
low.
cost
There's
with
wine in it, so it's turned down very low.
So I needed the green mana.
So I can put a few
Right?
food in it depending on what it is,
Gotcha.
but not like a lot.
Okay, Priest of Forgotten Gods has Illusionist Bracers. I'm going to sack
Dragon.
2 creatures.
Okay.
Everybody sack 2 creatures.
Yeah, you get to draw a card.
And lose 4
Wait,
life.
what are you playing?
I played Illusionist Bracers on the Priest of Forgotten Gods.
What does it do?
It
makes us
it doubles the trigger.
How many creatures did you sack?
I only have to sack 2 because I sack 2, right?
Oh, okay.
And then any number of players.
You lost your life first,
What's that? Yeah, I did. I paid the life. I was at 29. I had 2 creatures,
so you're making us sack 2
Wait.
creatures.
Yep. That's how it goes.
and I still have 1 left.
Can vote. How did you get the green?
What do you mean? I had
Thank
4.
you, T-Money. I appreciate
So
it.
this 2
2 for those.
for those, 2 to equip,
Was I here
sorry.
last?
3.
3 to equip,
I was here last.
and
week.
then
You were here last week.
Yeah.
Where? Yeah, that's 3.
I'll tap the sapling. No, I can't because it wasn't in play. Hold on. Fuck! I thought it was 2 to equip.
Nope. 3.
So he can't.
No, I do it. It only happens once.
Do we get our creatures back?
It only happens
No,
once.
you lose 1.
Yeah.
Just
Creature.
lose 1 life.
One creature.
just
One creature, 2 life.
All right.
Sorry, Fred.
That's what I was doing. I get the 2 black from this. But it's after the effect already
yeah.
happened.
So. Here you go.
Oh.
But I get to draw a card.
And that's in the graveyard.
No, NPC was not here. We had Val instead of
And
NPC.
me.
Last week? No. Yeah. It
Yeah.
wasn't
And
here.
oh, by the way, I sacked 2 saplings. Everybody lose 2 life.
And Rick was not here.
Pass
You were
turn,
not. And
I
then the
draw a
week
card.
before, you're right.
So we
I
lost
was-
1 life and then 2 life?
Correct.
Okay.
So we lost a total of 3 life?
3
Correct.
life total.
And sack the creature, and I'm done.
Okay. Untap.
Wait, you're at 30, right?
I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm at
Where
27.
were you at before that?
I was just at 33. After I lost 2 life, then he told us we needed to lose another one.
Yeah.
Okay, and I did math wrong.
I mean, did we all lose 5 life that turn?
No. You said 3. I heard 3.
You said 3.
Sorry. So when okay, just keep the 3. I'll explain it next turn
Okay.
because I was dumb. And this is the second time I've ever played the deck, so
But what were we supposed to lose?
No, they should have lost.
5.
You don't. No.
Each
4.
lose 2 life. I sack 2 things. So
Yeah.
it should have been 2,
4.
3, 4, 5, 6. Whenever a sapperling dies, each opponent loses a life.
Yes, that's fine, but you don't lose for like each creature that is sacked. So it's a total of 4.
It's 2 for this.
Yes.
Right.
And 2 for that.
God, Matt. Just sit there and keep me.
Sorry.
So we lost 4 life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which we did. Because
No.
we
Lost.
lost
Who
3.
cares? Yeah, 3 is fine. We'll figure it out next turn.
Yeah, because I had 1 more than you before you ticked it down, and now we're even, and I don't know who did turn their dice wrong.
I
so.
know I did mine right.
Well, I know I did mine right, so we're both in the same place.
Yeah, Bunny, I can't. I'm so sorry you had to fly here for this meeting and then you have to fly back tomorrow night. Like, that really sucks. Seriously, I can't fathom. I wouldn't have done it. I'd have been
Yeah.
pissy about it. Well, okay, I'd have been pissy about it, but I'd have done it.
So how are we all doing tonight?
That's somebody just asked that.
I know, which is why I'm repeating it out loud.
I'm apparently not playing this deck in any semblance of rationality. So
No.
Yeah, you
Really
need
not.
someone to like.
yeah,
Socks, we
I'm
need you
literally-
down here to sit over her
I'm
shoulder.
literally gonna need to like
Bed.
put little like 1 counter dice on everything and be like, okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3.
No, because then we'll think it's like plus plus. You need to use the stones.
I need to use this. Never mind.
We need to like Socks. We need you down here to sit over her shoulder and make sure
Unfortunately,
he's doing
she's
things
asleep.
right. Yeah, I know.
I'm doing fine. How are you,
Doing
Tiffany?
good.
How do I want to do this?
Although you did arrive at a good time, Bunny. It's gorgeous weather. I mean, it's beautiful. It's been like the first pleasant day to be outside all fucking summer. Well, for me, because I hate warmth.
I relish in it, and I'm sad it's going
Aw.
away.
I'm sorry.
I
Well,
hate winter.
really?
Yeah.
You don't like skiing? You don't like
No.
crisp, cold winter air?
We'll have
Smells
to be
great.
freezing
Even though I'm
and
showing
bundled
this to
up?
you,
No.
So, if you were to make me sack a creature, if I left this mana open, could I No.
Sacrifice is not
Because
destroy.
I sacrifice and then...
Sack is not destroy.
Well, that's not going to be fun.
So this Priest of the Forgotten Gods it's a workhorse.
Let me see your board.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me bring up the Priest first, and then I'll show you the board state. So it's a new card from Ravnica. Sacrifice 2 creatures. Any number of players each lose 2 life and sack a creature, and I get 2 black and draw a card.
That
Fine.
needs to go.
What's that?
That needs to go.
Yeah, it does.
I told you to kill that card, and you were like,
couldn't-
"No, I want to." You could have killed the priest. You decide, yes.
Yeah, the other-
You dealt 3 damage. It's a
Oh, that
1-2.
wasn't me.
No, it was
That
Jayberry.
wasn't me.
That was
Yes.
Jayberry.
I said kill the priest, but no, war chief.
That wasn't me. Don't
I-
yell
okay.
at me.
I think Jayberry's doing what she needs
Since
to do
most
because
people
we're
are
all
tough
not
at-
paying attention to what's going on over there.
I'm going to do the Thalid Soothsayer, and then
I love the fact that you just played a fungus.
yeah. Well, sapperlings and fungi.
Is this your thing? Oh.
Not that I control.
Nice. Hook it up. Actually, did I want?
Yep, see, there you go, Bunny. You got the right idea. You too, Captain Harris. Alright.
Yeah, sure. Actually, you know what?
Oh, you
No.
played the other partner commander? What's the name of that guy?
Tana.
Tana. I don't even know what it
And
does.
it's a her. Matters.
She identifies as a her.
Yeah.
Got it. So, god damn it! A bunch of my shit makes sapperlings.
Do I actually want to go that route?
And you already have a Rogue's Passage in play, right? Mm-hmm. Alrighty then.
Yeah, but like already then you say that, and then
Are you playing your game again?
What game?
The one you were playing at Dragon Con.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. Go team, go.
Untap, upkeep. So I lose two.
I
I mean,
agree with you,
gain
buddy.
2 life, but I lose 2 life.
Net
Yeah.
loss. And Jayberry gains 2.
Oh,
Well, hold on. Jayberry, do you gain 2 when she loses, or do you
Yeah.
gain when
Yeah.
she draws cards?
When I draw a card. Whenever enchanted player draws a card, they lose 2 life and you gain.
What are you playing, Rick?
It's,
Bunny wants to know.
it is Strike Force, Marvel Strike Force.
Marvel Strike Force. So it's a
Oh man.
Marvel Strike Force phone game, phone app game. So by the way, how's the stream looking tonight? I'm experimenting and we're on Wi-Fi. This entire thing, all the cameras, all the audio
Why'd you do that?
is on Wi-Fi. Well, to see if I could.
Yeah. Also, so we don't trip over the cord.
So you don't trip over that cord that's always going down the stairs. Plus,
Don't really ever do though.
I bought a new
Multiple
repeater
times.
right up there that's up there, and when we move 10 feet that way, I want to make sure that if the Ethernet is not working properly because it's too long a run, then we can always Wi-Fi in.
We froze.
When did we freeze? It's only frozen. When did it freeze? And that might have been your phone or whatever, because it's. I'm looking at my counter here, and my frames per second has been perfect all night. Who's up, by the way?
Blue.
Just looking.
Oh, yeah, right. You're still in your. Did you have your draw?
Yep.
It's in your first main? Got it.
Is that something new that you played?
What?
That.
Yeah, the Illusionist Bracers. You want to look at that. That's going to let me double effects. Let me bring that up so people can see.
So I assume you're gonna put it on this fucker.
It's cool art, too.
So, oh, you make a sack creatures, right?
Yep. I mean, if you can wipe the board or kill this one creature, you should probably do that.
I mean, you should kill DM's creature. The one that's making us sack
Well,
creatures.
you can't target any of NPCs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what's making us sack creatures.
I don't know.
Dazzle.
I think I'm going to need more protein in my life.
Cheese.
Oh.
Cheese stream.
It's like I don't want to cast a creature because it's just gonna die. But then there's no blockers. It sucks. I don't know what to do.
If it's any consolation, your Vile Requiem have saved your life this entire game. Because I mean, I've got the cards in my hand to flood the board with like 20 Thalids. And I can't do it because,
Sapperlings.
well, I mean, they're going to die to this, but they're going to hurt me. Because it's at the beginning of my own upkeep.
Yep. Tell your sad story to board.
What is it, the little duck from Nightmare Before Christmas?
I don't know what it's called.
I don't think it has a name.
Probably does. We just don't know it.
God damn it. Why do you have a Thallid? Why do you have a fungus in your deck? I have like 3 things in my hand that are going to make this, give this like 3 counters.
I'm playing Orzhov Basilica, bouncing a swamp to my hand.
You got it.
You know, you could play that after
I
and
know.
use the swamp for
But I don't
the-
think she wants to do anything.
I don't know that I want to play anything because it's just gonna die.
Gotcha. Alright.
I'm done.
Okay. Alright.
It's a game where you're a goose
Untap.
walking around town annoying people. Why do I have to get the... really have to get a goose game so I can walk around town annoying people without being a goose bunny. I'm pretty sure I can make that happen.
Okay.
I'm really sure I can make that happen.
Upkeep, I lose 2.
Yep. Where you at?
32.
God.
Alright. Draw.
Only 1. That's an enchantment.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was just used to doing 2 every time.
We're
Yeah,
all-
that's what.
Because that's what I did the last few
That's
turns.
what I. That's why I always put like my artifacts and my enchantments higher up so that I can distinguish them
I
from
know.
creatures.
I know.
I usually put them off to the side. I put artifacts
Yeah.
off to the left, enchantments off to
Yeah.
the right.
Yeah.
Memorial to Folly comes in tapped.
God, I want sugar.
Why?
Because I always want sugar.
Lucky for you, there's not much in the house.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna tap
This is why I can't keep
Anya
more than fruit in the house.
to discard a card.
Because fruit's not
The madness
bad sugar.
cost
I agree.
is 2. So I will pay 2
So what are you doing?
for an alchemist's greeting.
Which does?
4 damage to target creature.
Yep.
That dies.
Poof.
Freeze.
Poof.
Yay.
What are you?
You're welcome.
What'd you destroy?
Thank you.
The
The
priest-
thing that was making you
Yep.
sack creatures.
Yay.
Now you can untap
What did you play?
Anya.
Now I untap Anya.
Did you pay extra to make us lose 2 life?
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to
You
do
should do
that.
that.
Yeah, so everyone lose 2.
What exactly did you play?
An instant that did 4 damage to a creature.
A sorcery.
Sorcery, sorry.
This.
And it does it have flashback or
that's
it has madness, not flashback.
Madness.
Yeah.
Which
Draw
is
a
why
card.
she could untap Anya.
Great.
And play it, for that matter.
I'm sure it's hilarious.
And
You'll note
next-
none of us have poked the
Oh,
choice.
my brother was like, great. Now you're going to break someone's wrist.
So yeah, just if the stream hasn't seen, it's NPC and it has like
Options.
dialogue choices for a game.
But if you poke me,
As
I
you
will cut you.
I'll play
Except for maybe you.
I'm gonna lose 2 life and get started on a
I'm gonna
vampiric
play
tutor.
a Hedron Archive.
Well, hang on, because people make people discard shit. in
Well,
this
it
game.
goes to the top of the deck. I'm doing it assuming nobody's gonna make me sacrifice by or shuffle my library.
Pass turn.
Well, okay.
What did you just do?
I played a vampiric tutor as an instant, and I'm putting a card on top of my library.
Did you have mana left?
I have 1 black. My command's tower.
Pass turn.
Okay.
I know how much a vampiric tutor costs. God damn it!
Yes, but you've been bad at math all night.
I really have.
So,
Oh, once he's
don't
done with
mind me
that.
if I question your
You're
reality
absolutely
for
Once
a
he is
moment.
done with that, it is his turn.
I know. I know.
That comedian.
Yep.
I can't remember his name, but I know. I know.
I don't have a. Oh, and I draw whatever that is. I still have to look for the card I'm looking for.
Diam After Hours News is running my current trade right now.
Oh my god, do I really not have any enchantment removal?
Your current trade, so like your job?
Alright, that's going on top.
Oh, ruining, not running.
Ooh, there are new people on the stream. We should show them the artwork I have.
You should do that.
Hello, new
While you
people.
take forever to do your turn.
Who's the
All
new
right.
people?
Untap.
Do you
Well,
actually have a
Bunny.
morph now?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Bunny,
Untap.
you need to see this.
Upkeep draw.
Oh, I still gotta do it. Yeah. Upkeep, so
So-
I'm still gonna lose 2 life.
We need to
Alright.
zoom to you.
Yeah. All right,
Only
Bunny.
2.
So there's a card in here. It's called Pattern Matcher. It is by Jesper
Yes.
Edgsing.
Ising? I think it's Ising.
So it's
That's cute.
a little robot,
Holding
and
a
he's
bunny.
holding a bunny.
Yup.
Look how adorable that is.
It's cute. It's like a golem.
Yeah, it's a golem.
Golem.
It's a golem. And he's holding a bunny.
Let's see.
Eee, I know,
damn it.
right?
Alright, so first thing we do.
So, yeah,
Out
like
there. 3? 3.
Yes. 3.
I know it's so dope.
What are you playing?
I love it
I'm
lots.
equipping Slimefoot with the Illusionist Bracers.
So what happened?
I love it too.
Nothing yet.
It's super dope.
What? I mean, what?
So it basically doubles the activated ability
Right.
because it's not a mana based one.
meaning then he get more.
No, he'd do more damage each time a Saberling dies.
Blood Artist.
Lovely.
How big is the
Shouldn't
thing you put a bunch of
technically put that
enchantments
on
on?
the Blood Artist?
I don't care if
Because
the blood-
then...
I don't care if the Blood Artist
How
dies.
how
no,
big?
I'm saying like this because then no matter what dies, you'd be doubling.
Yeah, but I'd rather double damage to you than gain double life.
So just so I'm
No,
following.
you would still...
Double damage to every player.
Oh, okay, you're
Yeah.
right. So, never mind.
Sorry, just to follow what happened. So that creature has
Okay, so I
hexproof
put-
and haste.
Right, it had hexproof and haste.
Yeah.
I put on the illusionist bracers.
Which makes it double
It
triggers.
allows me to copy an activated ability.
Okay.
So when Saberlings die,
Okay.
Right.
we each lose a life, so we'd lose 2 life.
Right.
Okay.
And
then
I am going
the Blood
to-
Artist is how big is it?
It's a 0/1,
Okay.
and I'm gonna play a and the Saproling's already in play,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I'm gonna sit for this turn.
Okay.
Okay. My turn. Yay.
Oh, actually, Blue, do you have any creatures?
Go
I
ahead.
can deal with that. You're killing me with the
She
Vile
has more
Requiem.
life.
Fuck you. You're killing me with the
You
Vile Requiem.
already
Take
said
2.
last turn.
Take 2.
You
2
already
commander,
said
by
Oh
the
my
way.
god. Just take your 2 damage.
A friend gave you a print of Banksy art and realized you need more art in your home. Of course
Good,
you need more
that's
art
awesome.
in your home. It's true that.
Okay. So,
Um,
untap,
So
upkeep.
while Embassy
Draw.
takes her turn. So I got that art because
He wasn't gonna sell it, right?
Jesper, no, I mean,
He
he
said he
posted
was.
that he was going to auction off the rough sketches after the painting sold, which I couldn't afford. Or
Right.
I probably could have, but I didn't pull the trigger on that. So I don't remember what it went for, but it was a lot.
Gotcha.
Maybe I could have. Maybe I didn't want to. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So, but a month later, like, nothing got, he didn't post anything, and I kept
Right.
looking, like, I kept checking. And so I went to his Facebook page and I sent him a message.
He was like, hey, you doing
Hey,
this?
are you gonna auction this off? If you
Oh,
are,
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
or
I heard a bunch of cards fall.
Yeah.
Oh, it was my keys.
No.
Okay.
or if you're not, can I
Or
make you an
something.
offer? And then a month later, he wrote me back.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and
really
so
fucking cool.
Val, Orchard.
yeah. And so yeah, sometimes it helps to reach out to artists and be like, "Hey, I like your stuff."
It helps to
Would
be an
you
actual
sell?
human being.
It also helps, I think, that we have one mutual friend in common. This
Imagine
guy.
that.
Imagine that. So, but so yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll sell it to you." I was like, "Well, what do you want for it? Because I don't want
You
to
should take your
give
damage.
you, a low offer
No,
for
but I
it."
will.
So he told me what he wanted for it, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to buy more Magic cards with it." And I'm like, "Cool, I can give you money to buy more Magic cards. I'm so into that." Also, you should live or visit the States more if you can, because I think he lives
I'm
in
going
Denmark
to play
or something.
Loxodon,
Copenhagen.
Yeah. Hierarch.
Hierarch.
Which is what?
She sacks it, and all of her creatures are indestructible
I
this turn.
gain 4 life. Well, it's not indestructible. They get regenerated, which is different.
I spelled it wrong.
Yeah, HIE.
Trust me, there are worse things to
I spelled
counter.
it HEI.
But if you want to spend that, go ahead.
It's a Kev Walker.
Why not?
Nice.
So in the Ravnica D&D game, you can play a Loxodon character. You can play
Yep.
an elephant.
Oh,
guy.
cool.
So are you doing anything? Does it resolve?
Thank you, Captain Harris.
Yay!
I'm good.
Okay. And then I'm going into my combat phase. And
Is that T that I hear? It's
Yes,
about to go off.
it's fine.
It's okay.
I can
Just-
turn it off.
I am
I'm
coming
close.
at you, Blue, for 2.
That hat is not making your head sweaty.
Not
Nope.
the threat.
And then
Yeah, but you're a target of opportunity at this point.
Yeah.
I get 2 Saprolings. Wait, hang on. That many, yeah. So
I'm right there.
wait, why are those? Ooh, I should probably shuffle those into my.
What were they just sitting up front for no reason?
Yeah. Oops.
This has been just a shit, like just a shit show.
Didn't mean to do that. Go
Anything
ahead.
else?
Nope. Done.
You have to pay a lot of life next turn.
Yeah, but
Worth it.
What?
Two.
yeah.
You what?
Like,
But what?
depending on
sack
how
and draw
things
cards.
go. Like,
What'd you play?
well, that's been out.
Oh, that's
that
been
was
out.
out
Okay.
since last turn, but
Okay.
I played the Loxodon Hierarch, and
that's
then
cool
I
art.
attacked.
It's Jason Engel.
Jason Aaron Engel.
Do we have to say it that
I
way
don't
every
know. I
time?
just-
Like,
I-
why do you say it that way?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to like clip this and like send it to him and be like, Jason Aaron Engel.
But why, though?
I don't know.
Why does he have to do it that way?
Oh. I am. Wait. So the Donato Cave Girl token is on its way.
Ooh.
The one where she's holding
Where
her
she's
head.
holding
Where
my
she's holding your dead head.
dismembered head.
Yeah.
Did I show you that? Rick, did I show you that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Todd Lockwood owes me one too. He's gonna
Oh,
send.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Todd Cave Girl Demon token's gonna be awesome.
Yep, that's mine.
Started your own business and then throw ferrets at them. Awesome.
A group of ferrets is called a business. We actually. Do you know what a group of goths is called? A group of goths is called
A coven?
a sulk.
I'm playing Pristine Skywise.
Nice.
What's that do?
I'll bring it up.
Whenever you cast a... Oh, did you?
Yeah.
When you did that?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
That card is amazing in the new Savine deck.
So you didn't change your life total at all, basically.
Oh,
I-
we're getting spammed by a
did,
bunch of people.
But I forgot about that, so I just went.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop drinking Mountain Dew Solid. Oh, I'm gonna have to shut that off.
What is it?
Okay.
What were you shutting off?
Wow.
Oh.
Wait, they happened right after we raided.
Oh, who rated us?
Solid Plasma.
Oh, well, why are they just screaming at us, never stop drinking Mountain Dew Solid?
That might be their raid screen.
Hold your fire, it's me.
Dude, like, what the hell? Why am I getting like 50 stop drinking Mountain Dew Solids?
Yeah.
That's kind of nutty. You're good, man.
Oh, dears. Raid.
What you doing? Maybe talk it out loud to the stream because
Yeah. Tell us what you're thinking.
they're not telepaths.
Yeah.
All right, well, whoever I blocked, let me figure it out and I can put you back on. One of you got blocked, I forget which one.
Purple Link. Or no, I guess you didn't block anyone.
Maybe I didn't.
I don't think you picked to block
Good.
anyone, so. Just next time, though.
Yeah, just next time. We're not Jace.
Couponbug.com for all of Maggie.
Okay, that's ridiculous. It's all good, man.
No, raids are amazing.
No, raids are
Yeah.
amazing, but when like 5 people just showed up screaming
This
the same
is our
thing.
raid. No, they said this is our raid
Yeah,
message.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm an old man.
All
I'm bad
right.
at this
Tell
shit.
us what you're thinking. Tell the stream what you're thinking.
Yeah. So you just played your Pristine Skywise. You doing anything else?
What does that one do?
And did you lose your life? And did
Yeah,
you ever
I don't know. I'm wondering
Yeah, it
if
happened.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell,
Look at the
untap
camera
it,
on top of
it
the
gains
stream.
protection for a
Yeah,
minute.
so-
Okay.
blue, right below me.
Not relevant right now.
Yeah,
Played Pristine
okay.
Skywise, and it's a 6/4 flying dragon, which is a problem.
I'm
Very cool.
wondering if.
Thank you, Purple Link 33.
Thank you. If I really. What? I think I was at 28, so I shouldn't be at 26.
You lose 2, gain 2.
I mean, did you tick it down at the start of your
I don't
turn?
remember.
Just go to 28.
I
It's
I
fine.
don't
feel like-
care.
Yeah, go to 28. You're all good. Seriously.
Yeah, this is why you gotta get in the habit of declaring what's happening.
Yeah, and we all
Yeah.
to explain to people too.
Yeah.
Can we talk about why Rogue Elephant isn't played enough? You ready for this one?
Anything else?
So. I think.
So
think
Rick,
I'm-
sitting behind me on the couch, brought a bunch of really old
I
cards,
think I'm
So-
done.
Okay.
and I decided I was gonna make like some really bad cards
So-
based on the early days of Magic.
I
Oh no, did I take the
untap.
Rogue Elephant out? No, wait. Bull Elephant.
Upkeep,
When it comes
I
into
lose
play,
life.
you return 2 forests to your hand.
So you're gonna make a deck with.
Oh, I made
Bad.
terrible decks, and we should just hand them out randomly and play them.
Yeah.
They're playable, but
Sure.
they're terrible. Look, it's a scaled worm from Ice Age.
So what you doing?
I am going to play a mountain.
Oh, a mountain.
Yeah, look at my shiny little mountain. It's not really shiny, but it's a mountain. Alright, and then I am going to tap Anya. Going to... And then I'll pay
Yeah,
the
yeah,
extra
nothing.
1
Actually, it's gonna be a net of 1 because it doubles.
for
You have
a
such cheesy jokes sometimes.
big
man.
game hunter. So
Alright.
everyone lose 2 life.
whenever
I
Cyber
gain
Neutral
2
dies.
life.
Everyone lose 2. Yep, I'm at 20.
I play a big game hunter for 1.
Yep.
When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. It can't be regenerated. So what is...
Either the Lockdown Hierarchy.
Can't.
Oh, can't target it, right?
Yeah, it's a privileged position because that's in play. Nothing that
For
happens.
toughness.
Yeah, power. It's power, so I can't target that.
You can't target,
can't target that.
Slimefoot.
What do you mean? 4 or more?
Oh, power 4.
Yeah, no,
oh.
it's meant to kill big things. It's a
I'm-
big game hunter.
All right, so I can't target any of your stuff,
You
right?
can target some of his.
His stuff's not
Nope.
big enough.
None of mine's large enough.
So
So the only
unfortunately,
target it has is
the
the-
only
is the
target, the only valid target I can hit on the battlefield, unfortunately, is yours, blue. So I'm sorry, but that dies.
If I make a blue voodoo doll, would that be a blue doo doll?
And then, all right.
Did
so
you
that
and did you
was
take your
that.
damage for the vial?
I did.
She did.
I
I heard her
didn't-
declare
yep, I
it.
declared it.
All right. Well, after you take your damage to the vial, I'm gonna destroy it.
Okay.
The vial
Vial
of
consumption.
consumption.
Hey, we can actually play creatures again and not have to die to them.
And everyone lost 2, right? Okay. And
Yep,
I was supposed
I
to
did.
gain 2.
Because we're at 20 and she's at 26, even though we've been hitting her all game.
Yeah. It's a lot.
There's a reason Oloro is universally reviled.
All right. So next,
I have not been the
am-
threat this entire game. She definitely
She is
has,
now the threat.
apart from
She's
me. Not
absolutely
now.
now the threat.
She has been for a very long
Okay.
time.
You have to kill your friends in Magic.
Yep.
The good news is
We'll get
the
her.
game's relatively even,
And we'll get her.
and people will die.
I can now
Like-
play things to get her without dying myself.
Yep. All right.
Like, I won't have to sack my sacrifice.
Yep.
Although, when is it any set? Whenever you control.
Oh, I didn't draw a
okay.
card when that pristine died. Well, it's not the end of the turn.
2, 3, 4.
The pristine Skywide's died on Jayberry's turn.
Yeah,
And it does. I don't draw a card till the end of the turn.
yeah. So you wouldn't have it in your hand.
So,
And you had enough mana open for it?
well, I mean, that's what I tutored for. I tutored for the Crow's Nest.
Okay, but you had enough
I had,
mana.
and I saved 3 mana for my Crow's
Okay.
Nest. Thank you for being on top of this. I appreciate it. You're doing.
It's just making
I-
sure. Like,
I straight up asked you to count my mana for me. Thanks, Mom.
Geth,
I feel
Lord
like the
of,
miser at the bank going like,
Clink, clink, clink. Okay, you have enough.
So I have Geth, Lord of the Vaults.
oh god, what?
Oh, you played Geth.
I played Geth.
All right, so my graveyard.
So
You can play
no.
artifacts and creatures, right?
So I have to pay for it.
Yeah, but you can play
I
artifacts
can
and
do
creatures.
it now.
or any
Yeah,
permanent.
artifact or creature cards. Every mana costs X.
Yeah, I've
My
got.
opponent's graveyard on the battlefield. Am I going to my control tapped? And then you put the top X cards of your library into your graveyard.
I've got 2 creatures. You
That's.
probably don't give a shit.
You're saying that like I'm choosing to
Oh
activate
no, I'm just.
now.
Yeah, I'm just. I'll put them right here when you want to look at them
Yeah.
She can ask me
because
for
Geth
mine.
is awful.
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Yeah. Bring it up on the stream.
Yeah, I'll
so
bring it
Yeah,
up.
bring it up so other people
Yeah,
can see.
yeah.
And they've reprinted Geth in the new Commander decks.
Yeah,
that
that's
was a
why-
weird one.
How much mana do you have?
I've ramped a couple times.
So that's
Yeah, I got a simulacrum and something else.
because you made us.
Do you remember
lose to
earlier? Do
life.
you remember earlier when we were like, "Oh, she'll never be able to cast those"? I'm like, "It's Commander. Of course she'll be able to
No,
cast
Yeah,
I
I mean,
knew she'd be
eventually.
able to cast them.
Yeah.
There were just bigger things to worry about, like,
Yeah.
at the moment.
Alright, one.
Like the
And I'm not
deal.
gonna make anybody lose a life. I forgot to do the blood artist when the the pristine still her turn, but
The pristine was not a creature.
yeah, it was. Pristine Skywise was a creature.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind.
I'm gonna sack the Myriad Landscape
Okay.
to go find some things, and I am going to pass my turn.
All right. I will draw the card for the pristine Skywise death. Then I will untap, upkeep, and not pay any life to a vile requiem.
Let's see, so I get
I have decisions to
basic
make.
playing cards that
Yes, you
share
do.
the end date.
Probably make them quickly.
Okay.
Fuck it. God damn it.
We'll just go for a swap.
Gods damn it all.
You damn it.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Fists of the Ironwood.
What does that do? Sounds awkward.
I'm gonna put it on here. All right, let me bring up. I get 2 saprolings and target creature has trample.
Alright.
Okay.
Of the Fist of Iron. Oh god, did I not spell it right?
Yes, you have 2 S in fists.
There's
Or 3 S, actually.
there's 3 S's in fisting.
Oh.
No. No, there's not. Nice try, though.
And what is
no.
DM putting his ironwood on? I'm putting my ironwood in the fisting. Oh god. Alright, we should all just shut up now.
No, no.
Especially you.
Saproling. Alright. What else can I do?
Is that enough?
Yes, I have. Almost.
That's intriguing.
I'm gonna play Corpsejack Menace.
What does that do?
I'll pull that up. It's a 4/4 fungus. It's a fungus.
You're a fungus.
I think I've got that in here. I should know what it does. Don't right now.
Did you actually play your Saproling deck with my Saproling
I
deck?
did. Like, why
Awful.
not?
It's a bad idea.
Alright. Gods damn it.
Oh, that's 4.
Yep.
You tap 4. Pay 2 for that. To enchant that. Okay, you're fine.
Viscera Seer.
I let it go.
Is there any reaction to that?
Oh, what does that do again?
Oh god.
Yeah,
It's a
bring
sack
it up.
outlet for free.
Yeah.
It's a sack outlet that lets him scry, but the sack outlet part that's gonna kill us. Because essentially,
I'm just gonna start throwing Saprolings under the bus for 2, 4, 6 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and life.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Okay. Let's see. Ugh. Although it will gain you life, I think I want cards. Hang on.
I will happily let creatures die.
You just got water on one of your cards.
I know. That's why they're double sleeved. Oh,
Fine.
tokens are-
Decide
Thank you.
where the Blood Artist damage is going.
Blue. Can you hold the twister? Thank you. Molto grazie.
Decide where the Blood Artist damage is going because I sacked the 2 Saprolings to draw 2 cards.
Life totals.
32.
You take 2.
Me?
You are the leader in life right now, yes.
Okay.
And then
Fair.
And then at the end of your turn, let me know.
Will do.
I will draw a card for the ritual. That Death Reap ritual has been super helpful all game.
It was actually at the end of your turn, so I guess you technically get to draw that card.
Sure.
Because I drew great.
I forgot that I put 2 entire suites in. When I lose a creature, you sack a creature suite, and the aristocrat suite.
Great.
Do you have them in right now in play?
No, but I mean they're all in the deck. So like
Yeah.
Erebos, Butcher Malakir, Grave Pact,
I'm going
and
to
then
play
Falconwrath Noble,
a forest
Blood
for
Artist.
turn.
You know what I'm talking about.
And
Dance, pathetic marionettes, dance.
I am going to. What am I doing? Oh, wow. Sorry, Blue. Coming at you for 2.
Oh, because you want more saprolings?
Yes.
Jesus.
Hey, it's not like. Look at your board state, friend.
Just out of curiosity.
Getting a little out of hand.
Okay. It would have been awesome if Slimefoot actually said, whenever a saproling dies.
Yes, I checked that first. And then
That would have been great.
I'm tapping 2 for. Ugh, hang on, I've got to get my mana sorted for Shoshana.
Oh, what does Shoshana do? Power and toughness equal to the number of creatures?
Yes.
Gotcha.
On the board.
No, that you control.
Mine, yeah.
S-O-S, spell it? S-O-S-H?
Shanna.
Shauna.
Shauna.
Shauna! Sorry.
Nice.
Nope.
That is gorgeous art.
Friend.
Magal Villeneuve.
Okay.
Yes.
And pass turn. Okay.
So how big is it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, Bunny, you ready? Shauna!
My life stays at
6.
24.
It's the 6/6. Right now.
Fear my one untapped forest. My counterspell mana.
You mean fog mana? Although you don't play.
I gained
I-
2 life
that
from
much.
blue.
There's a fog in
Curse.
here. There's
Really?
a fog and a broken fall in here.
Okay.
2 fog effects.
But should
Hey,
I
I
buy-
love Fog Frog.
You've been getting
I got...
stuff from your graveyard, no?
Nope. There is recursion.
The Madness Graveyard.
Yeah.
That's me.
Oh my god, you should bog the Madness Graveyard.
Yeah.
Did you
Get
go
rid
out?
of your graveyard.
Okay.
Because there's Madness cards that, like, or not even Madness
It's
cards.
more we know that there's a flashback effect. Actually, what you should have done is probably Bajuka bog your own so she doesn't get your...
No.
So she doesn't get your Draga Skull.
Let me see this whole thing.
Okay, you can't target it though.
Why?
It's hexproof.
It's got the boots. You'd have to kill the boots first, and then you could.
Or you can kill the thing that doubles, whatever. I mean, honestly, if you're going to kill an artifact or enchantment, it should be that first.
You playing your commander?
Or that. The cycling
Faith
2
and
damage to all of
Devoted.
us, yeah. Oloro's in.
Cool.
What does he do when he comes in?
Well, it's...
Nothing.
Let's bring him up.
Yeah.
I have.
like
we
he does
didn't actually
things
even do it
like
at the beginning.
Not when it
You
comes
could draw
out.
a card, yeah. Whenever you gain life. So that would trigger on the upkeep because technically you're gaining 2 life and then you're losing 2 life at the same time.
Good night, Bunny. I know you got a
Trigger
long day
does go
tomorrow,
off
so
when
get
you
some
draw a card.
sleep. And have fun.
And then each opponent would lose 1.
Have fun with Dana at your meetings.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's good that you brought him in.
Go.
Okay.
Beginning A2, when regain life. Oh, right. That's the
Yeah,
annoying part.
yeah. The second part's great.
more cards.
Yup. Oh, poor Bunny. We'll see.
Good night, Bunny.
Good luck tomorrow. Call if you need anything. I'll be around all day.
Untap. Upkeep.
The question
I
is,
lose
will he be useful?
Nothing that-
3.
I killed
Wait,
it.
Is that gone?
I killed it.
Oh, okay.
I needed to kill it. It was.
Shiny.
I mean, Jesus, it was destroying me.
So I draw. All right.
3, 4,
6.
5. It's a 6/6. Yeah.
Yep. Because it counts itself.
2,
It's funny. It can be a target of spells, but not abilities.
4,
It's funny. Like I've never seen that. Have you seen that text on the bottom of the card?
6.
I mean, I have. Like,
Really?
well,
It
so
usually says spells or
I've
abilities.
seen, for example, things that will counter specific
So, like, you can put
abilities,
stuff
but
on
not
it.
You can.
spells.
Well, you can. I can cast a murder on it. Or no, wait. It can't be the target of abilities, right? So planeswalker abilities can't affect it.
So the one
But you
Yeah.
can cast like stuff.
But
to
I could,
destroy
but you can murder it.
Yeah.
yeah.
In Garrick's Wake, destroy all creatures
Yep.
I don't control and all planeswalkers.
All right, I have a response.
I
Yeah.
do too.
All right.
Respond.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3,
Although, how does regenerate
4.
work?
Everybody lose 8 life,
All right.
because that's going to double. I'm going to gain 8 and draw 8 cards. No, I don't draw cards off that. So everybody lose 8, and I gain 8.
Okay.
Hold
lose
on.
8,
There's
hang
going to be
on.
more.
So, 15. So if I sack creatures and then do regenerate, would I get my
No,
Sacrielings
sack,
back
you
as
cannot
well?
regenerate from a sack.
Okay.
The Blood Artist is going to hit
cards.
for 4.
No, I'm not gonna sack
5.
them
So Butters does 5 damage to us.
Life totals around the table.
then.
19.
You have to pick someone.
much?
I'm at 15.
19.
50.
5. It's
I'm not
still-
going to kill you.
Wait. So the Blood Artist does
She's at 16.
5 damage
It's going to
No,
be
hang
minus.
on.
It's
He's
going to be a
got
minus
target
5.
someone.
to one person.
Yeah.
It's technically
Well, I can
gonna be
split it up.
minus 6 because I'm gonna sack this
Oh, okay.
and
You lose the 6
regenerate.
because you got a great board state.
So wait, did you do 5
Wait.
to me or no?
Yeah. No.
What?
No.
I have a great board state
Yeah, you do. You have the entire boards. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, I got to do it to Jay Berry.
because she's not sacking all her.
You're right.
creatures.
None of her. It's not a board wipe. It's a kill all our shit, but your shit lives.
Yeah, destroy all creatures
Yeah,
I
take your
don't
6.
control and all planeswalkers I don't control.
Take your 6. I'll
Alright,
gain
I'm
another
at
6.
18.
Mine are regenerated because
Yeah, I know. I figured you wouldn't be losing a... Well, you can't lose anything because of privileged position, right?
No, it
No,
doesn't
it
make it
can,
indestructible.
because-
Oh.
even though it's hexproof, you
Hexproof.
weren't specifically targeting.
Ah, got it.
Okay, now when Slimefoot dies, everybody loses another 5
Okay.
because all the Saprolings died first.
Wait,
4 Saprolings. Sorry.
So we get one back?
Actually,
no.
when 3
you were
Saprolings can be 6.
So we take...
The bracers.
So we take 2.
But
Oh, it's not. It's a triggered
when you
ability,
were
not an activated.
sacking,
It's inactivated, not a triggered. So right. So it's only 3 more.
but when you were
So instead of 6, it was 3.
That's correct.
how did we lose the original 8?
I sacked to the Viscera Seer.
Viscera Seer wasn't. Hang on.
So I'm going to scry a bunch, and Slimefoot's going to trigger.
Yes, but then we only lose it that one time. How do we lose the additional 3?
It's not. The additional 3 is just for one person because of the blood. Let's walk through back. Let's
Okay, because
back it
I
up.
don't
Let's do the
think
math
that
because this is a
was-
silly thing.
Right, because you said we lost 8 and then 3,
Right.
which that math doesn't shake
It's
out.
probably
for
not
me.
right. Okay. So
Okay.
you're killing everything, right?
Alright, so I get my 11
Yeah.
plus
Just put your
6 back.
go back to where
I
you were.
don't remember where.
You were at 15.
I was at 23.
No.
I was higher than that. That was after
Put
you
your
made me
8
lose.
back.
And I was
so
at 19.
you were
So
at
she took 11.
22.
So she took 11, so she gets 11 back. Right? 8 and 3, right?
Sure.
Yes.
So she gets 11 back.
All right. So,
So
you're
you're
at
25.
You're at
25.
25.
There you go.
So I get 11 back, and you did an extra 5 to me or 6?
6.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get 17 back.
You go.
Got it.
So let's count this up
Sorry,
again.
guys. Magic math
Yep.
time.
It is not a triggered ability. It's not an activated ability. It's a triggered ability. So it doesn't double. The Illusionist Bracers is not going to double that.
Yes.
Okay? So, first thing that happens is these 3 get sacked to the Viscera Seer.
Uh-huh.
Okay? I gain 3 life from the Blood Artist.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loses 3 life because of Slimefoot.
Okay.
So
That
that's
makes
done.
sense.
Okay?
Sorry, I'm adding my
All right.
total back up.
I'm going to
Sorry.
sacrifice a Corpse Jack Menace to the Viscera Seer. Okay? And I will do 1 point of damage to Jay Brary and gain a life.
Okay, we got it. You have to start from the beginning because I was still adding my life
It's okay.
back.
It's all right.
Start from the
I thought we
beginning.
were there again.
No, we were not there yet.
All right.
I tried to tell you that, but no one was listening.
My fault. So here we go at the beginning. You've just cast your spell.
Okay.
All right. I sack 3 Saprolings.
Okay.
Everybody loses 3 life.
Okay.
All right? And I've already gained my 3.
Okay.
Okay? And I do 3 damage because of the Blood Artist.
Yep.
So
Okay?
3 on top of that?
Yeah, so you take another 3. So that was 6
Just
total
me.
right now. Yes.
Just you.
me.
Just you.
Okay.
Because you're killing everything.
Okay.
Now, there are 3 other creatures that need to get sacked. 4, actually. So, Corpse Jack Menace goes first. Okay? There's no damage because it's not a... Is it a fungus?
No, Saproling.
Saproling. So nothing happens there except I gain a life,
And you can deal a point
1
of
point of damage. Jayberry.
To me.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are life totals right now?
26.
20.
22.
Okay. All right. Slimefoot.
Do that next, yeah.
Slimefoot goes. I gain a life.
And point of damage.
Point of damage to Jayberry
Okay.
because she's wiping the board.
25.
Viscera Seer. To its Blood Artist. Gain a life. Lose another.
24.
Viscera Seer to itself. And
Which that doesn't do
Yeah, it
any
does.
damage.
1, 2, 3, 4,
You do
5,
scrying,
6.
but it
I'm gonna
doesn't do
right.
damage.
No, yeah, but I'm gonna scry 6. I might
So-
like the first thing I get. Nope.
You were not
2,
correct in that everyone lose 8 life.
yeah,
Was the point.
3,
Sorry, folks. This is.
4.
I guess
5.
I'm like
You gotta hold them accountable.
Yeah, that
the
can stay.
magic house mom or something.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect. Go.
It's
It's still your main phase.
You-
Yeah, alright. Okay. So I cast a spell. Yay.
It's still your main phase.
Jesus Christ.
Math is hard.
Math is hard. Alright. So I'm going to tap Anya. And 1, 2, 3 to I'm gonna cycle this and cast it, and I paid the extra, so everyone lose 2.
What are you playing?
I gain 2. Something that'll help kill me faster. At the beginning of each player's upkeep,
What's the name of it?
it's Asylum Visitor. So at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player has no cards in hand,
I love
Why
that.
do we lose 2?
because of this, because I paid the cost to cycle.
Right, so we lose
whenever
2.
I cycled a card.
I mean, that's the next target. That has to die next because
Yeah.
yours was killing us quick, and that's going to kill us
I untap
slower.
Anya, I draw a card.
I love that. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Did I play land this turn? I can't remember. Oh, well.
Play one. Merry Christmas.
No, I probably, I feel like I may have. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3.
There's only so much.
No, I did not play land.
Okay.
So I have an
Had
exotic
she not done
orchard.
that, that would have been game next turn.
And
That don't hurt.
Well, I
Alright.
mean, everything would have had the +5 because I had 7 creatures.
okay. So you have 1 creature, DM?
I have nothing.
Oh,
You killed everything.
Rapalero's dead.
No one has any creatures except for
Except-
NPC
yeah,
and you.
NPC. Okay.
I mean, you basically wiped out my board too.
Yeah. No, I can't play that.
And you're still fucking
You
5
only
life
have-
ahead of me.
You only have 15 life?
Nope. Yeah.
Wow.
I've
okay.
been that Vile Requiem was just crushing me. Like if I
DM.
wanted to keep any creatures,
I'll hit you for 5.
I'm at 10.
I pass.
I draw a card at the end of your turn.
Yeah, because shit died.
Okay. All right. I want the biggest casting cost creature in everybody's graveyard, please. Anybody have anything over 5?
Mine got exiled.
That's okay. Anybody have anything over 5?
Nope. 4.
5 or higher?
Yeah, the Drogo Skull's in there, isn't it?
The dragon.
How big's the Drogo Skull?
7 casting costs.
Cool.
Pristine Skyways is in there too. Fair Ranger.
The
1, 2. I'm gonna exile it from your graveyard and get 7 Saprolings.
Nice.
Right? That's what it does. Morbid Bloom. Remove target creature card in a graveyard from the game, then put X Saprolings, where X is its casting cost. Oh no! Creature's toughness. What's its toughness?
5.
What's the biggest toughness in a graveyard, please?
That's
Mine-
my biggest
yeah.
weakness.
5.
mine's 4.
I have nothing.
I get 5 Saprolings. Whee! Whee! Saprolings!
How much did that
6.
cost? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. One more. 1, 2. Yeah. Alright.
This is fun. Interesting.
I mean,
interaction.
we're all relatively, at least life-wise, not like running away with things.
Yeah, we're all kind of like hovering around 20.
Felon of Havenwood.
Well, except for DM.
All
He's at
fungi.
10.
Get +1/+1,
Nice.
and I'll equip it.
Isn't it?
Godzilla. Fungi or saplings?
Fungi.
Okay. That
It
makes
gets
sense.
+1/+1 for each spore counter on it, so it doesn't matter. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Remove a fungus card in a graveyard from the game and put a spore counter on each fungus in play.
Oh my god. It's getting out of hand.
You know what? Fuck it. It's useless to anybody.
Yeah.
Instead of playing that and equipping it, I'm just gonna ramp. Kadama's Reach. Off you go.
Cool.
Okay. What do I want to do at the end of your turn?
Hey, Jeremy. How's it going, man?
Oh hey, long time no see.
Yes, you need a new Whore Island visa. The cost is a small donation of personal fluid.
Ew, no.
At the end of your turn,
Jeremy,
I'm
we have a
going to-
Patreon.
I'm
Or you
going
can just
to
Patreon.
and sack these so I can.
We've updated the rewards on the Patreon. So
Yes, you should do that.
You should check
Everyone
it out if
following
you are
us
so
Or
inclined.
watching.
The lowest tier will get you a shout out.
I'm your first deal.
Yeah. The
Naughty.
second tier, which is $5, gets you entered into a raffle where we will raffle off a signed
Remind me at the end of your
Magic
turn, I will draw a
card. or artist proof
Actually, that was the end of your turn, so draw a card.
every month. We'll do a raffle. And then the highest level tier is we pick something out just for you because you're special. And we love you.
Special.
It also helps us update, equipment and pay for things.
Oh, well, this would make the game go.
Do
Let's
it.
do it.
Do it.
Because everyone, I feel like, is feeling interested.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm happy with the way this game's playing out for me. I got 10 life, but I know
Yeah.
what I can do.
Also,
Okay.
Jeremy, we're going to be going to IlixCon in October.
Yep.
So
We're
if
gonna
if you look at the artist list, if there's any artists that you want to have sign some magic cards, I will happy to bring you some when I visit you in November.
How do you want to do this? Jayberry has lots of life.
I've been trying to whittle it down.
26.
Not
a lot.
Well, this
Not a
is
lot.
going to make it
Much lower.
interesting. How do I want to
Do you know how everybody halves their life total?
No. More interesting.
I put that in my red deck.
Okay. I'm tapping 3 to play Everlasting Torment.
Ooh, what does that do?
Players
Can't
can't
gain
gain life. Damage can't be prevented.
Oh, you go, Chaos
All
Muppet.
damage is dealt as though its source had wither.
Oh, boy.
So you're actually gonna probably fuck us over the quickest.
No, she's not.
Her source. Like, she taps 1 to pay.
Sure. I mean,
All
that's fine,
damage
but
is dealt as though it's
that means everybody just attacks her. So
a
all
source
damage.
with
So if you
wither-
block with a 5/5 creature, if you block my 4/4, it gets 4 -1/-1 counters that stay
And then it just stays there as
forever.
a 4/4.
All
Yeah.
damage is wither damage,
So it's just a 0/0 creature,
and it dies.
and then it dies.
Right.
Okay, I was like, it dies.
Like if
right?
I lightning bolt your creature, it gets 3 -1/-1
What
counters.
Got it.
blockers do you have?
I'm sorry, what?
What blockers do you have?
Oh, I have a 1/1, a 1/3, and a 3/1. So 1/1, 3/1, 1/3. My commander.
You know what? What else do I have in my hand?
Wither is bad, in fact.
So do I still technically gain the 2 life? I just
No, you may not gain it.
right, but like
But does
That-
she get the trigger?
That
Do I get
that
the
starts
trigger?
to trigger and it stops. It's
so I
negated.
can't
Right, you
draw
can't.
a card.
So with
You
Allura,
gotta kill this enchantment.
Jeremy, you're a good judge.
This and Erebos shut down life gain decks. It shuts down
Okay,
like all those white.
So I am tapping 5.
So if
So
if,
my Rogue's Passage.
yeah. If Blue had Allura in play, does the trigger happen where she would draw a card, not gain life, but draw a card?
She doesn't gain the life because the players
So
may not gain the
I
life.
tap my Rogue's Passage
Okay.
and 4 mana
Okay.
to send my commander through
I'm gonna put
for
some more
2.
nuts in here.
Okay. So I take 2. Like I can't because I can't
Yeah,
block
you
it because of
can't
rogues.
block
And you get 2 more saplings.
Yes.
Okay. I take
so,
2.
blockers. And then for giggles, I'm going to. Do I actually want to do that?
Yeah, I guess not.
But I still lose 2 life off a curse. You just can't gain the 2 life.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all kind of fucked.
Yeah, we're all kind of well, except for NPC. who's
Me
probably
the
gonna-
most.
NPC's probably gonna win.
Life ticking downward. Nobody's got anything.
I am
What?
going to play my Explorer.
hear you.
I'll take that back. I got a bunch of vampire life.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jayberry is the one that's been gaining life, not me, for the longest time.
Stop that. As soon as we
Well,
can.
it stopped. It stopped now. That's what happened.
And I'm done.
Yeah, but
I
I
think
still
I've done
lose
enough
life.
now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, no one can gain life.
Yep.
Anybody else?
I'm tutoring.
What is it now?
Oh, ow. Ow, my knees.
Oh, poor old man.
Shut it.
I'm
Yeah.
tutoring.
Did you
Roll
lose any
2.
creatures? yeah, I could draw one during your turn.
No,
Didn't you sack 2?
you should have drawn one at the end of your turn, which I bet you did because I
No, I
told you
did.
to do that.
But I thought you did something else.
No,
Okay.
I didn't lose. Like, I lost the Saprolings at the end of your turn.
Got it.
So, and you drew that card.
Yep.
And I made this unblockable so I could do...
Get more Saprolings.
Well, and also do damage to her. I could have hit Blue. But I was like, look, Blue is
She
currently...
can't gain life.
Yeah, she can't gain life.
What are you doing?
and,
Oh, she's cruel tutoring.
Jayberry has...
Are you going to do anything else? Because it goes to the top of your deck, right? Not your hand.
Well, it depends on the tutor.
Well, it doesn't go to her hand, the cruel tutor, right? It goes to the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Jesus. I jumped. I looked to my left, and I thought there was something walking by outside, and it's the napkin that I dropped on the floor.
Jeez.
Scared yourself.
So yeah, IlixCon. If I have the card, I can bring. You know, you don't have to give me your own cards. If I have cards by those artists, I can. See
Yep.
if you have any requests, I can see if I have them and get them signed for you. My gift to you, friend.
Friend.
P.S. If you're looking to kill an enchantment, you have to kill this one first, because you can't kill this one until you kill this one.
There's stuff that does everything all at the same time.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably a really good idea. That is a super good idea. That is the
Ooh, what
best
is
card
it?
you could possibly
What
put on
is
top of your deck.
it?
We all
Oh, wait, I
know.
won't find out.
We'll
let's
tell you
see.
next turn.
Damnation.
I know.
No. What is the one? It's definitely one you have to pick,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
There would be no mercy involved.
No mercy.
Oh, merciless action. Nice.
Nice.
That's fine. I still get a turn for fuckery. Like,
For fuckery.
Fuckery.
All right.
Hold on.
Well, at least Jayberry didn't gain life off that stupid fucking
Nope.
enchant or curse this turn.
ha ha ha. None for you.
Nunya? Are you looking at your birds?
Yes. Because everyone's busy.
Have you been attacking?
They should be
I
like
attacked
talking
Dan.
about.
Oh man, that is
It's
hilarious.
only been in a,
I'm just
a
picturing like a
turn.
gnome walking around in a t-shirt that says "No Mercy." GNMERCY.
Nice. We need that.
Bless you. Bless you.
Let's see.
Did that Zyrtec help marginally? Do you want a second one?
No, I think I'm gonna. I have some other.
I
I think
mean,
you destined.
there's-
And if you want to crash, you're welcome to crash here. Like, don't sleep in the car. Or,
Yeah, I appreciate it.
yeah.
And 5 1/1 Saprolings, and then this, which gives them card draw when things die.
Yep. If you can kill all enchantments, you should.
Oh, this goes on the top
Yeah.
of my library. Did I play a land?
Hey, play one. Go ahead.
I don't care. At this point, it's like, do it!
At this point, we already have a lot of land.
Yeah, I'm not fussed. I can play anything in my hand and anything I draw. Like 2 of anything I draw, so we're good.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is the funny part is I think this is turn 9.
I feel like it's more than
No,
that.
it's way more than that.
Then I should have another land in play.
Maybe you didn't always have one.
I've had 3 lands in my hand like most of the game,
2, 3, 4,
but I wasn't
5,
paying
6,
attention.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, there's what?
7,
Gormans?
8.
There really there's no mercy shirts, no mercy shirts on Red Bull already.
That's terrible. That's the worst.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
Jayberry!
Yep, I'm untapping. I'm
It's
untapping.
you!
It's me. I'm tapping.
What?
I'm watching your ass.
I know.
I'm laughing at you.
Watch me.
I didn't expect
You're
that, did
hard-headed.
you? You're hard-headed. Ow.
So am I. Take that. Brained your own self.
Shut it.
And it didn't even actually hurt me.
It was more like, ooh, I didn't know I was gonna do that.
Oh, jeez.
I
Alright.
wasn't sure I was gonna do that. Alrighty then.
There,
Wait,
there.
I have to bring it up now.
There.
Going to discard from under the floorboards?
Oh god. Have some zombies.
And what does that do?
I'll bring it up.
Bring it up rather
Yep.
than
So,
the gnome
2,
t-shirt.
3,
Nice.
4. Okay.
Steve Belladin?
5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Except you don't gain life.
12, 13. Yeah, I know. It's fine. 13. So I get 11 to. Wait.
11 to 2
11
zombies.
to 2 zombies.
And no life.
And no life.
And they're all coming tapped, just to remind you.
Yep.
Well, you might want to exile all creatures instead. Are you done?
I untap Anya. I
Yep.
draw a card.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm tapped out, so whatever. And what do you have over there?
5 1/1 saprolings.
5 1/1 sapperlings.
Yep.
And that's it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And you're at 10.
It says going live, come hang out with us.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
that's a weird
we're
one.
live now.
I
We
think
were
that
dropped.
was I think that was a carrier issue.
Okay. Now
Sorry
what?
about that, folks.
What
Well-
you did?
What link did you send us? Oh, the link to the shirt.
Yeah.
To the shirt.
It was probably me. Like I don't know. God knows what this shirt link did.
So, what? Anything? Are you attacking? or
I
staying?
passed turn. I
Oh.
thought I said it loud enough. I didn't. Sorry,
No creatures
passed turn.
died during your turn, correct?
No.
Nope.
All right. Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Yeah, that's a thing.
I'm being Val. I made a bunch of zombies.
You made 13 zombies. It was like you cast.
11
No,
zombies.
11. Counting's just
calm
not your strong
thyself.
suit tonight.
I know, right?
Calm your tits.
I'm just gonna go away at the end anyway, so it's fine.
Play a forest.
They're just gonna die.
I don't know.
I'm gonna
Blue's
play a
probably
Falconrath
after
Noble.
enchantments, if we're real about things.
It happened again.
No, we're live.
It said dropped. Oh,
There are
from
yeah,
that
no,
one.
there
Okay.
there every now and again we'll drop a frame.
Okay.
We didn't use
So
to.
what does that do?
Yeah, I'm sure it was that thing, that link. As soon as I take my turn, I will go.
Thanks for the cool hat.
Aw.
So you can make people lose life.
Jayberry, would you do me a favor?
Hey, Zoo,
No.
Zach.
Run downstairs and grab the Ethernet cable.
Okay. It's actually GM's hat.
Aw.
Because it's
Because
Talk
it's
Like a Pirate
Arg.
Day.
Well, no, it's
Arg.
it's too late. It's after midnight, but it was Talk Like a Pirate
Talk
Day.
Like a Pirate.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4
Yep, you paid that.
for the Falconrath Noble. All right.
Can't gain the life currently.
It's okay. It's the damage that I'm worried about.
Yep.
Hello, Andy Pants, and thanks for watching from New Zealand.
Yay!
What time is it there? And what day?
Oh.
It's like,
5.
I think you're ahead of us in North America. I think.
5 for Slimefoot. 1 to attach the boots onto Slimefoot.
PM, I assume?
Yes.
Yes.
It's actually like going to bedtime. No, it's
Yeah.
like mid-afternoon, sorry.
PM, yeah.
Alright.
So what are you doing?
I will go under the table momentarily and fix it.
We're
Do you
playing
want me to do it?
Commander game right
Sure.
now.
And, why don't you just get under there between Boo's legs?
No, and it.
It's the Area 51 raid. What time is that supposed to happen?
Oh, that's
Oh,
awesome.
God.
Alright,
This is already happening, like every day, forever.
No.
I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay.
There you go.
Untap. I don't think there's any upkeep effects.
Hello from
Right
Port
now.
Island.
Hello from Whore Island.
So I can just plug it in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, it's plugged in.
My legs? What? That wasn't me. What? My legs.
Yeah,
I've been sitting.
okay. I played a forest.
Alright. Yeah, it'll be good in a second. Check, check, check.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeremy. Blue has legs. None of us have legs. Didn't you know that? Like, none of us actually have legs. We just roll around on little carts.
Let's see.
We just
1,
float.
2,
I'm glad you like it.
3.
So the 2017 decks, weren't they the original Planeswalker decks?
No, that was earlier. So which ones are you talking about? The one that was like Freyalise or?
Yeah, I think they're those.
No, I think that's older than 2017.
So, just a note, I tapped 3 of my creatures to play Venerant Loxodon. And when you convoke, I get a counter for each
No, they're the
creature.
ones with
Yeah.
Radiance. The ones with,
Yeah.
like the Ur-Dragon and all,
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, look what they're selling for new. $400 for the set new.
Well, isn't that Edgar too?
Yeah, oh right.
Edgar's in that
there.
set,
Yeah, Edgar's probably
yeah.
pushing the price on that.
Yeah, Edgar is.
Edgar, Cats, Dragons, and Wizards.
Yeah.
I have an Edgar deck.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you do. Me too.
Let's
We all have
see.
Edgar decks.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
forget you have one too.
I've tweaked it to be the complete and utter Aristocrat set. It's not like super aggressive, but every Aristocrats card possible is in there. So every possible way. Yeah, the entire thing's selling
Yeah.
for 400 new in the box.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
It's gone up in price, definitely.
I am tapping again.
Maybe you should pull up our
Nice.
commanders.
Sure.
Rogue's Passage.
To me?
And I'm
2?
gonna hit you, for 2.
Okay.
Get my sapperling friends,
Yep.
and who knows how long I'll get to keep them, but they exist.
Yeah, I think Freyalise was like 2014 or something.
Really?
Yeah.
What would that look like?
A team blue deck. You do it. You do that.
I
So-
don't know what that would look like.
Blue is playing Aloro. Blue below me. Jayberry, below me to my left, is playing
I think it's easy
Anya.
to tell who blue is.
Anya.
Imagine That. Anya. I am playing Slimefoot,
Pass turn.
and she's playing the partner decks, and I never remember their names.
Here.
Well, tell me.
Ravos and Tana.
So we still can't gain life.
And
right?
they aren't
Right.
even,
Tana, and what's the
But
other
I
one?
lose.
Ravos. So they aren't even the ones that came together. Like, I just was like, I think this is cool.
Exactly.
Why not?
Sure, why not?
Like,
Did we lose a Rick? We lost a Rick.
yeah.
Yeah, it was I think Frey Alicia was Commander 2014. That was the year Nahiri came
Exile our-
out.
Enchantments.
Okay.
Exile all enchantments. Kaboof.
That's fine.
So what got rid of
Marshal's
that
Eviction.
was killing me?
Can't prevent damage and.
Does the lose
And
not
wither.
gain life thing go away?
Yeah.
Oh, so I gain life again?
We can gain life again.
Yay!
Yes, but since she exiled all enchantments,
Yeah, I know the things that were
card draw.
Yeah. No, it's fair.
Okay.
That was smart.
That still works out pretty well for me. This is a
Put
7/7.
+1s on all your creatures.
Oh, each creature. I thought it was this one.
No, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. It's like a little baby
Oh.
Cathar's Crusade.
For convoked. Oh, okay. That actually worked out quite well for me.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for.
Sorry, what?
Can you
what,
help me?
Can somebody give her a whole bunch of little
Yes.
6-siders?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it. You, whoever's turn it is, take their turn, and we'll get this all figured out.
Anything else?
Here, take a bunch of 6s, and I'll bring up the card that we're talking about.
Yeah, so Ob Nixilis, Doretti, Freyalise, that was that
Yep.
year, 2014.
Got it.
So not that creature though, right? Or on each creature.
Yeah,
that
it
convoked
gets one. Oh, on each creature that convoked it.
Well, so that's still.
Did anyone
So what's-
answer Andy Gantz's question?
What was Andy Pants' question?
Andy Pants?
So are these pre-made decks that you guys are playing? Well, I mean, mine's made from scratch because Slimefoot was not a pre-made commander.
Mine is one of the precons minus a card replaced
it's-
with another card.
It's the stock precon minus what one card did you take out?
I took out the Ob Nixilis Planeswalker and put it in my Nicol Bolas deck.
What's making you get counters on your?
She
When
forgot
it
to
came
do it when
in.
it came in.
Yeah.
On each creature that convoked it. It's
So
only,
is
it's a
it-
one
it's
shot
already
deal.
done.
It's a
Okay.
one shot deal.
Yeah, it's a one-shot deal.
So
Um.
I guess if I had read that properly, I might have done my commander then and
I'm
skipped attacking
done.
for a turn.
Well,
but
Allura was not.
Whatever.
Allura was a precon, right?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
super
I
heavily
know, but
tweaked.
it's super, super edited.
Yeah.
I regret telling you about that approach of the second sun thing.
I have another one at home.
Well, no, well, the card or
The card.
yeah, in that deck it works really well. I mean, I don't regret telling you about it. I'm just like, fuck it, because it's gonna kill me one of these days.
It
It has.
has one.
I know.
But it.
No,
it's
we
mine
were-
once
we were-
went-
we
you
were
and
two-headed
I
giant.
We
We
were
were two-headed
two-headed
giant.
giant, and it won.
Yeah.
And I think it won another time. And then I played it, but I died before I could play it again.
Yep.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
that's usually how it goes.
that
No one
ramps
wants-
things up. Like we know we're gonna die. We're gonna lose the game in 5 turns or whatever, 4 even.
It's 7, but
Yeah, but if you have a Laurel in play, it's 3. Because you gain life, draw a card.
no, no.
Oh, boys.
Plus,
Sorry.
if you have other ways to like pull it back sooner.
Right.
So Andy Pants, how did you come across our stream? Just went on Twitch and put in Magic, or
And this is what we're talking about, the approach.
So what creatures do you have out there?
All of them. She has all the creatures.
Yeah.
No. I have Tana. I've got the Thallid Soothsayer.
How big is it?
2/3, 2/2,
Okay.
4/4, 2/1/1 Sapperlings. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, I should have been telling
Register?
commander damage,
1, 2, 3,
wasn't I?
4, 5, 6. I only hit you twice.
Twice.
3
No,
times, I
full.
thought.
I think it was twice.
Just
I
twice.
thought it was only twice because I hit blue twice.
Alright, well,
So-
there's my
You only hit me
commander
once.
death token.
No, I hit.
Yeah, no, you only hit me once.
I definitely got 2 rounds of Sapperlings. Or actually 4. Anyway, whatever. I don't care. My commander is not going to be the
Ooh,
one
a
that
Google
kills you.
search.
1, 2,
Wow.
3, 4,
Well,
5.
rock on.
That's
Thanks.
awesome.
Nine.
We popped up in a Google search.
So
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Shauna is 9/9.
How big?
Who?
Shauna?
It's 9/9.
Is
Because
it
creatures.
flying creatures?
No.
No, she's just a big ass creature.
Ground.
All right.
She's a ground warrior.
Yes. Ground.
She's a
warrior.
human warrior.
Yep.
All right.
Her armor is fantastic. I love this card.
What are you thinking about streaming?
She's so pretty. Like, she's badass.
And it's effective armor. It's not like boob armor.
Yeah.
It's literally like real armor that a human being should wear.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. I'm gonna play.
Miguel Villeneuve. I love saying that person's name. I don't know if they're male or female or what
I'm
they
going
identify as,
to
but I just
put
like saying
a-
So what
Villeneuve.
did you actually Google search that brought us up?
Yeah.
I'm always intrigued.
And please
like,
tell me it wasn't like tits and magic. Like,
Yeah.
you know?
NPC.
What's up?
I'm gonna put a bloodthirsty blade on that. It can't attack me, but
It-
it's
it
attached
must-
every turn.
It must attack every
Someone
turn.
else every turn.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
That's not me.
Okay.
And next, I am going to.
It's one of the new
And I
commander
can
cards.
actually move it to someone else.
No, she can.
I can.
Uh,
Two.
but it doesn't say only the.
Only the
Owner.
owner can use it.
A zombie infestation.
You're not the owner, nor the
I
controller.
discard 2 cards to create a 2/2.
It's not an equip cost. It's a cost.
black zombie.
It's not an equip.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued though.
That's cool. Yeah, if you do set up a stream, let us know
Which one
so
did
we
that-
can
Which commander deck did this
check
come
you
with?
out.
The Anya one.
Oh.
I'll bring you up some towels and or some pillows and shit too. So you don't
IRL
have to deal with those.
MTG streams.
Awesome. Well, we have to thank Val for that because I was never going to put IRL in the name, and she's like,
Can
"You
I
need to put that there because people think it's
Where?
recorded."
Can I see
IRL.
graveyards?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
2
What do you
graveyards.
need? What are you looking for?
I
Creatures and artifacts?
I could pay 5 or less creature artifacts.
Here.
You're taking something from a graveyard or
I
exiling?
creatures or artifacts.
I don't have any artifacts. These are creatures,
Okay.
right? Yep. No other creatures.
Okay.
I really like the art in that too. Jason Kang. It's nice. Glowing red, bloodthirsty blade. What do you do? Oh, you're looking for the card.
Yep.
It's cheap. What is it, like a nickel?
Do you have any creatures or artifacts in your graveyard?
84.
I guess it's still new. I have like 6 extra, so tell me. And we'll work something out.
I mean,
yeah,
I
it would be great in your Gods deck because everything's indestructible. You force your opponent's things to attack every turn.
yeah, but they'd have to be online. It's the difference.
Gotcha.
Where's the site? Like, are you guys using Scryfall?
That's where we are. Yeah.
Alright, do I
Here.
want the Blood Artist?
Why is
Or
it
do I
not
want
giving me what I want?
The...
Card market is 67 cents.
Oh, I don't care. I
Oh.
just want to see like.
Oh, to add it.
Or do I want the Soul of the Faultless?
Souls of the Faultless might be nice to gain life.
Yeah.
This thing has been blinking red since last stream.
Thank you for the follow. And
Yay! Thank you,
Oh,
Andy
thank
Pence.
Alright,
We have
There's your
Patreon and all this other
graveyard
fun
back.
shit. It's all Coven MTG. You'll find it if you look for it.
there's
We
your
appreciate it.
graveyard back.
Yeah, I was about
There's
to
your
say.
graveyard back.
We should probably be better
I
about,
have a
like,
Souls of the
telling people about our
Faultless,
Patreon
and I'm gonna
and
pay.
other shit.
Well, this is probably the 3rd time we've mentioned it.
True.
Yeah, we also have Facebook.
We're streaming live to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and like 4 other platforms all at the same time.
Yep.
And then I have Blue Wonder Me
Oh,
as a page, and our other person.
I
who's
should
here
probably not
tonight,
go get a drink because
Valoran
it's going to be my
has
turn in a
Facebook
second.
page, too.
Yep.
Alright,
Sit your ass down.
combat time.
Yup.
Combat time.
I can still block with her though.
I know.
Like,
But I want you to attack someone else with it. Alright, DM,
Yep.
you're at 10.
Yep.
How many blockers do you have?
6.
Uh,
You You can send them all at me, but you're going to lose all the life from the
You've
Falcon
got
Wrath Noble.
7,
Aww.
actually, if you count your.
No, I do have
card.
7 blockers.
Aww. So I would lose how much life?
At least 7.
At least 7 life.
Unless he could kill something of yours,
So you
which
have
he can
7
because they're
creatures.
2/2 zombies.
Alright.
So you'd.
I do have
And
fog
how big
mana.
are they?
You do have fog mana.
How big are they?
1/1 and a 2/2 and a 2/3.
Okay.
Oh, and when the Saprolings die, everybody loses a life.
Of course.
What is your total life total?
22.
So you can
enough.
effectively wipe yourself out by killing me. I'm just saying.
So I would take. So if Saprolings die, I lose 1 life.
Everybody loses a life but me if a Saproling dies.
So, and how many
your
Saprolings?
5.
Just to point out.
5.
Yeah.
So I would lose 5.
And then you'd lose 5 from the Falcon Wrath Noble because the creatures died.
That's 10. Okay.
And 6 because the Slimefoot would die. And 7 because the Noble itself would die.
That's 17. So you can still be alive.
Let's find out
Listen
this
to
one.
her. Listen to her.
because-
Like,
I'm just saying
I
she
think
would
it's
be. You were
hilarious.
saying you'd wipe her out. That's
she
not
would
true.
be almost wiped out. And then she would die to this
Lifeless.
next turn.
No, I won't.
It's alright. You do you,
Hopefully
boo.
not.
You do you, boo.
So I only have to attack? Oh, I probably have to attack you with all 11 2/2 zombies probably.
I have
kill
6,
you.
5,
Yeah,
I have 7 blockers.
You have 7 blockers.
So you have to hit me with every zombie, and I would die.
So, but
But
they're
from
only
Hell's
2/2s.
Harvest,
Yeah, like,
happy.
So
I mean, I'm gonna
only
make
4, so that's 4 times 2. Only 8 would get through, so I'd have to attack with 1 more thing.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right. Then I will.
And you have 1 zombie held back? What is
Yeah,
that
it just
zombie?
came in. Summoning
Oh,
sick.
okay.
Yeah.
Brought
How's
that
she getting
in.
that
I brought that in with the zombie infestation enchantment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
what 2 cards did you discard?
2 Arachnos Locket and a Scare Tiller.
Got
Okay.
it.
And then, so I will attack DM.
Yep.
I'm just gonna go for it. Why not?
Do it.
It's gonna go swinging.
Do it.
I'm doing it.
Do it.
Doing it. A 5/5 and 11 2/2 zombies.
All right.
Some zombies on the way out.
Oh, I don't know. Why would I help you fuckers?
Does he like us?
Yeah, I'm gonna block the 5/5 with Slimefoot.
All right.
One of the 2/2s with that. I will kill 2 zombies.
You're gonna kill 2 of my zombies. Okay.
No, actually 1 zombie. The
Oh,
5/5 will
one zombie.
live, and then
The 5/5 is
and
gonna
then
live.
5 more zombies.
Okay, so 1 zombie and then so 6 zombies total are dead.
Yep. And the 5/5.
How are they dead?
Well, it's a 3. It's a 2/3.
And is the 5? The 5. You block the
But
5/5.
the Saprolings are 1/1s.
Yeah.
And zombies are 2/2s.
Just
I think.
1 zombie is gonna die.
Oh, okay.
Well,
You
2.
told her 6 zombies were dying.
1 zombie's
Alright.
gonna die. The 5/5 is gonna get blocked by this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then these 5 are gonna block 5 more. So 6 zombies get blocked.
Okay, that's not what you said.
Sorry, 6
Yeah, you
zombies
said
get blocked.
die.
Okay, no. 6 zombies, no.
So only
only
one
one.
zombie died.
Yep.
Right.
So I'm down to 10 zombies.
Alright, now let's pick up the damage. Everybody loses 5 life.
Yep. 'Cause
Jayberry
Saprolings-
loses another 5,
8,
6, 7, and I'm dead.
18. So I lose 5, then 6, then 7?
No, 5 and then 7.
So 12
Okay.
total.
And I'm
Alright.
dead.
You need a dead on you.
I will put it dead on me right now.
Fuck.
Dead.
True
What,
that.
was I at 25? Shit.
Wait,
Yes,
that's-
18. So I was at 18, and I'm at 18, and then I take 7. I took. Wait. Say that again, because it went
You took
right
12
out of my head.
total.
12 total. Okay. So I was at.
If you were at 25, you were down to 13.
Man.
No, I was at.
If you
threw
took
that
12
back at the
total
beginning of the game.
and you were at 25,
Okay.
I threw it back first thing in the game, and it was 2 down.
Alright. Okay.
that
I'm
would
at
have been
13.
nice.
Yeah.
I'm at
And
13.
now, what are you doing? Anything else?
Nope. Pass turn.
Oh, let's see.
Actually,
do I
wait.
want the card
Yeah,
draw,
pass turn.
or do I want...
What? Can you pull that card up?
The one that I just...
Yeah.
So, that was in my opening hand, and I threw it back because I was like, we're not going to need this early in the game.
At the
And
end
it was
of
2
your
down just now when I died.
turn- At the end of your turn, I am tapping for and creating a 5/5
How much
worm
is
with
it?
trample.
Yeah, I wasn't the person to
How
kill.
much is it?
Do I
$10
actually have a worm token in here?
It's worth every penny.
Aha. There we go. Worm.
What vamps do you have? And
It's not a vamp thing. It's just the Blood Artist, Butcher of Malakir, and the Falconwrath Noble. And
Just
the
because
Blood
I-
Artist and the Noble are in there for the aristocrat stuff. When a thing dies, I gain life. And the Blood Artist, or the Butcher of Malakir, is in there for the whenever I sack a creature, everybody else sacks a creature. Yeah, they're aristocrats that just happen to be vampires. But the whole sacrifice suite is in there. The game would have gotten very... If blue did not counter that Grave Pact, I would have won probably
Yeah.
2 turns ago.
Yeah,
3 turns ago.
that's why you counter that Grave Pact.
Yep.
You have to.
I don't know about...
All right. Good night, Captain.
Good night, Captain Harris.
Right.
I don't know if that actually was probably a bad idea for you because it would have shut these two out if they had the Grave Pact.
But then you would definitely would have won.
Yeah, but I think she could have gotten rid of the Grave Pact before it really started to hurt her. I don't know. Like the Grave Pact would have stopped all this shit.
What do you have untapped?
Creature wise?
Yeah.
A 1/3, a 1/1, a 0/4, a 2/2, and a 3/1.
That would have been my fault too.
3/1. Okay. Good to know.
Oh, buenos nachos.
Hey. This should be interesting.
What are you doing? Oh,
Stuff and things. First, I'm going to tap 2 and play Fungal Plots. So I can pay 2 and exile a creature card from, or actually a creature card from my graveyard and create a Saproling.
Ooh, maybe I should have taken the Blood Artist instead of this.
well, the Blood Artist would have gone when he killed me.
Yeah.
Yep.
But would I still have gotten the triggers?
Yeah.
Until I died.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
like all that stuff that just died. You would have gotten. But
Yep.
That would have been cool. Should have taken that.
So what else do I have going on here?
Feed from the real.
And why don't they let you play with it? They just hate you, or they just hate that when you play with it because it crushes them.
I'm not sure what feed from the
I'll
real
show you in a second.
Paradise Mantle is.
What
That's
a moment.
cool art.
So here is feed from the real. Freed.
Here's what I'm going to do for my next
One
turn.
less E and freed.
Yep. Basically, it just lets
Can
you
you
tap and
open
untap.
up the...
Yeah.
It lets you tap and untap Edgar or whatever it is anytime you feel like it.
And then.
Well, not
the
Edgar.
other
But it
You
one.
couldn't
can't
go.
play that
It
in
couldn't
Edgar.
go in Edgar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Paradise.
Mantle is this. So you just keep. Every time you. I'll show you.
6.
That's pretty.
Right. So it's the
Ooh,
beginning
that's
of
very
a.
pretty.
It's the beginning of a lock combo because you tap it for 1 blue mana and then you untap it with the mana you just made. You tap it for 1 blue mana and then you untap it with the mana you just made. And if you have something that does damage when a creature taps or untaps, or does something when a creature taps or untaps, it's infinite.
Yeah.
I am tapping 7 to put
Okay.
Ravos out.
Right.
Okay.
And then
Can you
Just-
charge me?
Yes.
then
Oh.
whoop.
It's right there.
Oh,
We walked by it like 6 times.
What?
I actually put it out for you.
Thank you.
no, she doesn't have trample, so that's good news.
Wake Thrasher.
NPC, can you hand me that drink cup there? I'm gonna make another little one before the night's over.
Okay.
Are we good to play 60 after this?
Sure.
Are we done?
Yeah. 60.
I questionable. So you have how many blockers again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
zombies still.
But they're tapped.
Yeah, but they're gonna untap,
They are.
which is the issue.
All right, strong man. I have a request for you.
Yeah.
I could not open this. I literally cannot open that.
Wow. Is it pickles?
So,
Yeah. You bigger. See? Thank you. You're my fucking hero.
okay.
It's a jar of pickles as big as Blue's head.
Okay. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh wow. It's got like a sealy top thing on it.
Yeah, they
Okay.
usually do.
So she is currently
Last
13, 11.
Alright, well, those aren't those the pop jars? Ones where the lid pops when you open it?
Isn't it? Wow. It just shot pickle juice up at me.
Yay! You've been blessed.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
Your
here's
wife's gonna
what-
love you.
So it's
Yeah.
see when I sit down next to her.
I like pickles, so
It's your wife
You're
that
not
doesn't
gonna
like
offend
pickles.
me.
I know.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to send a 6/6 trample your way
Okay.
and a 5/5 non-trample your way.
Okay.
And then Blue, what I am sending your way is a 13/11 non-trample and a 2/2.
5 trample to me.
6/6 trample
6/6 trample.
and a 5/5 non-trample.
And this is 3.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have Ravos in.
I will block the 6/6 trample with the 0/4 and gain 4 life because it has lifelink.
Okay, but you'll still
Wait,
take
no,
two.
No.
and it's dealt combat damage.
So it deals 4 to.
That's fine.
Yeah. So it's dealt combat damage. I gain that much life, and attacking player loses that much life. So you lose 4 in
Yep.
PC,
And you still
and I
lose
gain
2.
4, and I lose 2. So I gain 2.
No, you don't. Like, so it's. Yeah, you gain 2.
I gain 2.
Net 2.
I net 2,
Okay.
and this dies, so you get
So,
it back. And then there's the non-trampler.
Yeah,
It really has been the game of difficult math, at least for me.
Yeah.
so.
What are you down to?
She
I got a
still
block.
has 15.
Yeah. I'll block with my 1/1 big game hunter.
Okay.
The other one.
Anything else?
No.
Oh, right. And how?
Crunch on pickles.
You have pickles? Like, are they garlicky?
A little bit. Here. The thing I just opened.
Smell his pickle.
Oh my god, really?
Awkward.
No, you're good. Just have it.
This can attack or block now. And you lose a life. Every
Fine.
turn. Every turn. Not,
No, you can have that
not
napkin.
now.
Okay.
You can have that napkin.
Thank you.
The beginning of your upkeep.
Okay.
I was searching through and I thought they gave me another fortune cookie. I was gonna give you a foot. Nope. Anybody need anything from the kitchen?
Nope.
I want a pickle.
Okay.
I can't cast
I
my
mean,
commander.
actually-
I'm one shy.
I would take one. As well.
Make that 2 pickles.
2 pickles, kind sir.
Pickles.
bring you 2 pickles.
Pickle stream.
That's
That's
Pass
a different
turn.
day.
Jaybury.
Fast turn.
Yep.
Pickle stream.
Nice. Good call on the bowl.
Yeah.
Because
Untap. Upkeep if I have any. I don't think
I just watched the
and drop.
Doctor Who episode
by the way,
from the ninth
I'm just gonna
Doctor.
proactively
that
tap
what's this?
4
I don't
mana
want one.
Yeah.
and exile these two to create 2 more Sapperlings.
Okay. So is one of your things like can't attack or block?
Yeah,
You
but it was
played a
already
creature?
tapped.
Oh, okay. Because it can't attack or block ever.
Yeah,
That's the big one, right?
yeah.
Okay, got it.
But it couldn't have attacked you anyway. So
Got it. All right.
DM, do you remember the episode from the Ninth Doctor where the family of Sabine was on Earth? Like they created a fake spaceship landing,
Yeah.
and then like
discard a card.
Jackie and
I'm gonna cast it for its
Mickey-
madness.
or Mickey, they killed one of them by
it's an
like
instant.
throwing like pickle
Like,
juice and like
destroy.
onion juice and like
Yep.
all of the juices. Yeah, I just watched that
The
episode today.
biggest thing you
That's
have
hilarious.
is the 5/5 trampler. All right, kill the 5/5 trampler.
I'm just,
Okay.
I'm gonna stand here and wait to
Destroy.
watch one of you
Yep.
eat the pickle seductively.
it's not that seductive.
I untap Anya. I draw a card. I play a mountain because I've not played a land this turn. I will then play
How much? What's the madness cost?
1.
Wow. Okay.
What was it?
Dark Withering.
Oh yeah. Dude, the madness. We should be killing Anya over and over again. To stop,
Three,
to stop the envy.
4,
Yeah, I don't really have that option in this deck.
5.
And it's not like she was offering to throw her under the bus.
Yep. But you gotta kill
So
DM because DM's the threat.
Flayer of the Hatebound.
What's that do?
You
It's a-
definitely were a huge threat.
Whenever it or another creature enters the battlefield from my graveyard, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. It didn't come from the graveyard. It has Undying though, so it's a 4/2 with Undying.
Uh-huh.
So it'll come back as a 5/3.
Yep.
But if somebody can put a counter on it, it won't come back at
Yep.
all.
And then I am going to.
I just looked at the thermometer. It's like 55 out.
Yeah. But
Oh, it's so nice.
I'm sacrificing a memorial to Folly to return target creature card from my graveyard to my hands. I'm
Bless
going to
you.
bring
Do you want
back
water
the
or
big
something?
game hunter.
okay.
What does that do?
When it enters the battlefield, I destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. It can't be regenerated. I
Does she have
tap
creatures?
Anya.
Yeah.
Andy, you're talking about the Anya deck.
I pay for its madness cost to bring it in.
I think the Anya's the one that's actually going for more than anything net right now,
Do you
right?
have anything power 4 or greater? I
It was
destroy
already
that.
tapped, but sure.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Oh,
And then
you
I
don't have any mana
untap
left.
Anya. And draw a
That's
card.
fine.
Is Laura in?
No.
She had to block with him.
Okay.
And I was one shy of being able to cast.
May?
Okay.
So
How
what's
many
your-
blockers do you have?
1, 2, 3,
Is it an
4.
instant?
Or hang on.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
From Hell's Heart, I stab at
Okay.
thee.
Take your time.
5, 8, 12.
12 blockers.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I'm curious.
Do any of them have trample, death touch, anything? Anything
No.
special? What? Anything special?
I
about them?
mean, so these sapperlings are
Pick a lock.
currently 5/5, 5/5, 5/5. Actually,
Okay.
so they would have been the same size as that one creature.
Okay.
So 5/5, 5/5,
get you some pillows.
5/5,
Okay.
2/2.
Might be
3,
more comfortable
4.
downstairs.
No,
Two,
you want
two,
to be way more
two,
comfortable
two,
here.
two,
The ones
two,
downstairs
two, two.
will tend to move apart. Those
Okay.
big guys.
So
So it's and 12, you said?
Yeah, that's why I say
Yeah.
outside for a little bit because it's 55.
Yeah.
It's so nice outside.
Yeah.
They don't have
Yeah.
haste, right?
Yeah, there's some insect. So, 1, 2, 3, 13, 14.
Okay.
Could I survive the crackback?
How much do you have?
These are currently 3 5
Yeah, how many
5s.
total blockers?
I have 12 blockers.
So
Alright.
she'd have to block with like all
These.
the like
And if you
maybe
really want
three.
that desert
I'm gonna attack with everything that I can, except for my commander. So, not a lot, but that's 11.
Got it, man.
11 2/2
Do you
zombies.
need a blanket?
I get one.
A
He'll use it when
3-1.
he needs it.
And a 5/5.
What do any of them do? What does the 5 5 do?
Kills you. It kills you.
It does not kill you.
Kills
well,
your face.
It's intimidate, so it
kills
can't.
your
It can't be
face.
blocked except by artifact or creatures that share a color with it.
What
Can you
color
block
is
it?
it?
Black.
Do you want to play like a little
Can
60
block
off to
it.
the side
Okay.
here?
So it's a 5/5
No, because
with intimidate.
Fine. So I block it with, and the sapperlings that come in are green, right? Probably.
I think so.
I've never heard of a sapperling being anything other than green in
Yeah.
the history of Magic.
I could be thinking of fungi,
Okay.
but like some of them.
Okay.
So that creature would die and whatever.
Okay.
It's done its job. But it blocks me from the big creature.
Yeah.
So
And
I
you
don't
can
take
start
all this
exiling
point.
shit from your graveyard to
Yep.
make
Okay.
thingies.
I am going to kill a shit ton of zombies because that's going to help me make it through this.
Yeah.
What's the size of the other creature though?
A 3/1.
A 3/1. You know what? I'm going to use one of my 5/5s to kill that 3/1.
You can ask,
so
and
the 5/5 would survive.
you can ask, but
Okay.
I might
And
not
I'm
be able
gonna
to
move
answer
that
it
to the
depending on the
side.
nature of the question. Like if it's
So my 3/1
regular
dies.
stuff, I'll tell
the
you.
5/5 lives.
Yep.
Okay.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't want to block with this. Actually, do I count
Are
that
they
right?
morphed?
So these are. No.
There,
I
she didn't have enough
just-
sapperlings.
Yeah. So that already blocked, so I can't use that.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
other one's chunked.
The real answer is, you know,
6,
if I have to go at
8,
risk or if it's
9.
something that I would write an opinion
Okay.
for, I
How
can't
many
answer
zombies
without an
are
engagement
left?
letter. But other than that, like I can
well,
give you
there's
general
11.
advice,
And they're 2/2s.
which
Yeah.
I'm happy to do.
Okay. I am
So-
going to kill 9 of them.
Okay.
Poof.
And that does kind of kill part of the sapperling army, but the big ones survive.
15 to 9 to 8.
So I
Okay.
will take 4 damage, which hurts because I don't have a whole lot
You got
there.
4
Yeah.
But
or 5.
You go to 5.
yeah.
All right. Can I see everyone's graveyard who's still alive?
Yeah. Good news is most of that was sapperling.
See if there's anything.
You didn't get enough of your land destruction this game, or board wipes. Sorry, because I know there's a lot in that deck. At least 4, right?
I might not be able to cast anything. Let's see.
The only one that I got was the one I tutored for.
Yeah, I don't think I can cast anything from my
I mean, I know
graveyard,
you've
so.
got the damnation. You've got give a
Yay.
wrath
Oh,
in
you have
there.
artifact and
Damnation, wrath.
Okay.
Give a supreme verdict.
All right. Well, can't cast anything.
What
It's
does
all
that
good.
do again?
Hey,
It's
untap.
destroys all creatures can't be countered.
Okay, I'm going to.
I'll
So
show
I
you.
went down to 5. Now I'm down to 4 because there was an enchantment that says lose
You have
life.
to lose life every turn.
Yep.
that.
Oh.
Yep.
And
Doing
I'm
that.
sure I gave you a proxy of it
Oh.
if you don't have it in there.
It's not in there. Unless it's
And
a
then I'm
different.
gonna draw.
No, that's the only art.
Art.
That's the only art for it.
Then no, I don't have
But no, that's. I mean,
don't even need to
I
really
think I have
bother with
7
that,
wipes
do
in my
I?
Laurel deck. Let's count, shall we?
Alright, so I'm definitely
curious.
doing that. How much land do I have?
That's why I don't play it too often because it's just people get annoyed because it's
3,
wipe, 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 wipe.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14. Okay. Because I have to survive things again.
Pickle stream? What? Huh?
We were talking about Pickle Stream earlier.
I missed it. I was so busy trying to kill people.
That's your job
Did
in
you
this
cast
game.
anything?
Not yet. Considering it.
Bat tokens.
Let's
Did you put that vampire in?
do this.
I'll show you.
Did you give NPC a pickle?
I might have.
Yes.
It's in Markov. but
What
I don't
do
think
you
it's-
have?
The
open?
Archfiend is also a border.
Creature-wise, I have a 1/1.
That would have stopped all this.
A 4/2?
craziness.
It's probably
And my
in
commander
here.
a 1/3.
Yeah.
Wait. You have a 1/1 and
A 4/2 with Undying and a 1/3.
Okay. And 15 life.
And 15 life.
Great.
Any blockers?
3.
I'd really kill both of you.
Oh no.
Questionable.
What?
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, I don't run as many as I thought. Yeah, I do.
How would you?
5 so far.
that would be that, and then that.
Yeah, there's 7.
Actually,
That was 7. The -1/-1 and or pay for 1 life is Killing Wave is something you might want to think about for that deck.
don't need to worry about that. So let's do the math here.
I only have these 3, but I know I have other ones besides these 3. Well, look,
Gotcha.
Fumigate might be.
So-
would be
Fumigate,
nice.
I mean, it destroys
What are
everything,
the
gives you
size of
life.
your
Like
creatures
it was
again?
made for that deck.
1/3, 4/2, 1/1.
Okay. So
You know what else was made for that deck? That.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gottsuck's talking about that one.
okay, so I'm gonna put that back in there.
I think I have that in my Selesnya deck.
And you need to do this to surprise return the. It's an instant speed white reanimator card, and it brings the Faladar back at the beginning of your upkeep.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy? It's like and it's a nickel. Like nobody expects an instant speed white reanimator card. And hey, recognize that one, Jibberry?
Oh yeah.
Karmic
That's what I
Guide.
tried to pick up today, but the card fell out of the. I don't know.
Did you put a Faith Mender in there? Do you have a Faith Mender?
Oh, wait a second.
My
At the
dead?
beginning of my upkeep, no. Return target
Take a
creature
picture.
card
You want that.
Nice.
from your graveyard to your hand.
Yep.
So, this black creature was very useful.
Yep.
For reasons. Like, there's a 5/5 black creature that I need to handle. But I'm also going to do this. And
I have to
hopefully
get a
not
new phone
regret
soon.
my
I
life
know.
choice.
Kibron and I just got new phones, and it was just a pain in the ass.
So I'm gonna
Oh.
tap 5. I'm
They're
entering
not
combat
making
now.
The iOS. I can't
I'm
put
sending
new iOS.
Yeah.
My 3 5/5 creatures at you, as well as my 3/3 commander,
played it
which
since I
is
put that in,
unblockable
but
because of the road
I think it's
passage.
super useful.
Okay. So I have to take the 3.
I mean,
Yep.
every
And
creature has
12.
lifelink, so odds are good you're going to gain at least 2 bats every turn, or every time around the
commander
table.
Damage. Okay, and then
And all you're
3
really trying to do is
5/5s?
hold off shit.
Yes.
okay. Are they trample?
No.
Okay. Block 1/5/5 with the big game hunter. The flare, the hate bound will block another 5/5, and I will take 5. So I am down to 7.
Dang. Alright, so yeah, you're sitting there not being able to do much, but you're
And
literally still in the
then
game.
When it Let's see.
Trust me, you are.
Dies, it returns under its under control with a +1/+1 counter. My little hate bound guy.
Okay, and then I'm gonna pay for and put the Thalid Soothsayer back in.
How?
This brought it back to the graveyard to my
Oh, beginning
hand.
your upkeep, right.
Yeah,
Got
which
it.
is why I didn't throw him into the fray.
Yep, no, I got it.
Because reasons.
Because reasons.
And pass turn.
Alright. Oh, wait, that's you.
Yep.
Let's see.
Jeremy, what time is it in the
Japan?
Orient?
Do not say the Orient.
yeah.
That's actually
I'm
offensive.
being ridiculous. That's the point.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
still.
but still.
Still,
Okay.
it's kind of offensive.
Thank you.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
I'm pretty good at wrecking myself.
Yes,
3:30.
we know.
3:30 p.m. Dang.
Do I?
No, wait.
Which
The
one-
Orient is okay. You
which
can't
one
call them
do I
Oriental
do?
people. The Orient is.
Which one do I do?
No, I'm
Alright.
wrong. Okay, I'm wrong.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the Orient is as a thing, not
Do I
a.
play my commander or do I not? And then have that.
You're gonna die. You can't.
Which one do I do?
The commander. You have to.
Yeah.
No, I'm wrong.
Hmm?
Never mind. Just thinking about racist things in my brain, and how not to be racist.
And don't say them out loud, please.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, I'm wrong.
Yep.
I'm absolutely wrong.
Pass turn.
How do you? You're the only person I know who keeps putting the playmat like 2 inches forward. How do you do that?
Because it's sitting on top of your playmat
Sure.
because it's
Yep.
gotten scooted like over because of
Sorry, I was just checking
things.
up with the.
Like it's also not as grippy on the bottom.
As grippy.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. What was that?
Tap. Boop, 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 boop.
Yep.
Here,
Boop,
wait.
boop.
That might help.
Yeah.
Draw.
Probably. But no, like feel underneath.
Oh, it's not. It's not poly.
It has some, but like if
Oh,
you feel
yeah.
a difference
Oh,
between
weird.
the two.
I'm gonna cycle
Huh.
my Forgotten Cave to draw a card.
Well, it's the. And this also tips it up at the end. The
Yeah.
stitching also kind of.
So trying here, man.
Play
It's Val's. It's a good
lands.
playmat. It's gorgeous art.
Yeah. I think it's cool.
I'll pay 2. Sacrifice Hedron Archive to draw 2 cards. I'm fishing. I'm fishing.
I'm just laughing that blue's at 10 again. Like,
As-
I know
as do.
you are there.
As you do.
Yeah.
Whenever.
I'm curious.
I'm not looking.
All right.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
Tap.
By the way, just proactively, since you can get stuff out of graveyards, I'm
Discard.
exiling this and giving myself
Okay.
a sacrilege.
Do you have any creatures or artifacts left in your graveyard?
Nope.
All right. There.
Like,
So I paid.
Don't waste your mana, because if you decide to kill blue, you can't think it'll just go away when you kill her.
3.
How many zombies are left? 2.
Yeah. And then 2 for this guy. Anya's Ravager.
You gotta
attacks-
discard your hand at the end of every turn, right?
Whenever it attacks, discard your hand, then draw 3 cards. Whenever
Gotcha.
it attacks, it
Gotcha,
has summoning
okay.
sickness. I'm not gonna do that. I untap, I draw. Okay.
You played it for its madness cost.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna
because
pay
you
1
discarded
extra.
it.
What in the holy shit is telling me I have a...
Yeah, I did the discard. I just tapped that, discarded it, played it with the mana
Yep.
cost, drew a card. Okay. And
All right,
then-
Jeremy the Miner, I'll answer your question if I can. Wow, that is a fucking wall of text, nutball.
I'm gonna discard 2 cards to create a zombie, Soul Ring, and an Armor Release Sphere.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna make it just a
Yeah,
Six
because-
zombie. Summoning
yeah.
6 zombie. And then I will. Oh shit! I did everything out of order. Fuck.
Back it up. It's the first time playing the deck. If you need to fix it, fix it.
Stupid. All right. So pretend. If it, unless y'all are ain't okay with that. then I
Fine,
won't
go
do
ahead.
it. Yeah.
I want to move on.
Yeah.
So what are we doing?
So I was gonna play a Warstorm Surge before these two came in.
And what does that do?
So when that happens, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Jeremy, you're fucked.
And
it's.
yeah.
Maybe you should just message
Can I
Yeah, we'll
read,
talk about it.
like,
to her. Can you do it to her face?
Yeah. Any target. I think I can target your life total, right?
yeah, so,
So then
It's
I killed
just the
you.
people's faces.
Yeah.
So you kill her.
fine.
I think that's game.
Yeah.
I mean, I played it out of order.
Yeah,
No,
you
it's
should play
fine.
that first in the turn.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
attack
Oh, well.
me.
I meant to, and then I got distracted.
And then attack me.
And then I attack
Yep.
you, and
You
then
got
you're
it.
dead.
How much?
Well, let's see.
I can block one thing.
Yeah,
That doesn't.
6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17.
Yeah, unless. is
So
one of
Warstorm
them-
Surge
is
just
one of
killed
them like
NPC.
an 8 or something? What's the biggest one?
5.
Then, yeah.
Technically.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yep. You got it, Jay Berry.
I only played my cards right.
Well, you.
Thank
We-
you for my Bloodthirsty Blade back.
Well, she didn't, like, had she not done that, it would have been like, eh.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered, but I
No,
meant to play it.
Anya's,
I said I could take it back.
Anya's a decent little deck. We let it stealth creep up on us. We didn't pay attention when we should have. What's that white card? Who's that belong
I kept
to?
telling you to.
Jay Berry.
What white card?
The white border. Oh, you just put it in
I
different
put it in a
brackets.
different
Got it.
sleeve so I can find it when I fuck up.
Shuffle it in.
When I shuffle it in.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what I started doing. I was like, I kept doing it over and over again. I'm like, it's got to be in a different sleeve.
So I started putting my commander in the plastic things that they in the
Oh,
plastic things
yeah.
that they sell them and that they strip them in those
Yeah.
big
I
plastic
might start
things.
doing that.
Yeah.
What are we doing? We're doing a 60?
It's 2:30. I got a 60 in me.
Okay.
I
I'm
absolutely
don't
usually
know how.
cut out.
Yeah, you got to get up and go to work in the morning. We don't. Well, are you off tomorrow, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I get up and stumble downstairs to my computer for work. So.
That's unfortunately not where I'm gonna be at.
Do you want to do just a 60? Do you want to do Arch Enemy? Do you want to do Plane Chase? Do you want to do...
Just a 60.
Or do you want to just play these ridiculously, stupidly bad decks that I put
No.
together?
No,
This is
let's play
60.
something we know.
Alright.
DM, those pickles taste weird to me, so I'm not gonna finish it.
They do.
It did.
kind
It
of.
tasted
They
a
don't
little... It's
taste-
a little alcohol. Like they were...
Yeah, I think they were in there for too long or
You think?
something. Yeah.
I mean, I ate a whole one that was fine, but I think...
Yeah, it
I think
wasn't
they were packed with too much sodium benzoate or something because
something.
it was the little bubble.
The pickles tasted bad.
The little bubble was like really convex.
Yeah.
Great. You
Yeah.
fed
now
me
you
a tainted
poisoned us.
pickle.
Oh yes, I poisoned you with pickles.
Oh no. Tainted pickle.
Great.
Tainted.
It was like a tainted
Yeah.
pickle.
You're a tainted pickle.
I don't even want to know what that means.
Alright.
It means
Pick it up.
exactly what you
Oh,
think.
all right. I will pick a deck.
Ew.
Oh.
I only
If
brought
I'm
one.
sick tomorrow, I'm going to be very sad and blame you.
Yeah.
And I have too much to do to be sick tomorrow.
You know what? I just tweaked this stupid thing. Are you playing your red-blue one? Good,
No, I
Okay.
didn't bring it.
I won't play that one. I tweaked it and put like
Ah.
bolts instead.
Power OG. Showered us with pickles.
Yes. There you
Uh,
Yeah.
I bet
he did
their
do that
pickles are
too.
tainted.
I'm gonna see if this actually can work.
So I have the Yarick deck without proxies in it.
All right. It's whatever you want to play.
I mean, it's not the deck that I made with proxies in it because I wasn't gonna spend all that money for all those cards.
Yeah, those were York. That was stupid expensive. You took the York, didn't you? When we did that box, you got the York.
Yeah.
The box that we won at Gen Con. You got the Yorick out of that, didn't you?
What is it?
The
Desecrated.
Yorick, the Desecrated,
Here, I'll show you.
the Legend. The Legend dude. Lurk, lurk, lurk. You have fun. And
This one.
hey, Power OD.
Did you take that one?
I think she got it. All
I
right.
think you got. Well, there's two
Oh no, you
elementals.
wanted a
I think
planeswalker. You took
No.
the planes. No, one of us got the planeswalker. Like
There was
Muyan
two
Ling.
elementals. Didn't you get this one?
Nope.
Alright.
All right, I died first. I'm gonna go first.
See you later, Jeremy. Talk to you later.
Go to the post
Good
office,
night.
dude. All right. And hey, if I move that, look at that. Actually, if I put that there. I'm trying to get all the shadows off my side of the board here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I am playing Red, White, and Black Mardu. It's called Mardu stuff.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Half my deck. Or verb. Or borb.
Borb.
I'm gonna discard that and take something that's not a land. I'm glad I did that. 5 land in a row. Okay.
Okay.
Take enough.
Yes.
Good night, NPC.
Good night.
Good night, NPC.
Okay.
Sorry,
I would like. Got anything for sale? Have you heard any rumors? Is there a rumor one?
Yes.
Yeah, the second one is.
Oh my God.
Have you heard any rumors?
Good night, Blue.
I have no land. That's not gonna work.
Good night, Jeremy.
Good night. Sorry I
Thank
murdered
for-
you.
It's okay. Gotta murder your friends.
Gotta murder your
sometimes.
friends.
Or pretty much all the time in Magic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, you're not murdering your
Keep the
friends.
murder.
You're not playing it properly.
Keep the murdering to a minimum.
Wow.
Let me know when
Okay.
you guys are ready.
One land. So I discarded.
I can't keep the murdering to
Yurik's-
the minimum.
I discarded a Yorick's Wave Crusher and a Thicket Crusher. I got a Dwar Isle Refuge.
Okay.
I need one,
So, ugh.
Wait for it.
4, 5, 6. Lordy. Where's all my mana? And swamp.
Okay. Good night, people.
Wait, hold on.
When to go sleep with the birds. No. No.
I am lame.
I was just giving her shit.
Good night, people.
Good night.
Hey, I'm done here.
Play.
Everybody gets their 8th. I will play a Scoured Barrens, gain a life and pass turn. The Barrens, they are scoured.
Woodland Streams. Pastoral.
How are you playing the unblockable Merfolk deck? Yes, yes you are. Say yes, I'm playing the unblockable Merfolk deck.
Why do you think that?
That's the only blue-green deck you have.
I don't know.
I have never seen you play a deck that is blue-green other than the
Dwar
unblockable
Isle
Merfolk.
Refuge. I gain a life. Go.
Imagine that. Everybody play the land that comes in tapped. Windscarred Crag goes in tapped. Gain a life, pass turn.
Island. Master of the Pearl Trident.
Nice.
Cool.
Let me bring that up.
Do you guys have islands?
I
I
love this
will.
song, but
Yep,
it's gonna get
I do.
loud. The chorus to the song is "Fuck
Or I will
yourself."
eventually. The only one. So yeah, you'll be coming at me. Which you know.
I passed.
Cool.
Oh, it's the old art. Here's the. Which one is it?
That's, it's not. It's 19, 13.
Which one?
13.
It's Master, not Merfolk.
Master.
I need green mana,
There it is.
or I'm dead.
That Ryan Pancoast.
Go.
Alright.
Green mana.
I just got it.
I am going to
My friend just gave it to me.
Krenko's Command. Imagine that. I'm going to make 2 goblins. Goblin.
Yep.
Goblin. And then I'm going to play a land and pass turn. Do I really not actually have what I'm looking for in here? I don't.
Hardened scales.
Yep.
And
I really don't. Well, fuck it. I guess it's a mountain.
that's it.
Yep.
Ew, news.
What are you doing?
Nothing, because I need green or I'm fucked.
If you don't get it, if you didn't draw it this turn, we'll put it on top.
Creeping Tar Pit, go.
How many colors you come with?
3.
3.
I should have just dumped my whole hand. And just drew another 7. Partial.
Westvale Abbey. Where is it?
What is that?
It's the makes a thing, right?
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
It's very, very helpful.
Well, type it in, DM.
I will, but unfortunately, I bet it got mixed in somehow.
You can't find it?
It's a token.
Oh. How do you make it?
I'll bring it up. Whee! Westvale Abbey. So there it is. Right?
Yeah, and then it becomes a 9/7 demon?
Yeah. It turns into that.
Yep.
That's horrible.
Yep.
But I need 5 creatures to sack to it.
Yep. Oh, I think, well, let's see, you already have 2, so
I
yeah.
did. I already have 2.
Yep.
I'm going to tap the Westvale Abbey and a mountain for an impact tremor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to show you what that is. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under my control, I do a damage to each opponent.
Yep.
Okay.
And I gotta find the Westvale. Oh, I just didn't take it out of here. There it is. Yeah. More goblins! Too many goblins! I'm shedding goblins everywhere.
Shocking.
Shocking. Yeah, I'm done.
Island.
I'm gonna literally stick my finger down in there, figuratively, literally, and grab one of the cherries.
Moonshine.
No, these are just plain marshmallows that were in the fridge.
Derek.
Oh,
I just need green.
Oh,
I need
right.
green, or I'm
Gotcha.
fucked. Hey, that's on top.
There you go.
There, I'm good.
Nice.
And I passed her.
Green.
Take a 20-sider. You're gonna need it.
I have a bunch over here.
Yeah.
Well, that every time anybody casts a
I
spell,
know.
the Forgotten Ancient's gonna get 2.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh, my feet are cold.
Really? There's no air or anything on. It's just.
My feet. I'm pretty alright. Everything else.
We haven't. There's been no HVAC on tonight. It's just
Yeah.
been regular.
Which is why I'm not like freezing.
Which is why we're actually all comfortable tonight.
So no progress on the
Arisen Reef.
HVAC electrical.
It's all up to Val and her boy.
Risen Reef.
What is he doing?
Pass turn.
They're busy.
Don't-
They've literally just moved houses.
Yeah, but
They haven't
Yeah,
unpacked.
they have shit to do. Like they have real life stuff to do.
He's looking for work. They gotta unpack everything. They have a bazillion animals.
It's real life. Like real life takes precedence over this shit.
yeah, it's just
That's
I've
fair.
heard him say a couple times, like, "Oh, I'm
Gotcha.
gonna do it here, the state."
All right.
How did you
Play a mountain.
One creature.
Pass turn.
And what did you play, Liam?
Nothing.
You didn't play anything?
Nope. Pass turn.
At the beginning of your upkeep.
Hold on. How big is that thing?
Only one thing came in.
It's
though.
a 2/5.
But only one thing came in. What came
Yeah,
in? Why
this
is it
doubles
two?
it.
Oh.
Destroy target creature with power with toughness 5 or 4 or greater before you can move any of the counters. That thing's gonna just destroy us all,
Yeah.
and you know it.
Yep. It's true.
I was gonna wait, and then I'm like, oh no, because then the Master
Wait,
of
then you
Pearl's gonna be
can't,
huge,
yeah.
and then yeah.
Merfolk Sovereign.
Don't even know what that is.
Other Merfolk you control
Yeah,
get
1/1.
Sovereign.
+1/+1, and Sovereign, and I can tap it to make target creature.
Oh, yeah,
can't
yeah,
be
yeah.
blocked.
Mark
Yeah, yeah.
unblockable. Yep.
Got it.
Pretty. That's a different art.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's different art than one she has.
Oh, which one do you have?
The
That one.
Slavomir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
That one's pretty too.
Yeah.
I like the original actually.
I like the
think.
other one better though.
I mean, that one's good.
My turn?
This one's very like. It looks like it should be black. It looks like it should be a black-blue card.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the like mist fog.
Yeah.
kind of.
Well, no, because it's literally in a swamp with like the branches and.
Thornwood Falls.
I gotta turn that off. That's terrible. I gotta turn
Yeah,
off that
like-
go home because you're lame.
Yeah, I know.
NPC went home. We love her dearly, but she went home.
You're so mean. Alright, and then I will play 1, 2 for a leaf
There's no
kindred.
berries.
So it's an
No.
elemental.
Perhaps you should bring some next time.
When it enters the battlefield, I look at the top card of my
What did you play?
library.
Hold on.
So I triggered Risen Reef by playing a Leafkin Druid. So when it entered, I look at the top card of my library. If
Yep.
do I have to reveal it?
Oh god, this card's so fucking
If
broken.
if it's a land card, I may put it on the battlefield tab. If I don't, I put it into my hand.
Yeah,
So yeah, you don't have to.
probably the best card in the set. Like,
I
for
pass
pre-release
turn.
stuff. All right.
Yeah, I think this deck only that I'm playing only wins against maybe 1-on-1. In multiplayer, it has no chance.
No, but you're constantly filling your card hand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay 5 mana and play a Boltwing Marauder.
What is that?
I will bring it up. It is a dragon. And everybody lose a life because I played a creature.
What's making us do that?
The Impact Tremors. Whenever I play a creature,
Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, or whenever you
whenever
cast.
whenever I have a creature enter, whether
Okay.
it gets cast or not,
ETB, okay.
that one. And it's a 5/4 flying dragon, and whenever a creature enters the battlefield under my control, target creature gets +2/+0. So if I play like 3 goblins, I can give something +6.
Yeah,
Last turn.
it's pretty bad.
Not as bad as a frickin' Hardened Scales, which I'm glad. is not triggering anything right now. Hello, 9 Twitch viewers.
What's up?
I was just checking to see where.
You excited about Eldraine?
Or that you're not all bots. How many cards you got in here in blue?
5.
Damn. I don't know, 4? How many you got, Jay?
6.
Right, fucking Risen Reef, because that's fair. It is.
Totally fair.
Totally fair.
Legit.
Legit. Not like there's not a whole bunch of elementals in your deck that are going to fill your hand every turn.
No, none.
That could not be possibly
None
be a thing.
whatsoever.
You think I'm the threat right now? I'm a
You
threat.
are definitely the threat.
No, Yarok is the threat, or the Risen Reef is
Bullshit.
the threat. All right, whatever.
Bullshit.
What?
Shut the fuck up. You're full of shit.
Yeah.
Entity. Alright. 1 blue. No.
They are all bots.
Green.
I'm just kidding.
Blue. Risen Reef.
Second Risen Reef. Does it trigger off itself?
Whenever Risen Reef or another element.
Yeah, they both
enter-
trigger.
Yeah, so I look at the top 2 cards
Twice
in
in
my
a row.
library.
Did the trigger happens
One.
twice?
Not a land, put it in my hand. Not a land, put it into my hand.
How many cards you got in your hand?
Too many.
No,
Nope,
7.
7.
There you go.
Alright, I think I'm gonna need that. 1, 2, 1 for the Leafkin. No. It's gonna be too many things. Maybe. Do I wanna do that? Why the hell not? Let's go for answers. Cloudkin Seer. Another elemental. Trigger.
What's the Cloudkin Seer?
When it enters the battlefield, I draw a card.
Does
So
it fly?
Yes.
You're not dead this turn.
Okay. Thank God.
You are not
Jesus
dead on my
Christ.
turn.
I needed that flyer. So does the Cloudkin Seer trigger go first where I draw a card when it enters the battlefield? And
They
then
all-
the elementals?
You order your triggers as you see fit.
Alright, I'll do...
They're your triggers.
I'll do the Risen Reef. Not a land, put it in my hand. The other Risen Reef, not a land, put it in my hand. And I draw a card for the Cloudkin. And now I have too many cards in hand. I will pass my turn.
Windscarred Crag, I will give life. You successfully had that not land hard. It's here. Wait, hold on. It's caught on the back of the chair. That's why. Just scoot your. There you go. Gain life. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pass turn. I will not attack anyone. I'll be nice.
Oh, I forgot. At the end of your turn, I'm just gonna do this. Do the River's Herald boon.
You got it.
So
I'm gonna get rid of a Field of the Dead.
2 counters on 2 Merfolk.
Well, and they can be the same.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna put 4 counters on here.
Which one is it?
Or should I do my
I'd
island
split them
walk?
up. I would split them up.
2 and 2.
Yeah, you don't want to make anything the really great target, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Now untap.
Hold on. What did you have untapped at the end of the casting that spell? Nothing, right?
This Before I cast that spell, I was like this.
You were completely untapped.
Yeah.
And a Paradise Druid.
So now I untap.
What did you discard, Blueberry?
A Paradise Druid and a Field of the Dead.
I don't even know what a Paradise Druid is. Let's find out.
And it's just a cost 2. Has Hexproof as long as it's untapped. I can tap it for 1 mana.
Oh, okay. Got it. It's pretty art.
Yeah.
Nils Hong?
Yep.
Yep.
Of course it is. That's why it's pretty.
It is really pretty. It's a... I can't tell. It's got to be watercolor. It's got to be watercolor.
Probably.
I don't know. My eye is not practiced enough to know.
Do you think it might be part digital?
Everything's touched up digitally. It's all touched up digitally, but
Yeah, they have to, because, like, with paints and stuff, you get, like, little
Yeah.
imperfections and stuff, so.
like they don't even have to deliver the art to WotC anymore. They just take a high-res picture of it and send it.
Yeah, they just,
Yeah.
or scan it or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't scan. it's a high-res picture.
Well, it could be
I mean,
a
you-
special scanner.
You don't want to put it on a scanner.
No,
Yeah,
but you can.
but
There are
do-
face
Oh,
up
yeah, there are
Yes.
faces. You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
People
I'm
scan.
wrong. I'm wrong. You're absolutely right.
There are other options. We're saying.
There are
We're not saying that you're
options.
wrong. Just there are other options.
So, this blonde shit sheds like mad. I walked by the chair the other day, and there's just like little blonde hair.
I mean,
like-
it's damage. That's why it breaks easy.
yeah, because they
Yeah.
stripped it when they colored it.
Yeah.
But there's like all this blonde hair sitting at the back of the chair because this is
Yeah.
the chair I sit on for the stream.
Yeah.
I think.
You gotta take better care of your hair, like fancy conditioners for colored hair.
It's almost gone. I mean, it's almost out.
Yeah.
Thank God. Like it feels nice and soft on top.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Well,
I'm gonna do.
Kate Girl colors her hair all the time, so.
She takes better care of her hair than I do.
Yeah, I know. You could do that.
That
She
would
could
require
teach you
effort.
how.
That would require effort on my part.
Just product and stuff.
Yeah.
Not that hard. Better
No.
shampoos,
It is not that hard.
conditioners. Follow the instructions of your hairstylist. Read the fucking shampoo bottle.
RTFC.
Yeah.
Another Merfolk Sovereign in the other art.
Nice.
Cool. And another Hardened Scales on it.
Oh my God.
What did you think was gonna happen?
God.
But I'm not.
You're not drawing the counter stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I killed one of the prime sources of that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I did. I'm glad for it.
We're all gonna die.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, play Thornwood Falls and gain a life. I feel like I'm gonna need it.
You have a flying blocker, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. But still. I need to fortify myself. So what awful stuff do you have over there?
I have lands, 2 goblins, a Boltwing Marauder, and an Impact Tremors.
One of his creatures needs to die.
What is the big
I
thing?
forgot about that.
The Boltwing Marauder, the
That-
5/4.
Is that the bad thing?
One of his creatures. Damn it! I forgot. One of his creatures needs to die. Otherwise, next turn. He
No,
can...
I need 5 creatures.
Yeah, you have 4. So
I
you
have
make-
3.
Oh.
I
so-
need to sack 5 creatures and this land to get that demon.
So you're saying it has another couple turns?
You have at least 1 turn. Maybe.
Right. On your turn, you might build it.
Right.
But then you would be open.
Do I want to make myself a target?
You're always a target.
No, I'm not. Lies.
That's a terrible.
Bunch of
dragon.
lies.
What are you doing over there?
Whatever I want.
Do whatever you want. There might be repercussions.
4, 5, 6, 7. An Agents of Treachery. I gain control of this.
It's yours. Does it have haste this turn?
Nope.
Okay. You done?
Yep. Yep.
Cool. Everybody take 5 damage. I'm securing the wastes and playing 5 warriors.
We just take 5, nothing dies.
Impact tremors. 5 creatures come into play. Everybody takes 5 damage.
Right, I said our stuff
She was
doesn't
just
die.
acting, making sure.
No,
that
yeah,
it
yeah,
was
I'm
just
not-
to our life total.
Yep.
Not to creatures.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Let's see.
I think I needed to put something in here.
Ormondal, Profane Prince.
What does that mean?
Everybody take a point of damage.
What did you do with those?
The land. I sacrificed 5 creatures.
You didn't announce that.
Sorry, I sacrificed 5 creatures and the land
To make the.
to make Ormondal Profane Prince. When it
Yeah.
comes in, each opponent takes a point of damage.
Yep.
And what is it? What kind of creature?
9/7
7.
flying lifelink indestructible haste.
Yep.
Jay Burry.
9 to me.
9/7 flying lifelink indestructible haste.
Oh, block with your dragon.
Cool. I'll
Gain your
go
life.
to 31. Pass turn.
Forest.
Oh, I didn't play land for turn. Sorry. Doesn't matter. Hello, chat. Oh, I look up and I'm like, oh, that's
me.
Blue.
Hi.
Hello, chat.
Oh.
Oh. Ow.
Hello, chat.
I'm
Anyone
having the last
watching?
Maraschino cherry. I think they're asleep watching us.
Everyone's passed out.
But it's kind of amusing that we have 10 people asleep watching us. Because we're not bots.
Yeah.
Jade Guardian.
Yup.
Ooh, with that.
Hexproof. Enters the battlefield.
I'll put a counter.
+1/+1 counter on target mofo. So
I would recommend you put it on the hexproof one.
So it would be
3.
a double. So it'd be
It
one.
doesn't double. It is
It's
whenever it's
one
put on, you get an
plus.
extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get 1, and this gives it an extra and extra.
Okay.
But I would put all 3 on the hexproof thing, so it can't be targeted.
Yeah,
your call.
but
Seriously, I'm
do you have something that can destroy?
not in my hand currently. But what I'm saying is, you want to put it on the indestructible one, or the, like, why wouldn't you put it on the one that can't be targeted by our shit?
Because if I
You can
this would
give.
be 5, 6, 7.
I'm gonna gain 9 every turn with Ormondal.
8. So if I put it on here, this would be 5, 6, 7,
Rick's a snorer.
8.
Yeah,
9.
Not as bad as it. Like, there are some
This is
people who have
9
slept.
damage.
Okay,
It would be 9 damage.
sure, and I gain 9 every time I hit somebody with Ormondal. Unless you can exile it. She has no flyers, so if she does it and comes at me, like, where do you think 9's gonna go next turn?
Not if something happens to Ormondal.
Not if something happens to Ormondal.
Is he hexproof?
Nope.
Can you do something to him?
I've been playing a blue deck, so probably.
But not right now.
Who knows?
Well, not on your turn.
Right.
'Cause
But
she's
on
only
your
got one
turn,
mana.
maybe.
Yep.
I think that would be a dumb idea, because then
So
you would
what?
die to Island Walk, but that's
To
okay.
kill Armandal?
I can do something to Ormondal, yes.
Yeah. I mean, We have to keep the life in check.
Yep.
You're just gonna run away.
Sure.
Yep.
Do your thing.
Um,
Do your thing, Miss Thing.
I'm not saying you're gonna like what I do with Ormondal, though, Blue.
Yeah, she may just take it.
I
Like,
will,
I know she's got 4 of those in the deck, so she might just take the other one.
Yeah.
Well, I was playing with a lot of
attack
Agent
you
of Treachery
for
proxies,
9.
and I think I took them out, and I forgot to put them in.
Aw.
I will attack you for 9, unblockable,
Why is it unblockable?
because I tapped this to make it
Unblockable or island block?
unblockable.
Unblockable.
Sure, I'll take 9.
It's island walk, but you don't have one, so
Correct. I'm at 21.
22.
That's
21.
22.
That's
Sorry.
22.
I said.
I'm done.
Wait, what was I? You hit me for 9 and I was at 31?
Yeah, then you're at 22.
Yeah.
Okay. One. Let's see here, what do I want to play? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's creature.
So what you don't realize is she's playing a standard competitive deck, and we're just playing.
It's not. It's not what I made with a lot of proxies.
It's still pretty competitive.
I took a proxies out because I couldn't afford to buy more of them,
Yeah.
so I have other things in there. Spark Double.
Oh, you're making a copy
It's
of it.
going to make a copy of Agent of Treachery. I'm going to take control of Mr. Prince. Thank you.
Yep. She won. She just won right now.
And that doesn't have haste, right?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
I can kill you on my turn, but
Yeah.
we're not gonna be able to stop her.
You can kill me?
I can kill Blue on my turn.
It's true. Well, before I move to combat, I'm going to probably do some other things.
Sure.
So I will 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. For Yarrick.
And draw 2 cards. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a super competitive
Let's see.
deck. You're literally playing like.
So I look at the top 2 for the first Risen Reef trigger.
Yep.
If one is a land, I put it on the battlefield tapped. And the other goes in my hand. And
It's just
then
nutty.
Second trigger. I put 2 lands on the battlefield.
I love
tapped.
your name, Trashbag Fashion Lover. That's awesome.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
We're good.
Things are getting out of hand.
Couple commander games we're playing. Now we're playing a 16.
Yeah. So what do you have left over there, DM? Creature-wise?
I think I might have worn one in high school under my
What do you have
exercise
over there?
clothes. I got 2
creature-wise?
goblins.
Alright.
I got 2 goblins.
I'm just gonna full swing.
I probably die.
So, well,
I'm at 22
Sorry,
though.
I'm sorry, splitting it up.
Yeah.
I'm swinging at you with my flyer.
Okay.
I'm swinging at DM with everything else.
Give me a power total.
1, 2, 3, 4, just 6.
All right.
Do you want to kill any of my creatures?
I don't know. Are they
attacking you?
1/1s?
Yeah, some of them are.
How big are the
Ones,
Risen
2,
Reefs?
1/1s.
I'll kill both of them.
All right, and then you take 4,
Yep.
So I'm down to 4.
and I gain 9 life,
Yep.
or is it 7 life?
9.
9. It's the attacking power. Okay. I pass turn. I'm at 27.
Hordling Outburst. 3 goblins.
See if I can
Each opponent
survive.
loses 3 life.
See if I can survive.
How much life do you have now, Jayberry?
20 minus. I take 3.
If you full swing
I'm
at
at
her, I can
24.
kill her right now. We can kill her.
I'm
on
at
your turn.
24. I'm at 24.
Okay.
Are you gonna do any damage to her?
I can't. I have no creatures. These are summoning sick.
Okay.
But if you full swing at her, we can kill her right now.
I have full swing and then you.
I have 3 goblins.
No, I know. And then on your turn.
I have
How
3
can I kill
goblins.
her? How?
I can give one of your unblocked creatures double strike.
Okay.
There you go. I'm dead.
And then you're gonna kill me.
I don't know.
Alright, pass turn.
I'm done. It's
Right.
your turn. Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
I need to see if I think I found an agent of treachery.
Will
like,
any of us wear them? If I'll tell you what, if you send us an email off stream, I will send you a PO box, and sure.
Kevin, what?
We're
It's
on
called a trash
Facebook.
bag.
We're on
Oh.
we're on Facebook. We're everywhere.
Kevin
Just
MTG.
get in touch with
Yep.
us.
Alright.
If it's amusing, yeah, sure.
I'm
What
playing
are we
a
wearing? What?
Merfolk Mistbinder. Others get +1/+1.
Yeah.
This one.
She's only got one blocker, right? Two
Two.
blockers.
And then Reverse Hail Boon.
Rivers Herald Boon.
So let's see.
You need to put 3 counters on 2 merfolk. Put them all on. Put 6 counters on that merfolk. Make it unblockable.
It would be 6. 2.
2, 2, and 2. 3, 3,
Yeah.
and 3.
So. Yeah. 6. Because it'd be 11. But shouldn't I split it up?
Exactly. If you become a Patreon member, yeah, we'd be interested.
Should I split it up a little bit?
Just make that one unblockable. Because it's going to swing for 11, 12. It's going to swing for 12 double strike.
Yeah.
And then the other things will kill it.
So 6, 5.
What's she at? 24?
Yeah, I'm dead.
It'd be
If
11.
you do that, yeah.
That would be 11.
Plus 1 for the other merfolk that just came in.
Huh?
That merfolk gives other merfolk
11,
1.
12, 13, 14. It's 14 unblockable.
Yeah.
Take 28. It says that creature
There.
has double
Yep.
strike.
And
Um,
you made it unblockable?
Right, but
You have
how
to tap
big
the
is...
thing to make it unblockable.
No, this is Island Walk.
Oh, alright. There you
Yeah, I
go.
have an island. I think.
And
Yeah.
then...
And you're at 1?
Hold on.
No, I'm dead.
No, and blue's at 1.
Oh, yeah.
But then,
I have
you
3
have
goblins.
3.
Well, you can block them. What are you at, 22? Oh, damn.
Oh.
Good luck, girl.
All I have to do is draw a card, unless she pops the River Herald's Boon, or the Impact Tremors, all I have to do is draw a card that makes tokens. But I mean, that was the right move.
That
'Cause
was-
you were gonna,
yeah,
you were
that
gonna
was
crush us
ridiculous.
with my own Ormondal.
I was like, yeah, I'll take that.
I have many
did
sack
that.
outlets in this deck, I just didn't have one in play.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta think I bought another Agent of Treachery and I forgot to put it in here. To replace the proxy.
I'm gonna have to look up your
5, 6,
Trash Bag Fashion Lover account tomorrow, just because it's an awesome
7.
name.
I'm gonna attack you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll attack you for 7.
Is it unblockable?
I
Yeah.
had 4 in here.
Sure. So 22 minus 7 is 15.
Yep. I got 4 Agent Treacheries in there.
and how many spark doubles?
I think just 1, to be honest.
Oh, you should
Your
have
turn.
4.
Oh, are they expensive?
Yeah, that's it.
I can't
What'd you
remember.
get?
2, 3, 4, 5. You're at 1 life.
Yeah.
I'll keep the 3 just in case there's some weirdo counterspell. And I will put in 3 goblins and do 3 damage to each opponent.
Yeah.
Just 1 Spark Double, because I think that's what the recommended number was
Really?
in the deck list.
I play 4 and 4.
How much are they?
Oh, I don't know. Let's find out.
For
Well-
what are you talking about?
Spark Double. That
Which
made
is-
me a copy of my Agent of Treachery so I could
Yeah.
steal his creature.
4 mana. They're selling for $1.50. I should pick up a couple of those.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there were 2.
No,
Enters with
they're-
a +1/+1 counter?
Yeah.
And they're illusions too, so they fit in illusion tribal decks.
Oh, so I would have gained 1 more life, but I still would have been dead.
Yeah, you would have been dead.
Yeah. It wouldn't have mattered. Yeah.
Cool.
What,
Alright.
I forgot what I was going to ask.
It also would allow me. I mean, I already have 4 agents in there, and
I
then
gotcha.
also it would be useful to copy Yarrick. It makes it non-legendary double.
Oh, really?
It makes a non-legendary copy, I believe, if you bring up the
Oh,
card
that's
again.
ridiculous.
So
Let me
you
bring that
can
up for a second.
then that gives me another way to make Yarrick, right?
If it's a creature, enters into the loyally counter it. If
Oh
it's
wait,
a
and if
planeswalker.
it isn't, oh, then it becomes.
And
no,
it
wait, I
isn't
got it wrong.
legendary
Yeah,
if
it
that permanent
becomes-
is legendary.
Oh, then it becomes legendary. I got it wrong. I got
No,
it
so what happens is you can make a copy of Yarrick.
Really?
Yeah. And it isn't legendary if that permanent is legendary.
Yeah, so
you
I can make a copy
spark
of Yarrick.
double
Yeah.
legends.
If I needed to.
That card is going to go way up in value. You should buy a bunch of them now. Before people realize what it's going to do in Commander. I'm sure people kind of
I'm
do.
sure
but,
they probably already should.
but it's it's only selling for $150. Yeah. All right. On that note, while we're all yawning, thank you for watching. We will be back next Thursday.
We'll create a
at 9
Uber
a.m.
Primo Patreon where we're just for you.
Yeah. An Uber Primo Patreon that
Yeah.
includes garbage bags.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, folks. Thanks
Good
for watching.
night.
We will see you
Good night.
next week.
Next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Good night.